We are off the rails, out of control. Trade deadline day is already, and we still have 4.5 or so hours. Trade deadline day is already lit as we've got a Mason Miller trade this morning. We have the Blue Jays trading for Shane Bieber. We have the details of that Mason Miller trade as well. We are going to dig into those two right off the bat. We will be watching, reacting to, and breaking down moves as they happen as we lead up to the trade deadline at 4 o'clock Eastern. If this is any indication, it's only going to pick up, guys. There are still so many players that have not been moved that are going to be moved. Eventually, the stiff asking price that the Orioles have on Mullins and O'Hearn and any asking price that the high asking price the Diamondbacks have on Gallen and Kelly, they're going to move those guys. And if they don't, shame on them, because those teams are going nowhere. There are big names that can be moved. Stephen Kwan could be on the move, as well as the Cleveland Guardians are in that kind of way right now. So we will be watching and tracking all of this. Welcome into those of you that are live with me. Welcome to those of you that are maybe starting the replay a little bit later to catch the intro. Whatever you're doing, however you are finding us today, welcome. Make sure to subscribe if you have not yet. Smash that like if you are excited for the trade deadline. And let's dig into this thing. So, first off, this trade, Padres and A's, it was always going to be an extreme package. You are looking at Leo DeVries, who is number 3, right, in all of Major League Baseball. We talked about the Padres farm system last night. It's very young. So there are probably a lot of people that, and there is no Robert Suarez trade. The plan is for the Padres to hold on to him. Video Game Nation, thank you for 2 months on the Ball Cap Nation Gold. I am awesome so far today. This is exactly how I wanted to wake up today. I wanted to wake up to big moves. I wanted to wake up. Well, not wake up. I've been awake. But I wanted to start the live stream with action. And we have action. 2 very interesting trades that I'm sure there are a lot of opinions about. Again, there may be people that there may be fans that look at this trade for Mason Miller and say, we couldn't top that? The Padres system is garbage. By the way, our live stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. You see the logo right there. Down in the description is the link. Head over there, register. If you register, we are getting you guys set up with our giveaway. Pick a prize giveaway, any of those 3 items just for registering. I will be bringing this up many times. I want to get 50 people registered today. So make sure to register. We're waiting for trades to happen. While we're waiting, register with Underdog. You don't have to make a deposit. If you make that deposit, it is your first time deposit. You are going to get up to $1,000 in bonus funds. But just by registering, you're in the giveaway. So make sure you check that out. Again, thank you to Underdog Fantasy for being a sponsor here on the channel. So we have a package of players that there may be teams looking at saying, we couldn't top that. We couldn't give them one of our top prospects. And then some other pitchers that, I mean, again, if your opinion of the San Diego Padres farm system is that it sucks because somebody else said it sucks, I think you need to go look at it for yourself, because I look at the San Diego Padres farm system and I don't think it was that bad. We looked at it last night. The top 7 prospects were all 50 or higher graded. And we went to, 17 in the farm system, and they were all 45 or better. The problem is they were all young, so you didn't have a lot of top 100 guys because they had to climb the ladder. There were a lot of teenagers in that group. They send Brandon Nett, Leo DeVries, who's one of the best, and Henry Baez. Nett and Baez are 250 out of 80 graded prospects, pitching prospects. This is a great return for the A's. You have now one of the most exciting position player prospects and 2 very good pitching prospects to add into the equation. This is a good trade. I believe Nunez was the last of the 45 out of 80. The others are 50. Nett's a 50. Baez, I thought Baez was a 50. Baez maybe is a 45. So this is from a A's perspective, from a package perspective, this is a good return. I don't believe this is an underpay. From the Padres' perspective, you now load up Mason Miller. You have Suarez in that bullpen, so you have a lights out. What is my computer doing? What is the secure? This is garbage. Sorry, guys. Something is glitching on my end, and I need to fix that because what? That's terrible. Hold on. I'm sorry. I will get back on my thought process. One of my key items here that I'm going to go to for reference point is trying to prove that I'm a human. Because that was in question. All right, so Miller and Suarez will be your lights out back in the bullpen. Moving forward, what this does for the Padres is it gives them Mason Miller, who is inevitably going to be transitioned to a starter, and maybe that happens this offseason. Build him up, and he's your starter, because part of what's going on in San Diego is Dylan Cease and Michael King are probably both goners. And I'm sorry, but with you, Darvish, who knows what you're going to get. So if you have Mason Miller and you can build him up and make him a starter, you have more years of control with J.P. Sears, a nice back of the rotation piece, along with Pivetta, along with Musgrove when he's back. I like what the Padres get here with Miller and how it checks the box for future years. I think that is good. Who's winning the deadline so far, Devil Dog? I would put the Mariners in the lead because the Mariners took themselves from a situation where they were trying to knock down the door to being a World Series contender, and now I believe they are that. I believe that the Seattle Mariners are a true World Series contender. Look at that lineup with Naylor and Suarez. They added to the bullpen with Ferguson. I wouldn't be surprised if they add another bullpen piece. Maybe they go big for the bullpen. The rotation is incredible. Yeah, I'm with you. So let's talk about. So I'm all good. I'm all good with this trade. It is a lot, but it is what it was going to take. And again, from a San Diego perspective, you get a guy that inserts into the back of the bullpen and is lights out right now. And you get a guy that is now got, what do we got? We got 4 more years of control. And I'm willing to bet all 4 years he will be in the rotation for the San Diego Padres. So I like this. And three more years of J.P. Sears as well. It's good. Yeah, Bailey, the Orioles are going to have Mullins and O'Hearn and Laureano all are going to go. What's up, John? Hope the Beagle is doing well today, John. Let's talk about this Blue Jays trade. Shane Bieber to Toronto for Cal Steven. Cal Steven, if anybody... hold on.
But I need
Super chats
thoughts,
will win the day.
Possible targets? I'm looking at Xavier Edwards or Otto Lopez. Maybe Michael Garcia.
Thank you for the super chat, Powers. Thank you for being here. Want you to definitely come on, do work us in around your day. But I'm glad you're here. I would say targeting some of those Miami pieces could be very interesting. We were looking at it yesterday because it feels like a shortstop is the play. So that shortstop market is from a who's really truly available is very, very thin. That's trouble. It is a very thin shortstop market for who we know is available. So what that means is the guys like Xavier Edwards or Otto Lopez or Michael Garcia, you got to pry them away, and you're going to have to do that with a tantalizing package of players. And is it too much to do that? Because the Milwaukee Brewers, I mean, really the weak link, the pitching is phenomenal. The weak link, and again, for anybody curious, the super chats will drive the conversation from time to time. If you want to change the conversation, you drop a super chat and we go in that direction. I was about to go to Bieber. We'll go to Bieber in a minute. So you've got a situation where I think most Brewers fans are good with Caleb Durbin. You probably would like an upgrade, but at this point, the upgrade was Eugenio Suarez. And now some of those upgrade pieces that are out there, I don't know if you want to go that route. So, because Ke'Bryan Hayes is gone, Ryan McMahon is gone, Eugenio Suarez is gone. I don't think you want Nolan Arenado. Luis Rengifo is an interesting piece. And Rengifo, last I checked, if I remember right, had been hitting a little bit better. Rengifo was a very intriguing trade target last deadline. This year he's been hurt a lot, and his bat was sort of trending down, but he's been better lately. Luis Rengifo is kind of an interesting piece, but Luis Rengifo isn't going to play short. Luis Rengifo is second or third. That's somebody I would keep in the back of my mind, but the Angels are buying. I think if you could package a reliever, maybe you could get somebody like Rengifo. This is going to be a tough one. Gio Urshela is another interesting one, but he's not enough of a upgrade with the bat over Caleb Durbin. I just rather have Caleb Durbin. So what the Brewers do is going to be very fascinating. They may have to try to pry a shortstop away from somebody. I am Versatility. 19 months on the Ballcap Nation Gold. Thank you for the re-up. Welcome back in here. Good to see you. Match to the Red Sox. 5 BP lefties. Here we go. I'm not a big fan of the Mats edition. He doesn't miss enough bats. I need a guy. If I'm making October moves, I would really love to get a guy that's going to strike some guys out. I want some swing and miss, and I don't have enough swing and miss, especially if I'm going up against American League East teams between now and the postseason. I want swing and miss. Mats does not bring enough of that. So, there we go. There's some thoughts on the Brewers.
Red Sox have made. Where do we think they're going next?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing O'Hearn or Yandy. Would love a starter too.
Christian, that's a very interesting idea. Pull off a trade in the division. I have a feeling the Orioles are going to want a lot for Ryan O'Hearn. They just saw what Eugenio Suarez went for. Now, we know we're not going to get the same package there, but they are seeing what could be had. Oh, my God. 3 prospects. We got to get at least 2 of your top 15 prospects if you want Ryan O'Hearn, because Ryan O'Hearn is now arguably, of the truly gettable bats, Ryan O'Hearn is probably the guy you want now. Right? Who else are we going to put ahead of Ryan O'Hearn of the guys that are really available? We don't know if Yandy Diaz is available. We don't know if Brandon Lau is really available. It may cost too much to get those guys. Luis Roberts' bats bouncing back a little bit, but I don't know. Marcelo Zuna, the bat has not been there this year. So, again, really, Adolis Garcia has been struggling with the bat. O'Hearn's the best bat available. The Orioles are going to try to probably capitalize on that, but either one of those two would be interesting, O'Hearn or Diaz. I think O'Hearn is more available than Diaz is, and if you're the Boston Red Sox, you're looking for the upgrade. I know Abraham Toro has been good for you guys, but obviously Ryan O'Hearn is a major upgrade. Abdullah, thank you for the 18 months on the Platinum Club. Friedman needs to get moving. They can't sit without getting anyone a bullpen arm. They will.
Sox
They will
need
move.
Another high leverage arm, maybe Duvall from SF. Thoughts?
Abdullah, I guarantee you the Dodgers are going to be active today. It is going to happen. They're not going to sit this out. Maybe the Padres are driving them. The Padres farm system does take a big hit, by the way. Yes, it does. Losing those 4 pieces, it definitely takes a big hit. But I can see the Dodgers. They have all of the prospect capital necessary to go out and make a big splash. And I think bullpen is a target. There's still some decent bullpen arms that are out there. Bullpen's got to be a target. And if I were to give you 3 or 4 teams for Stephen Kwan, Dodgers would be one of them. Let's see. I am Versatility. Sox need another high leverage arm, maybe Duvall. I wonder how much Camilo Duvall is going to cost. Is this the thing? That's the only thing. Thank you for the donation, Versatility. I feel like you have a guy who a couple years ago showed an electric arm, electric stuff, was dominant, then struggled. He's come back this year. He's shown that he's effective again in the bullpen. But there's 2 more years of control. That's going to cost a lot. What's up, Eric? That is going to cost a lot. And do you want to part with that? If you're the Boston Red Sox, I think you're going to it wouldn't be the same degree as the Johan Duran trade, but it's going to sort of be that, maybe just a light version of that. You're going to have to give one of your top prospects, another prospect on top of that, maybe somebody who's MLB ready, because I think the Giants want to compete next year. They have invested too much in guys like Adames and Chapman and Webb and Robbie Ray, and I'm forgetting somebody. Devers, right? How can I forget Devers? So they're going to want somebody who's ready now. So that could be a tough one. Trav, thank you for the donation. All right. This trade with the Toronto Blue Jays, I think there are maybe some Blue Jay fans that are split on this. I think there's a lot of people that look at this and say, what are the Blue Jays doing? Giving up a top prospect. They're number 5 in the system, Cal Steven, for Shane Bieber. So there's some things to like and some things to obviously dislike. Cal Steven has really sort of jumped on the scene, grabbed the spotlight when it comes to prospect and their performance. He has been really good. He has been really good at A-ball. All right. He has, and what I look at when I am sort of forming my own opinions on prospects, specifically pitching prospects, I'm looking for, what's your K rate? Are you missing bats, striking guys out at a high level, at the lowest levels? Because typically the K rates, as you climb through the minors, the K rate comes down. So a guy like Cal Steven did well. I mean, look, the K rate, it was about one per 9. He was, or 9 per 9 is right. I believe Cal Steven's K rate, it was something like 50 innings or 90 innings. What was this? Let me get the actual number, so I'm not just 91 innings, 91 and 2/3 innings, and 99 strikeouts at A-ball. And I'll be honest with you, at A-ball, if I think you are going to be one of my top prospects in 91 innings, I need like 120 or 130 strikeouts because it's going to come down. It is going to continue to come down. He made his first start at Double-A, only a couple strikeouts, gave up a couple of home runs. He's going to pitch to contact. Unless he goes to Cleveland and they change that.
Do you think the Phillies can still acquire Robert Jr. O'Hearn?
I think Robert, if anybody, Matt, I feel like it's Robert or Laureano, not necessarily O'Hearn, because they're so lefty heavy.
Good under the radar play.
I like it.
What's next for the Astros names flying around? Your thoughts?
Trav, thank you for the donation. Matt, thank you for the donation again. Matt, I would go Robert or Laureano. Not O'Hearn, just because he's a lefty, and they have so many lefties in that lineup. And Arias was a nice depth piece. I definitely like that. I wouldn't say they're done. I think they could still go out and make a splash. I know we've heard Dylan Cease, we've heard Sandy Alcantara, Nolan Arenado turned down a trade before. Maybe he changes his mind. And I wouldn't rule out Carlos Correa. There's a lot of opportunities there, Trav. But for Cal Steven, back to this whole Shane Bieber thing with Cal Steven. Cal Steven's K rate is going to continue to come down, so he is pitching to contact. How is he going to fare pitching to contact as he starts facing better hitters? And we may have seen it in the beginning of his Double-A career. Now it's his first start at Double-A. We're not going to overreact too much, but he gives up a couple home runs and doesn't strike too many guys out. Struck out 2 guys. So how he rises is going to be very interesting. On the Blue Jay side, acquiring Bieber, he's looked very good in his rehabs. He is got a player option. It's a double-edged sword, though, because if Shane Bieber goes to the Toronto Blue Jays and is the impact arm Blue Jays fans want him to be, he might opt out. Because if he is up in the majors in August and September and showing that elite stuff, and then he's making starts in October, and he's a key component to a Toronto Blue Jays run, he's going to opt out. And then you do just get the rental. But if he pitches well, but not well enough to feel like he's ready to go out there and command those dollars, maybe he picks up that option and he wants to pitch for a full season. So it could go either way with Bieber. I'm hopeful that he shows up and pitches really well, which means I'm accepting the fact that he may opt out. But I also see the reward here if he pitches really well. And Cal Steven is an exciting prospect, but you got to see him rise through the ranks. If Cal Steven was the number 5 prospect in the organization with 91 innings and 99 strikeouts, but he was at AAA, I would say, hell no. I don't want that trade. But it's at A-ball that he did that. I thought it was very interesting. I respect Michael Moreno for what he does and his connections. Very interesting that Michael Moreno put out a tweet saying that the biggest overpay so far he viewed was the Cal Steven for Shane Bieber tweet. I obviously could not disagree with that more. That is one of the few times where I look at something he says and I'm like, what? I feel like there may be some underlying deflection trying to go on, because if you were to ask me, and this is my completely unbiased opinion, because all 30 teams, I'm looking at you in the same light, even my own team, I still think the biggest overpay is the trade they pulled off for Rodgers. That's my opinion. I think that is so far the biggest overpay. The two prospects that they gave up, and Buto, who's inserts in right now. I'm not saying that Buto's good, but yeah, I think there's a little bit of an attempt to deflect there, and I would like some self-awareness to understand that you're being too much of a homer in that situation, because I don't see this as the biggest overpay of the deadline. That's crazy. That is just not. So I like it. The Toronto Blue Jays, how Bieber will fit into the team. Obviously, he's still ramping up and building himself up. The Toronto Blue Jays, if anybody went down in that rotation, they were going to be in a tough spot. I feel like the Blue Jays probably go to a 6-man rotation. Now, Eric Lauer deserves to stay in the rotation. Max Scherzer. I mean, this almost is an insurance policy in case Max gets hurt. And raise your hand if you think Max has another IL stint in his future this season. I do. I could see Max missing a couple of weeks at some point.
Is there a way the Phillies can get it back?
I think this is a good addition for the Toronto Blue Jays. Stoney, what's up, man? Matt, is there a way the Phillies can get it back? Most certainly. It's one that I don't think many Phillies fans are excited about. Look, Ramon Laureano's good, guys. I like Ramon Laureano for you guys. I like maybe Luis Robert. That could be a move too. You've got Robert. You've got Laureano. Two pieces that could be there. I like the righties. Stoney, man, what's up? Talking sports. Jays overpaid. Still a great addition.
What do you believe the Mets package looks like for Robert or Mullins?
If you want to say it's an overpay, I'll go with you that it is on the side of an overpay, but it's not the biggest overpay of the deadline. And part of the reason why they had to up this and maybe go to Cal Steven instead of a guy further down the farm system is because there's a chance you get Bieber for next year too. If you get Bieber for next year too, if he picks up that player option, then this, in my opinion, is not an overpay. It is exactly what the market requires. But if Bieber opts out, then book it, overpay, 100%. So it really just depends what happens from that. The Mets, and again, I'm not criticizing. I don't mean to criticize that. I think the Mets bullpen now is amazing. Sometimes you got to overpay. All right, let's see here. What do we have going on now? What is new? We'll just leave those to the side. Again, Bob Nightingale tweeting about 25 minutes ago that Robert Suarez, the Padres have absolutely no plan on trading Suarez. Let's update this and take a look and see what's going on. Hi, Caitlin Clark. Bye, Caitlin Clark. Cubs are among the teams trying for Mackenzie Gore. With 2+ years to go, no urgency to trade him. Told nothing is close yet. I tell you, if you are the Cubs and you can grab Mackenzie Gore, obviously you are sending Owen Cassey back in that package. And if you're the Nats and you can get Owen Cassey, maybe another piece or two, I think we got to think about this. I think we got to think long and hard about this. The Washington Nationals have 2 more years of Mackenzie Gore after this. We got to think about, if you're the Washington Nationals, you got to think about what's our window to win. How soon does it really burst open? I thought we would have seen some steps from the Washington Nationals this year, and we didn't. Mackenzie Gore's value is never going to be higher.
Pen guys that could be on the move and really help a contender during the home stretch here.
I would be very interested in that trade. And again, I would love it for the Chicago Cubs to go get Mackenzie Gore. That would be a fantastic addition. Nick, thank you for that donation. Mets Vibes, thank you for the donation. Mets Vibes, what do I believe the Mets
What
package
do you
looks
see
for
the Cubs
Roberts or
doing
Mullins?
today? Sorry if you have already talked about it.
Mets Vibes, if what we're hearing is that it's, and I think it's pretty spot on. You're looking at a Vientos or
Who
you're
should the
looking at an
San
Acuna
Francisco
for Robert.
Giants trade away this deadline?
As for Mullins, probably something similar. The problem is, I think the Orioles are going to want pitching. So obviously Vientos, Acuna, not that kind of similarity, but a ready pitcher feels like. I mean, this if you still had Blade Tidwell, that would have been a great piece to add in with a Cedric Mullins in a trade for Cedric Mullins if you were the Mets, but he's gone now. Let's see here. Thank you for that donation. Let me scroll back down here to Nick. 2 or 3 unheralded pen guys that could be on the move and really help a contender during the home stretch. Well, what is your definition of unheralded is, I guess, what we're thinking of here. I really like the Twins have Danny Coulomb. Danny Coulomb has not been giving up runs this year. I think he could be a great addition to a bullpen. I think Pierce Johnson from the Atlanta Braves, another one. Again, these guys are not sort of name and lights, marquee, flashy, splashy kind of names, but those two would be very good with the team trying to make a run. Thank you for the donation, Nick. Brett, Pretty, what do you see the Cubs doing today? Sorry if you already talked about it. I got to get a starting pitcher. Absolutely have to get a starting pitcher. Maybe it's Mackenzie Gore. If it's not Mackenzie Gore in all of those years that come with him, give me a rental edition. I want Zach Gallen. I want Merrill Kelly. Call up the Diamondbacks. Get one of those two. I gotta get that done. That has to happen. I need another starting pitcher that I want to give the ball to in October. And if I had to choose between Gallen and Kelly, I would probably lean Kelly. Steven, thank you for the donation. Who should the Giants trade away at this deadline? I think they end up holding on to Duvall unless they get blown away. But after that, you're looking at the free agents, the free agents to be, and that is Flores, Verlander, and Yastrzemski. Those 3 are trade bait.
Morton to the Cubs?
Morton to the Cubs would be a nice one. I want to put Morton in a situation where, and the Cubs may be a good one, because Tyone will be back, right? He's not there now, but he will be back. And when he's back, I want Charlie Morton to be a guy, Charlie Morton to be in a position where he doesn't have to be the guy, and the Cubs are a good spot for Charlie Morton. That's a good one. That is a good one. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for bringing that out. Charlie Morton is a good one. Mike says A.J. Preller is the biggest joke in baseball. I think many San Diego fans would disagree with you there. That's a good, you know what? How do you think San Diego fans are feeling about this trade?
How can Phillies pull a Valorino deal?
Mason Miller is maybe one of the most coveted chips on the board, and they just scooped him up. Matt, how can the Phillies pull off a Ramon Laureano deal? I got to look at the farm system. I know we can do it. What's interesting about Ramon Laureano, and I hope that Mike Elias and the Orioles don't get distracted by this, is that there's an option for next year. Don't get distracted. Ramon Laureano needs to go. Ramon Laureano's trade value has crept up to the highest it has maybe ever been. This is the time to capitalize on Ramon Laureano. He'd be great with the Philadelphia Phillies. I feel like you are probably looking at a 45 out of 80 graded prospect, maybe a 40 as well. That probably feels like it. And the reason why it's a couple of prospects is because there's another year with Laureano next year. There's a I believe it's a club option. Is it a straight up club option or is it a vesting option? I got to look at that. I can't remember if it's a club option, a vesting option. I know it's not a player option. It's a club option. $6.5 million for next year. That's a good way to go. I hope the Orioles don't get distracted by that. They need to move Ramon Laureano. I don't believe Boston is done. I do not. I do not believe Joe Ryan is going to be traded. Padres still with 0 championships. I know that's they. AJ Preller's trying his best. I think Dylan Cease is probably on the move now. That definitely tracks. So this is going to get really interesting. Quan to the Mets? I don't think so. I would be surprised about that one. Let me see. And you know what's interesting? Is it Dylan Cease's contract or is it his inconsistency? Dylan Cease is getting traded too much, man. If I'm a team looking to pay Dylan Cease in the offseason, I am concerned about some of the performance we have seen from him, number one, and number two, the fact that he keeps ending up in trade rumors. Maybe it's just a money thing, but yeah. Quan to the Padres, boy, you're going to give up your top 2 prospects because Ethan Salas has to go back in that deal. Absolutely has to go back in that deal. I feel like Cleveland, if they think they still got a shot, there's a trade there. Ethan Salas and Dylan Cease to Cleveland. Add to that rotation. Get a prospect for future years. Stephen Kwan's got 2 more years of control. You don't think you're going to be able to sign him and extend him? This is when Stephen Kwan's value is going to be highest. Miller always generated a ton of buzz. Miller has been Mason Miller, truly, guys, of everybody that gets traded at this deadline, Mason Miller, when it comes to the fantasy rankings, is number 1. I don't think anybody else gets traded that is on that same fantasy trade level. He had been talked about last year. He had the momentum had picked up this year. He was the guy that everybody wanted. Fans clamored for Mason Miller. I really think that Mason Miller is going to, he's going to be 4 more years there in San Diego, and they will probably transition him, build him up to be a starter next year with Cease and King leaving. It's probably the trade of the deadline. It really is. We're over 250. Thanks,
Jason
Tony.
need to acquire another big relief arm. Thoughts on Bednar? Love the show, Jim.
Yeah. Chris, thank you for that. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the kind words. And I would really like the David Bednar thing to happen. Let's update that. I would really like the Bednar thing to happen. I feel like if you're the Blue Jays, I want to go out and swing big for the bullpen. I don't want to try to be I don't want to try to be the smartest man in the room. I just want to go out and get the guy that everybody agrees is the best guy. Go get him.
DePaula, rushing.
Romero, Donovan for May. Ooh.
As a longtime Phillies fan,
that's too much.
Should I be concerned that they aren't doing much to get the center fielder / big bat yet?
Too much. That's too much, Purple Haze. Thank you for the donation, but it's too much. El Patron. Let me finish up with Chris real quick. I want David Bednar is probably my
Duran
top
and
target right now.
D, May, and Ferris.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody higher than Bednar that's actually attainable. If the Jays come out of the deadline with Bednar and Seranthony Dominguez, I'd be very happy. I don't think Griffin Jackson is going to get traded. That's where I'm at. Let's see here. Let me move down to El Patron Super Chat. As a longtime Phillies fan, should I be concerned that they aren't doing much to get the center fielder big bat yet? No. And at the end of the day, I don't know. I guess it depends on what your definition is of the big bat. Because what I want to do is I want to get Max Kepler out of the way. Max Kepler, you come off the bench now. You make this lineup too left-handed. And unfortunately, there's nobody that can come off the bench really and be a right-handed bat that makes the opposing pitcher sweat a little bit. That's what I want. And if I'm thinking about right-handed bats that can play in the outfield, we're removing the two Orioles, the Mullins and O'Hearn. We are talking about Luis Robert. We're talking about one of the other Orioles, Ramon Laureano. And based on what we have seen this year, I'd rather have Ramon Laureano than Luis Robert. Straight up. That's the way I would rather go. I believe Ramon Laureano, I think we've seen too much inconsistency with Luis Robert. So for that reason, I would be inclined to go Ramon Laureano. Let's see here. What else do we have? Phillies in addition to Reds and others, a potential fit. Oh, here is Ramon Laureano. From John Heyman, the Phillies, in addition to the Padres, Reds, and others, are a potential fit for Laureano, who's having a big year. 884 OPS. A's could also hold as they have an option for 2026. And like I said, I hope they don't do that. Don't get distracted by that. I feel like you have almost caught lightning in a bottle with this Ramon Laureano season. Capitalize on it. If you can turn Ramon Laureano into... let's think about the Philadelphia Phillies. I don't think you're going to get too crazy. Again, I feel like that 45 out of 80 graded piece, so that's not going to be Moises Chance. That could be Gene Cabrera, though. That could be Gene Cabrera. 19 starts at Double-A this year. 99 Ks in 102 innings, a 203 batting average against. I would do that. If I could get Gene Cabrera for Ramon Laureano, I'm having that conversation. I want to know more about that. I want to talk more about that. And if you're the Philadelphia Phillies, Gene Cabrera's a nice piece, but maybe kind of, sort of, a little expendable at this point. And I think you can get somebody like Gene Cabrera now. You won't next year when Ramon Laureano's a free agent at the end of the year. And quite honestly, let's be real about how the Orioles play their guys. Ramon Laureano should not be taking reps away from any of the young guys on that team. Ramon Laureano, I am sorry, but get the hell out of the way. You do nothing to help this Orioles team develop for the next 3-4 years. Get out of the way. You've got Colton Cowser in left. He will be the center fielder after Cedric Mullins. Tyler O'Neill is a DH. Probably needs to be a DH so that he stays healthy, doesn't get hurt. You've got a ton of guys down at the farm that are knocking on the door. Heston Kierstad needs to have a path to play every day when he is healthy. I don't want Ramon Laureano taking anybody's spot. Get out of the way. Mike Elias, do not get distracted by that option. I think it would be a big mistake. Thoughts on the next move for the Jays? I think it's got to be pitching. I was on with the guys, Nick and Adam from Blue Jays today earlier this morning, and we talked about the idea, and my audio was all glitchy. So anybody that was there listening to, I don't know what the hell was going on. My phone just was not playing along. But when I think about the Toronto Blue Jays and any bats, it's the only bat that I think they go out and get is a big splash kind of guy, somebody like a Stephen Kwan. And I think that's unlikely for them to pay that premium, because that probably means one of their top two prospects is heading to Cleveland, and I don't really want that. So I feel like the bat upgrades are going to cost so much that they stand down from that and they focus in on pitching. I do think there is another bullpen move to be made. That is my feeling on the next move for the Blue Jays. Hey, Mason Miller's in the chat. What's up, Mace? Let's see. There have been discussions. This is from Alex Pavlovich. Thank you for sending this to me. Giants fan 2855 on Twitter. Pavlovic is saying that there have been a lot of Stephen Kwan discussions on Giants Twitter in recent weeks, but DeVries is higher on prospect list than Eldridge. That's apparently where the market is. Okay, good to know. I feel like if the Guardians wanted Leo DeVries back for Stephen Kwan, they're aiming at the wrong target. They're not going to get that. That kind of a position player is what you use to bring pitching back. Salas should be the jewel of a package that gets Stephen Kwan, in my opinion. That is what they should be doing. A's should be thrilled. Again, I think if you're an A's fan, you got to love this. And the question is, overpay, any of that, it can't be an overpay if it's what the market was going to, what the market was outlining. I don't think that you are looking at an overpay for Mason Miller. That is what it was going to take anybody to get him. Same thing with Shane Bieber. I think that's what it was going to take. The fact that Bieber has a player option and could be in the fold for next year, that takes you from a 45 out of 80 graded prospect to a 50. The potential for that. And when you think about other pitching that's available, let me go back to the whole Bieber thing. When I think about the upside here, Shane Bieber could be more dominant than Zach Gallen and Charlie Morton. And Zach Eflin's hurt. Zach Eflin is probably out of the trade conversation right now. Shane Bieber could be more effective than Merrill Kelly. When we're thinking about the players that are available still, Shane Bieber, in terms of impactability, Shane Bieber is towards the top of the list of the guys that are left. And that's what the Jays are swinging for here. For a guy at A-ball who was successful, and as he climbs the rank, the K rate is going to come down, which means he's going to get hit more. How's he do? So I don't think that was too much of an overpay. If you want to put it leaning towards an overpay situation, I'll give you that. The only thing is that if Bieber decides to pick up his player option, then I think you have to remove overpay from the conversation, because then you get a year and a couple of months, and I think that is perfectly fine for Cal Steven. Mason, are they going to convert you to be a starter? Are you going to be a starter in the offseason? Have they already started talking with you about the plans? Liam, thank you for the super chat.
I know we keep talking Kwan, but is this a serious offer, or do you think Hessmore, Camilo Doval, number 23, Reggie Crawford, Grant McCray, Marco Luciano?
Marco Luciano. Man, there's a name. I think for Kwan, I got to double check the Giants system. Not just where those guys are ranked, but Reggie Crawford, Grant McCray, like what are we talking about here from a skill set? Reggie Crawford is getting close. He's at AAA. I don't think that gets it done. Duvall definitely has some significant value. I don't know if that gets it done.
Is Juan a better option than Robert Jr.? Great show, Jim.
I will say it's close, though. I do think you're close, though, Liam. That does feel close. Maybe that gets it done. I got to think about it more. Maybe that does. I guess I'm right on the fence, tipping into the okay. Because, again, it's 2 years of Quan. You get 2 more years of Duvall, plus 3 prospects. We're close. Mason's going to be a star next year. Good to know. You heard it here first, folks. Matt, thank you for the donation. Is Quan a better option than Luis Robert Jr.? Yes, Matt. I think that is affirmative. You get 2 more years of Quan. He is an all-star. He is very good defensively. There are a lot of things to like about Stephen Kwan over Luis Robert. Luis Robert is way too up and down, way too streaky. Good defender. And also Robert's a center fielder. Kwan is a left fielder. So if you're the San Diego Padres, you're looking for a left fielder, go, right? If you're the Philadelphia Phillies and you're thinking about Stephen Kwan, that does make your team ridiculous. I mean, look, as you take Kepler out of the equation, right? So it doesn't make it any more left-handed, but what adding Kwan does is it doesn't help you get right-handed at all. And the Philadelphia Phillies are doing pretty good being a left-handed heavy lineup right now. But yes, I would say Kwan is a better option, Matt. Thank you for the donation. I want to remind everybody again, real quick, that we are brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. That is our sponsor today. Head over to Underdog. The link is down below. Want to get 50 signups today, and you guys are in the giveaway. A pick a prize. All you have to do is register. You don't have to make a deposit. If you make that deposit and use promo code BALLCAP, up to $1,000 in bonus funds from Underdog. But just by signing up, you're in the giveaway. Look at the prizes. A jersey up to $150. If you play MLB The Show, I'll send you $100 in stubs. A SeatGeek gift card for $100. That gets you a nice ticket. Maybe even covers 2 tickets to a baseball game just by registering. It's all you have to do. It is a no purchase, no registration necessary situation. Check it out. Again, the link is down below. It's easy to hop over there, register, and then get back here while we're waiting for trades. Want to get 50 signups today. I'm going to keep track of it. And if you do the registration, holler it out. Let me know. But we want to make a move on that today. Kwan doesn't add pop either, but I would still take him. He's an elite bat every time. What I love about Stephen Kwan is that what he does is he's impossible to get out. Think about the All-Star game. We all saw it in the All-Star game. Against Edwin Diaz, the best closers in baseball. The game on the line. Stephen Kwan is up. Diaz could not strike him out. He puts the ball in play, ties the game. That's what you want. That quality is tremendous. He is not another Arise. He is not. Number one, Kwan can actually move. He's quick. He's a Gold Glove defender, Stephen Kwan is. He is not another Luis Arise. Steven is here. What's up, Steven? Are you getting traded? Steven, has anybody told you that you're getting traded? Let's see. What else do we have? Who's Travis Hudson? Hold on. We'll put this up if Travis Hudson is a real human being. No, I can't do it. I see some Twitter activity about a Cubs rumor, but I don't know if I'm going to buy that. The guy does not have any legitimacy. Some of you are probably have already seen it. There has to be some legitimacy. Man, who's this guy? Is this guy for real? That looks like what? Covering the Orioles and their player development system for 20 years. Talking about how Ramon Arias hasn't left the team and has been crying. I don't want to leave this team. I can't leave. I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's real. I do think there is something to the fact that Orioles clubhouse is a tight-knit group, but I don't know if Steve Meloweski is real.
Who
and that is
no?
a real account.
Jock, cold rake for Ozuna.
Big Business, thank you for the donation. Big Business, you've been very kind to the channel over the last 24 hours or so. Thank you. I would say nobody. Let's do it. Joey, what do I think about the Astros? How far do I think the Astros get in the postseason? Well, if they get their guys back, I mean, I know Paredes is done for the year, but if they get guys back from the injured list, this team could be very dangerous and could go all the way. Let me see here. What else do we have? Let's go over here. This Ramon Laureano thing is definitely interesting. I think he is going to be on the move very soon. What else do we have? John Morosi, Phillies are likely to add a right-handed bat. Robert Loriano, Bader fan. Why did I say 4 earlier? It's 6, right? Joey, thank you, man. Yeah, I said 4 earlier today. It's 6. I was thinking. I just had to double check that. I was like, what part of me was glitching when that happened? Midwest, you got Mickey Janis in the chat. Yeah. If Phil's add Tommy Pham, Dombrowski should be fired. Yeah, you can't add Tommy Pham. Cannot add Tommy Pham. That is a fact. A lot of fireworks to get this thing started, guys. A lot of fireworks to get this thing started with Mason Miller and Shane Bieber. And again, a lot of along with the big names, a lot of opinions on those deals. How good do I think the chances to get Cease? I think it's very good. I think it's very good. The whole Sandy Alcantara report, think about how convenient that timing was. That Dylan Cease, we heard it was getting hot and heavy. And then within 2 or 3 hours, all of a sudden, the Astros are pivoting to Sandy Alcantara. Really? I think, both make sense, but that was a little convenient. Little convenient. My BS sniffer is picking up on something. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that, man. Who gets Dylan Cease? I mean, I put the Astros I put the Astros right there with it. I guess at this point the Padres.
Thanks for all your videos. Go Phillies.
Gustav, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the kind words.
Who doesn't want a guy who takes fantasy football seriously? Smiley face emoji.
I guess that's true. I mean, if you take fantasy football seriously, then you must take everything else in life pretty seriously, right? Those two things go hand in hand. Fantasy football aggressiveness equals life aggressiveness. So, other teams for Dylan Cease, initially I felt like a Dylan Cease trade, you want to get something back that helps you. And so you're looking for the perfect trade partner. Cleveland is a good trade partner because you get something back that helps you. You give something up that helps the other team. Boston was a good trade partner because, again, you get something back in Duran and you give Boston something they need. But maybe this just ends up being Dylan Cease for prospects. And if that is the situation, we could be looking at the Yankees. We could be looking at the Cubs. We could be looking at the Astros. So there's a few teams there. Maybe they revisit a Red Sox trade and Duran's out of the equation. It's just Dylan Cease for a prospect. Red Sox need to do something. Tommy Pham to the Red Sox, or to the Rangers. I'm sorry. That would be. Could you imagine? What if Jock Peterson went the other way? What if it was Jock Peterson for Tommy Pham? What are the Dodgers doing today, in my opinion, Jason? I think they get a bullpen addition, and I think they get another outfielder. I don't know if it is going to be the Stephen Kwan or somebody like that, but I do think they grab an outfielder. I do think they definitely go out and make a splash for their bullpen. Now, maybe some of these teams, the Dodgers are trying to make trades, and these teams are like, you're the Dodgers. You are going to give us, we are going to milk you dry. We want more from you than we would want from somebody else just because you're the Dodgers. Colin, I do not see Brent Rooker being traded. I think he is a part of that team's plans. So I don't see that happening. Oh, there is most definitely splashes still to be made. Most certainly. I'm just realizing I didn't turn one of my lights on. Oops. This light over here is not on. And you can see some more of the shadows because of that. Just realize that. Cease and Suarez. Suarez, Andrew, is not going to be traded. Let's see here. What else do we have? A's are not discussing Tyler Soderstrom. Thank you, John Morosi. Apparently that must have popped up somewhere.
I know there's a lot of time left, but do you think the Jays win the AL division?
They got work to do, Chris. They certainly have a chance to, but I think that they've got there's a lot of time left. The Yankees are going to make a push. I can see the Red Sox making a push. There's still some time left. They got work to do. Tigers were in talks with the Cardinals for Helsley before the Mets acquired him. Helsley's a pending free agent. Detroit has preferred controllable options such as David Bednar. David Bednar would be a nice addition. I wonder if Dennis Santana would cost less. And in that instance, maybe make it a little bit more realistic, or if we're picking between Bednar and Santana, who's more likely to get traded? Maybe Dennis Santana is more likely to be traded. Let's see what we got here. Why am I'm just refreshing Morosi. That's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. There's a Tiger trade. Tigers are picking up Kyle Finnegan. So, on with Blue Jays today, earlier today, the boys asked me, what do you think Detroit is going to do? I said they may grab another reliever and then probably call it a day. And now with their third reliever, Kyle Finnegan, let me update my running list. The Detroit Tigers added Paul Sewald earlier today, Rafael Montero yesterday, Kyle Finnegan right now. They picked up Chris Paddock. That is 4 pitchers headed to the Detroit Tigers. I know Paddock has already made his debut, but the Detroit Tigers are doing exactly what I predicted them to do.
LFGM.
They are going after pitching. They are bolstering their bullpen. They were unable to make the splash and get Suarez, but the primary objective, the goal this deadline was to improve and bolster that bullpen, and they're doing it. Kyle Finnegan is going to the Tigers. I like it. Kyle Finnegan's closing games. I honestly think there were, if I had a Kyle Finnegan ranking on where Finnegan would go, there were a couple of teams. Like I thought Finnegan could have been a night with the closing, with the closers market situation being what it is, and the Phillies getting Duran. Kyle Finnegan, I think, really profiled well with the Cubs, but the Cubs grabbing Soroka, the Cubs grabbing Kittredge, probably took them out of the equation. And with the Cubs out of the equation, because they grab a couple pieces, with the Phillies out of the equation, because they get Duran. And we're just thinking about teams that are maybe thinking about grabbing a closer and inserting him into that closer role. We kind of moved out of that realm now, and we're looking for teams that are just trying to bolster their bullpen. I don't know if Finnegan closes in Detroit. I actually think I would probably lean towards he probably doesn't. So that's something to track, I suppose. Will Vest has been closing for most of the season. He's been doing a good job. I think Finnegan moves into a high leverage role, which is always interesting because sometimes you get these closers, they lose their closer status, and they're just not the same. We've seen Craig Kimbrell get traded, have to go into a high leverage situation or a setup role with a new team and not be able to do it. So Kyle Finnegan has been closing for the Nats for a couple of years. If he goes to Detroit and he's not the closer, how's he do? Because I think Will Vest is the better option. That'll be something to keep an eye on. How does Finnegan do? But Detroit, adding another reliever. That bullpen now is getting quite a makeover. Don't see anything in terms of the return yet, but we'll keep an eye out for that to try to determine if there was any, if this was any bit of an overpay or not. I mean, Kyle Finnegan, we're seeing a lot of these relievers, depending on the prospect grade that you're sending back or the grades that you're sending back with your prospects, could cost you $2.
Will the Mariners make another blockbuster trade?
I think the Mariners, thank you for that donation. I think the Mariners will grab another reliever. That is where I think it goes. I think they grab another reliever. I don't know if it ends up being a splash, but I do think they grab a bullpen piece. This is the third Nats reliever to be traded at the deadline. We saw Chafin, we saw Garcia, and now we have Finnegan. Frank, will the Brewers make a move? I think they will. I just don't know how much of an impact, blockbuster, splashy kind of move it will be. Willard, do I think the Astros get Dylan or Sandy? I think, Willard, how's it going, man? I think that it's very likely they get one of those two. Scott in the South, that's where I'm at right now. I am at Robert to the Mets. If the Phillies were to trade for Steven Kwan, what would they give up? A lot. I mean, I don't think you'd have to give up Andrew Painter level a lot, but Aiden Miller may have to be in that deal. I think Aiden Miller or Justin Crawford have to be in that deal. And then I think you probably then also have to include another one of your 45 out of 80 graded prospects. So we're looking at guys like Gene Cabrera, Griffin Burkholder, Seth Johnson, Henry Mendez, I think are all in play as well. All right, let's check something. Guys, make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet. This is what we do. We talk baseball over here. We talk live when baseball moves go down, big moves, blockbuster moves. We are here. So make sure you are subscribed if you like live instant reaction. That's not what I need. What is that? That is nothing. That's nothing important. So I would love, again, make sure to subscribe if you have not. I want you to be a part of our growing community here as we are now on the push to 60,000 subs. We are just 2,675 away. Where is Brian Cashman? The Yankees will make some moves. I don't see them staying quiet throughout the day. They will make moves. Cabrera to the Mets. I don't know if ever Cabrera goes to the Mets. We haven't really heard his name a whole lot lately.
Mets. Starter?
But I don't know if Edward Cabrera gets moved. Kind of feel like if you're the Marlins, he's a guy, as the Marlins are showing, that maybe they got some life.
BOS, does that keep Duran there?
They want to maybe keep him to build him. We'll see. Mets, Robert or Mullins for a Mets starter. Well, for Robert, Vientos, maybe Acuna. For Mullins, I got to think a starter. But if I'm looking at this, I mean, if you're the Orioles, I don't see any of the starters that are on the roster right now. On the 40 man that I would want. So I'm going to the farm, and I don't want anybody that's too far away. When
Any
I'm
other
thinking about the
possible
Mets farm,
relievers for the Cubs?
when I'm thinking about the Mets and a pitcher, where are we going to? We're going to. Hey, there's Jack Weniger, my rising prospect. Brought him up in a trade earlier. He was like 30th or something like that. He's up to 11 now. Something like that. I would want one of these Mets pitchers that are at Double-A or higher. And Purple Haze, if O'Hearn goes to Boston, does that keep Duran there? I think so. Yep. Any other possible relievers for the Cubs? I kind of wanted them to go out and get Kyle Finnegan. If the Angels were selling, was kind of interested in then getting Kenley Jansen. I was kind of interested in the Cubs going out and grabbing a true closer. Can they get Bednar? I think that would be a great addition if they could get Bednar. I was sort of in that camp where I wanted the Cubs to go out and get a true closer, and then sort of move, move everybody around, put everybody in a new sort of or in a better position for just where you slot them into a game. 2 A-ball pitching prospects are going to DC
No, but
in
I
the
mean
deal.
Robert
So 2.
or Mullins, and starter today.
Man, I don't know if I want the Jays to get Phil Maton. You meant Robert or Mullins. And a starter. Oh, I got you. I don't think the Mets are going to trade for a starting pitcher. And if they do, I think they go bargain hunting. And I don't know how many bargains are to be had right now. As far as the bat, I do think one of those two would come over. I do think the Mets could land one of those two. I think Robert is the guy that most Mets fans want. And I think that's got a very real chance of happening. Definitely. Would Rodon and Wagner get Kwan? Michael, that's an interesting idea. I think it's you're building the framework of a trade there. I don't know if that would do it, but I think you're starting to build a trade package there. They may have to be included in it, or at least one of them. Maybe not Wagner, maybe Rodon. Maybe they would want the outfielder, Alan Rodon, to be in that. Just Rodon has struggled. He's the kind of guy that the Jays don't want to give up on, and they won't give up on, but he has struggled since being given a shot and is sort of losing his opportunity. Joey Loperfido has been better, and if you got to pick somebody between Rodon and Jolo, I think Rodon's the guy who's the odd man out there. Let's see, the Padres. Robert Murray just retweeting a Padres. I guess the trade has just been made official, the Mason Miller trade. What do I think of Bieber? I like the addition. I think that if you're looking at it from a perspective of
Could the Cubs also add a big-time bat that we don't really have them trading for? Someone we aren't really expecting?
To finish up the thought about Bieber, I like the idea that you could have him for a second year. He does have that player option. If he's lights out, though, he's probably not going to be back. You've given up a pitcher in Cal Steven who succeeded at A-ball. He's got to succeed at Double-A and Triple-A. If Cal Steven was the number 5 prospect and just put up those numbers that he put up in A-ball at Triple-A, I would say no way. But there is still some risk and some volatility with that prospect, so I'm generally okay with it. Bryce, could the Cubs and this sets the Blue Jays up to run with a 6-man rotation, gives them options when you get into October, and that's a good thing to have. Could the Cubs add a big-time bat that we're not expecting? I would be surprised. I feel like a lot of the big-time bats that we're talking about now are primarily outfielders, and The Cubs outfield is good right now. So I would not expect that. If we had a surplus of rumors around infielders, that'd be one thing. But a lot of the names, a lot of the players, they're outfielders. It's Stephen Kwan, it's Taylor Ward, it's Jarren Duran, it's guys like that. Brian Reynolds. I don't know if anybody wants Brian Reynolds right now, but it's guys like that. Bryce, thank you for the donation. So, could they add a big-time bat? I mean, Eugenio Suarez was the big-time bat.
Joe Ryan and Willie Castro to the Cubs?
I like Willie Castro. I don't know if Joe Ryan's coming over. I think Joe Ryan's going to cost too much. The Cubs have the farm system to do it, but I think it's going to cost too much. I believe that Willie Castro would be a nice addition. I think Willie Castro generally flies under the radar when it comes to players that are available. I don't know how many people outside of Minnesota really know how much people really know about Willie Castro. Willie Castro is a really good baseball player. I think he would be a nice addition for the Chicago Cubs. Modern day Costanza. The O's should probably shop Adley. Be 28 next year. Is almost certainly hitting free agency when he gets there. They're coming from an O's fan. You can shop him, but you don't trade him. You shop him to see what his value is. What are people willing to pay for Adley? That's what you do. I think if there's well, no, I'm not even going to say that. I was going to say if there's any time where a trade likelihood starts to actually creep up from 0%, it would be this offseason. But I don't even think that's possible. I don't think he's going anywhere. Let's see what we got here. I do see Morosi with a post. Twins talk on Harrison Bader has intensified. Would expect him to be dealt in the next several hours. Harrison Bader's having a nice season this year. Let's try to pull something up here. Because I think a lot of people are probably generally down on Harrison Bader. But Harrison Bader this year, 778 OPS, slugging 439, 12 home runs. The defense, he's been showing that he's still got it defensively. So you have the defense, you have a bat that is playing more effectively than it has in recent years. So Harrison Bader is definitely an under the radar guy that someone's going to grab, and the fan base may be a little disappointed by it, but I think he's going to be a nice addition to somebody. If we're thinking about sort of tiers at this group, this is sort of a guy that would be in that Ramon Laureano tier. I would have Ramon Laureano, Harrison Bader. These are all guys that
as a Phillies fan, would it be a mistake to go after Robert Jr.?
They have a good defensive element, and the bat is playing well this year. If Laureano goes first, I think Bader's market intensifies even more. If Bader goes first, it may be because the Orioles are asking for too much for Laureano, because Bader is truly a rental. 1 year on Bader versus the year and then a player option for Ramon Laureano. That'll be something interesting to keep an eye on. By the way, how much of that was chopped off? Okay, not too much. Matt, thank you for the donation again. As a Phillies fan, would it be a mistake to go after Robert Jr.? I don't believe so. It really just depends. What do they want back? The word came out that they wanted Mark Vientos back from the Mets. So what are we thinking in terms of what would they want back from the Philadelphia Phillies? I was surprised they wanted Vientos. I would have thought that they would have been more interested in a guy whose service time has not started.
Dodgers bring me Jose Ramirez, Freeman /Ryan /George.
Mike, thank you for the donation. I don't see J-Ram being traded, but that would be one hell of a lineup. If I'm trading for J-Ram, not J-Ram, just my lines blurred there. Robert, and I'm talking to the Phillies, or the Phillies are talking to the White Sox. It's got to be a prospect. I don't think we can
What
have the
trades would
same
you do with the
conversation.
M's prospects?
If I'm the Mariners right now, I'm going after pitching. I am trying to grab some more bullpens. Bullpen. Obviously, they don't need starters. Bullpen. I want to make sure that bullpen is good to go head-to-head and toe-to-toe with anybody in Major League Baseball. That's what I want. That is a must. All right, so there we go with that. Let's see here.
Can't wait to see what Bendix cooks up. Chef emoji, tropical fish emoji, praying gesture emoji.
Thank you, Rob. I know. Thank you for that donation. Yeah. What can he get back? What can he get back for Sandy Alcantara? I think Sandy gets moved. What's coming in from Underdog? Underdog is tweeting trade summary. Oh, we got Josh Randall and RJ Sales. Where'd that come from, though? I'm sure somebody else had that. That had to come from somewhere. That's kind of what we're talking about. We're talking about 2 prospects. 40 out of 80 graded prospects. And again, by the way, we are live today and sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. There is a link down below to head over there and check them out. Again, I want to remind you, we're trying to do a registration drive. You don't have to make that first deposit if you don't feel comfortable, but if you do, you get up to $1,000 of bonus funds. But just by registering, you are in the giveaway. All you have to do is register. I want to get 50 new signups today. If you haven't signed up yet, we have 2,000 people there, 50 of them. 50 of you. Go head over there and just register. The link is down below. Just open up the description, tap, head over, register, come on back, and you're in to win. This is prizes that I'm backing. This is not Underdog creating these prizes. I put these prizes together. They will be from me. Just for registering. Again, heading over to Underdog. Link is down below. What is happening with that stuff? Okay, perfect. Let's see here. Okay.
If Cubs got
Bryce.
Gore, would it still be possible to get Cabrera/Sandy?
No, you'd have to. The prospect capital it'll take to get Mackenzie Gore, that'll put an end to that. It'd be one of those
Tigers are
3.
acquiring right-hander Kyle Finnegan F.
Detroit. You don't like it. Detroit fan Tim is not a happy camper. Think about all of collectively the moves that you have been making for your bullpen, though. That is 3 arms for that bullpen. And I don't think you've given up that much. I don't think it's been that crazy. I really don't. All right, guys. There will be times today where I have to hop out and take a break, but don't worry, I will not be gone long. What time is it? It's 12:56. I will be back at 1:15. I got to go head out. Somebody just rang the doorbell, so I have a feeling the kids have a friend, and they want to come over. So that is going to be the deal. Let me move some things around so people know what's going on. That's not what I want to have up. Move on over to this. Be right back. Even better. Back at 1:15. Gonna take a 20-minute break. There's gonna be some ins and outs today with the kiddos around and all that fun stuff. I do have grandma here watching the kids, but I still gotta check in. All right, back at 1:15, guys. Be right back. Nick!
I think Mariners get
Hold
a high
on.
leverage arm, but
What do we
based
got,
on
Nick?
not getting Duran, I don't think they're trading Oda top 10.
Mariners get a high leverage arm. Oh, I'm with you. I think the Mariners 100% get a high leverage arm. That's what the Mariners' #1 bullpen. Bullpen top target, grab series, contender status with the moves they've made for the bats. Make sure that you got the starting rotation. Make sure you have the bullpen to support it all. All right, back at 1:15, guys. How about that Harrison Bader conversation we were having right before I walked away? Harrison Bader to the Phillies. Defense, better than Kepler. Righty bat. He's got some pop. I'm not surprised. Now, I do have some concern of what this means with the Ramon Laureano situation. That, again, maybe there is a problem where Mike Elias is going to value Ramon Laureano too greatly, and they don't ever get a trade done. I think they definitely need to move Ramon Laureano. That is where Henry Mendez is headed to the Twins. That's a good return for Harrison Bader. John Morosi tweeting 10 minutes ago that a Stephen Kwan trade is likely. We can talk more about that in a minute, but this is the big move of the minute. Bader to the Phillies. I think a lot of Phillies fans are going to be rather disappointed and underwhelmed. One of the worst acquisitions of my life. He's not that bad. You'll take this over what Kepler has been providing. And maybe the Orioles, again, maybe Mike Elias is just, he wants too much or isn't going to trade him at all. You get a good defender in Harrison Bader. You get a guy whose on-base percentage is about 40 points higher. An OPS that is 120 points higher. Yes, Harrison Bader is going to strike out. He's going to swing and miss, but he is barreling the ball up. He's got a little bit of pop this year. Again, this is the best his bat has played in some time. Now, maybe it's because of, he likes it there in Minnesota. Maybe the hitter's eye works well with him. I don't know. But I know there's a lot of people that think Bader sucks. What's up, Wally? I know, but I don't hate this. And that is me speaking from Odubel Herrera. You want Odubel back? I don't hate it. I would have liked Ramon Laureano more. That was the move, in my opinion. But I think this is a indication as to what Ramon Laureano, maybe the asking price is too high. I said it right before I walked away. I said, if Bader goes first, that's probably an indication of the Ramon Laureano asking price. And if Ramon Laureano went first, then Bader would be on the move shortly after. For Bader to go first, it tells me the Orioles are asking for too much for Ramon Laureano because of that extra year of control, which I think is a huge mistake. Ramon Laureano should take nobody's spot on the field. Ramon Laureano needs to get out of the way.
Scared as a Mets fan.
Ramon Laureano needs to absolutely get out of the way. Should not take any of the young players' time and reps. That's the only thing I worry about. That's what I'm worried about. Keeping Ramon Laureano. Ramon Laureano's got to move. If I could have gotten Henry Mendez for a Ramon Laureano or a Henry Mendez type prospect, I would have been happy with that. Zolan, I think the Cubs are going to add a starting pitcher. I think they are going to swing big for starting pitching. That is my feeling on that. Dodgers being too quiet has me scared as a Mets fan. Well, it's interesting because I think Dodgers fans are just generally irritated by the whole thing. But I think that the Dodgers are cooking something up. So, in addition to this, while this trade was going down, we've got the Kwan tweet from Morosi. A Stephen Kwan trade is viewed as increasingly likely. Where do you have Stephen Kwan? If we were power ranking teams for Stephen Kwan, well, the Phillies, I would say the Phillies are out of it. I think that a Harrison Bader trade does not mean that they are done, but I think it gives you insight into their mindset. So I would say that there's a good chance that the Phillies are out of the equation for Stephen Kwan. Padres, are they going to part with even more prospect premium? Padres, Dodgers, it feels like an extension candidate situation. Now, the Dodgers have options because the Dodgers would also be a good fit for Brendan Donovan. Also would be a good fit for Willie Castro. And if they think they can get those two for less, then I think they go that route. But the Dodgers could be in play for Stephen Kwan. If you're a team like the Blue Jays for Stephen Kwan, I think that qualifies as one of those big upgrades. If the Blue Jays are going to go out and get a bat, they're going to try to upgrade in the field with their lineup. A guy like Stephen Kwan crosses over that threshold for what you need to do. A guy like Luis Robert doesn't. A guy like, who else is available here? I mean, Taylor Ward would. Ramon Laureano doesn't. Jays fans, any Jays fans that are kind of getting maybe into the idea of Ramon Laureano, that's not enough of an upgrade. So that has to be kept in your mind here, that if the Jays add a bat, it's got to be a real upgrade.
Is Zach Gallen doable to get for my Red Sox?
We need to go check passing. Is Zach Gallen possible for Red Sox? I would say yes. Let's go see what this is from Jeff Passan. There you go, Dodgers fans. There's your move. There's your move. Yeah, Gallen is very doable. Brock Stewart is going from the Twins to the Dodgers. This is again. I get these like go check passing. You guys tell me go check passing. I get my hopes up every time, and I'm like, oh, this could be a big one. And then when it's not, it is very disappointing. Brock Stewart has been good for the Minnesota Twins out of the bullpen this year. It is a nice bullpen upgrade. Is it the bullpen upgrade I thought the Dodgers were going to make? Not necessarily, but Brock Stewart's a good piece. Is a good piece for that Dodgers bullpen, and maybe that's how they're going to go. It's not going to be a splash. I mean, obviously Duran is off the board. Mason Miller is off the board. So maybe you're looking for that. You're just looking for good baseball moves. You're looking for good pitchers. So Brock Stewart is going to the Dodgers. They get one of their needed bullpen upgrades, additions. Brock Stewart right now, where he would sort of fit into that Dodgers bullpen. You got Treinen back. Treinen, Vesia, Banda, and he's right in there with that group. He is, if you're trying to create a group of 4 or 5 that you want to ride with, he would be in that group. He would be one of the top 4 relievers in that Dodgers bullpen right now. So it's a nice addition for the Dodgers pen to go get Brock Stewart. Now, this is going to be interesting to see what the return package is, because Brock Stewart is a good pitcher. Brock Stewart's got a what's Brock Stewart got left? Fangraphs is totally letting me down. I obviously did not have Brock Stewart's contract situation committed to memory, and it is not easily available on. Have they already moved him? It's not easily available on Fangraphs. There he is. They have already moved him. Wow, that was fast. Fangraphs moving fast on that. 2 more years of control. So this is definitely going to cost them something. Brock Stewart's having a good year, and there's 2 more years of control. Jackson, do I think the Phillies are done after the Harrison Bader edition? And grabbing Duran. Oh, by the way, let Let me make sure I'm updating. I got to update this because I am going to plan to do a winners and losers or a grades video tonight, and I don't want to have to go try to find all this stuff in the moment. That was Harrison Bader. So we got Bader and Duran for the Phillies. I can't say that they are done. I wouldn't say that. And we've also got Brock Stewart to the Dodgers. I wonder if they will use any of those pieces they got last night in that 3-team trade. So the first real impact addition for the Dodgers is Brock Stewart, and I like it. And I like it because he, from a financial perspective, and this team is not really worried about their finances, but he is pretty low cost. His first year of arbitration was under $1 million, which means his second. And your arbitration is going to track on that, so he's not going to cost that much. He's going to be a literal afterthought when they're going through the budget and when they're going through the payroll and they're thinking about how much more do we have to pay on top of what we're actually paying in salary because of the penalties. He'd literally be an afterthought. Relievers are moving at a high clip. Mark Feinsand is reporting that, oh, wow. All right, this is interesting. We should talk about this. I think it would be a mistake. I think that maybe it is leverage. Maybe it is, I'm not sure. Let's wrap our head around this. I think this would be a mistake. We're going to pause it. We don't need to leave that going. But Mark Feinsand is reporting in front of his green screen that Luis Robert appears unlikely to be traded ahead of the deadline. That would be fuel for a trades that should have happened video. If we're going to do that, we need guys like Luis Robert to not get traded. So, from a content perspective, I am rooting for this to be what actually transpires, because I would love to be able to dig into Chris Getz for making a massive mistake. You trade Luis Robert. I don't care if the return sucks. You trade Luis Robert, you get him out of there. You absolutely have to. What, are you going to pick up the $20 million options? You're not going to do that. Nobody's believing you if that's what they think you're going to do. Robert has been very poor this season with the bat. Let's pull this up here. He has continued to be good defensively. And do we have, this is what I'm interested in. Let's look at the game logs. This is what matters. Look at July. Can you see his July numbers? In July, there have only been 2 baseball games that he has played where he has not had a hit. Right? Am I looking at that line right? Yep. Only 2 times, on July 9th and on July 27th, did he play a baseball game and not get a hit. He is 353, 441, 549 slash line in July. To me, that raises his trade value to where you deal him. It does not raise the argument to pick up those $20 million options. I trade him. I trade him all day. Now, the Philadelphia Phillies trading for Harrison Bader, that gives you a sense that it's going to cost too much, that Chris Getz is trying to get more than he should for Luis Robert. It also is a sense, again, I think Ramon Laureano's asking price may be too high. Now, we still have 4.5 hours for the asking prices to come down. But Luis Robert's got to go. This would be a huge mistake. This would be one of the mistakes of the deadline, to not trade Luis Robert. Don't like that at all. What's up, King? Asking price is stupid. Rayburn just said on MLB Network that the White Sox are asking for Tong. Oh, you can't do it. For Jonah Tong plus. I have really never agreed with Chris Getz and how he goes about his trade negotiations. Let's go back. What was that? I want to go back and take a look, and let's grade that Dylan Cease trade. Do you remember? It was the off season, 2 off seasons ago, going through the song and dance, basically dragging Dylan Cease's whole off season around trade rumors. A guy that went 4.58, and I told you guys at that time that he's not the guy he was in 20. He's not as good as he was in 22. He's not as bad as he was in 23. He's somewhere in the middle. And that's basically what you have seen since then in his time in San Diego. And it was a long, drawn-out trade rumor-filled offseason. And in the end, Drew Thorpe, like the package at the time was a little bit higher regarded because Drew Thorpe was a significant piece in that trade. But what are we doing? We're holding out for a guy that's probably going to make a bad trade anyway. So I am not really into the whole Luis Robert ransom situation that is being that is transpiring at this time. Get him out of there. Trade him. It's a mistake. It is a mistake. Luis Robert, again, for anybody that's like, well, Luis Robert sucks. I know he has sucked. He sucked up until July. And I don't know. He went out for his 4th of July and had a good time, and somebody gave him something that got him right. Took some focus juice. I don't know what the hell happened, but he came back from the 4th of July. He's been locked in ever since. I got to move him. Got to move him. Big mistake coming if they don't trade him. Again, I'm all for it because I can rant on it on a video that will be not too far away. Trades that should have happened. This would be one. So I am now rooting for that for content purposes. Go ahead. Don't trade him. Would love to create that video. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me go back to notifications. Take a look at this. We have something going on. Astros are one of 3 teams to watch on Stephen Kwan. Good call there. I like that one. I think we were just going through some Stephen Kwan teams, and I did not get to the Houston Astros, but they definitely make sense. So Jose Altuve needs to play second base. End of story. Jose Altuve is your second baseman. Stephen Kwan's your left fielder. I like it. I like what that does for this Houston Astros team. I think that would be a great addition. We have Yankees discussing Bednar with the Pirates. It's going to require Mr. Brian Cashman. I don't know who David Cashman is, but it's going to require Brian Cashman to pony up some prospects to get him. We're seeing what the rental relievers are going for. It's going to cost more to get David Bednar because he's got another year. So the talking points right now are Robert unlikely to be traded. That's coming from Mark Feinsand. The Dodgers traded for Brock Stewart. These are the headlines over the last 15 minutes. And the Astros are one team to watch on Stephen Kwan. Again, I think the Padres could still be in, the Dodgers in, Blue Jays in. Who else? Where else am I thinking about for outfield, specifically maybe left field? I could go. There are some teams that have sort of dropped out of buying mode. I can't see the Braves. If the Braves were in it this year, I think the Braves would definitely. Maybe the Mets. And that might be it. That might be it. Maybe the Reds. Oh, the Giants. I like the Giants idea. Yep, the Giants too. There's a handful of teams, and that's good or bad, depending on how you look at it. That could go either way. Definitely. ASMR, I think you want it to be the Braves. You know, I think they match up well as trade partners, but again, it's a trade for the future. It's for the next 2 years. It's not this year, but a lot of his value is wrapped up in what he does for you this year, and you're going to have to pay for that if you're the Atlanta Braves, and he's not doesn't matter him being on the team this year. So if you're the Atlanta Braves, I think cross your fingers that he doesn't get dealt and maybe try to go get him in the offseason, because you don't want to have to pay for something that you don't have any need for. And again, right now, the helping me this year make the playoffs and make a playoff run, that is not something the Braves want to pay for. They'll pay for the 2 years beyond, but you're gonna have to pay. You're gonna have to pay for right now. Let's see what we got. What's up with Mitch Bannon? Mitch. Blue Jays still seek a bullpen upgrade. Many top relievers have moved, but Camilo Doval, Griffin Jax. I don't think Griffin Jax is moving. Cade Smith. I kind of forgot about Cade Smith there. With the whole situation in Cleveland maybe falling apart, Cade Smith could be available, but so many years of Cade Smith is going to require a real premium package. David Bednar. I like the idea of Bednar. Danny Coulomb, Dennis Santana, Phil Maton don't have the same track records, but also fit. Danny Coulomb is a rental. Phil Maton, I believe, is a rental. Dennis Santana has another year, which would increase the package for Dennis Santana. So David Bednar, if you want me to pick of these guys, who would I want? I target the Pittsburgh guys. The extra, I believe Griffin Jax has 2 more years. Cade Smith at least 3. Camilo Doval 2. That is going to take this to a prospect premium that I am uncomfortable with. I will dance with you on Bednar and Santana. Definitely Danny Coulomb. That's probably as far as I go. Thank you for sending that to me, Matthew. Fine Sand tweeting 43 seconds ago and 4 minutes ago. Cubs are actively trying to make moves, but sources say the Cubs are declining to part with Moises Ballesteros, who ranks as the Cubs' number 2 prospect. Really? Who is worth that prospect? I think Sandy is. I think Joe Ryan is. Cubs fans. I believe it's Moises Ballesteros. Could be butchering that. Are you trading him if it gets you Sandy Alcantara or Joe Ryan or somebody of that ilk? I would do it. Mackenzie Gore, exactly. Or Mackenzie Gore. I'm leaning that way. Let's see. The Astros continue to monitor the starting pitching market. Cease, Sandy included, but sources say Houston is currently more focused at upgrading the back of the bullpen with some of the top controllable relievers potentially in play for the Astros. So a couple of items. Douglas says yes for Ryan or Gore. I would too. Now this is where, again, okay, I and I think we all should, place higher regard on these highly ranked prospects, top 5 in your organization kind of stuff, top 100 all of baseball, especially the guys who are at the higher levels. The guys who are climbing up your farm system and maybe they're cracking your top 5 or your top 10 and they're still at A ball, there's obviously room for them to continue to climb, but there's also volatility. They could go in the other direction. Guys that have reached the highest levels, like Moises Ballesteros and Owen Cassey, those guys have proven it at multiple levels and they're still here. It would be a strong price to pay, but for a proven entity like Gore or Ryan or Sandy, I would do it. That's what it's going to take. They're not going to want, think about, this is the thing with the Cubs farm system. A lot of these guys are at the higher levels. They're not going to want Christian Hernandez, who is a 45 out of 80, but he is down at A ball. If you're talking to the Cubs, it's because you want prospects that are close. Highly regarded prospects that are close are better than highly regarded prospects that are still 2 or 3 years away. And I say that regarding the Cubs, and I also say that regarding people who want to hate on the Shane Bieber and Blue Jays trade.
Jed Hoyer is trying to play Monopoly without buying property. Trade by Astros, he has nowhere to play.
Peter, thank you for that donation. Good point. It's a great point, Peter. I'm with you. Turn it into something that can help you win the World Series this year. Bravesfields, you met him at a AA game. He has a future. Yes, he definitely does. For sure. Block the DH isn't a good enough catcher. Yeah. I guess here's a thought. Are they thinking about, after Kyle Tucker, if you're the Chicago Cubs, are you thinking about life after Kyle Tucker? And if he walks, you are unable to get the extension done for him, then he's your DH? Is that in play? Could that be why you don't want to part with him? But you've also got Owen Cassey. At some point, again, it's parades over prospects here. I understand the value in having a strong farm system, but
instead of Casey.
I'm cool with that. If you could come out of this deadline with one of those two still intact, and you are upgrading your rotation, you are getting somebody like Joe Ryan or Mackenzie Gore or Sandy Alcantara back, which they become a key fixture in your rotation next year as well when you're trying to run it back. Yes. Come on, man. This is why I say when I do my trade deadline predictions and a lot of the stuff goes wrong, guys, you can't blame me for these GMs not doing what they're supposed to do, what they should do. Colin, are the Phillies done? I will not definitively say they're done. I could still see them. I think everybody's still got moves to make. Everybody could still add another piece to their bullpen. If I'm a general manager, I am not done. Even the Detroit Tigers, who have added 3 relievers, 2 today, and the starter Paddock, I'm not done. I am constantly entertaining ideas for depth. I am constantly entertaining ideas for my bullpen because there are always upgrades to be had. Even the Detroit Tigers, they have made a bunch of moves, but they could always upgrade another piece. There are guys that raise the floor. And if I can raise my floor, then I'm doing it. So I'm not, if I'm the Phillies, I'm not done. If I'm the Tigers, I'm not done. If I'm who else? The Mariners, I'm not done. I am on the phone looking for upgrades. And even if I've already got 3 relievers, if I can steal another one, I'm doing it. Man, this is interesting. A lot of very interesting, a lot of interesting news, a lot of interesting insight. Woof. Ben Rice. Take it easy, Ben. We see you. Try hard. By the way, can we kill the whole try hard thing? Can we stop with that? Just a little aside thing. Who hates somebody who tries hard? Right? Like, isn't it a good thing to try hard? Why is there a segment of society that has started to use try hard as a as a negative thing? I'm sorry. I kind of want if I have a company, I want my company to be filled with tryhards. Can we? Sorry, I was going to jokingly call Ben Rice a tryhard, but then I realized I was going against one of my pillars of belief these days. That whole tryhard thing is so overrated. Ryan O'Hearn is expected to be traded today. Thank you, John. Thank you for stating the obvious. If the Orioles don't trade O'Hearn, that'd be a huge mistake. Again, if the Orioles don't trade Mullins, if they don't trade O'Hearn, anybody that doesn't get traded, I'm kind of rooting for it because it means content. There will be a video about trades that should have happened. And I would love for that to have, 5 or 6 guys. So if the Orioles don't trade Ramon Laureano, if the White Sox don't trade Luis Robert, if the Mariners, I'm sorry, not the Mariners, the Marlins don't trade Sandy Alcantara, okay, go for it. You'll be in that video. Actually, the Sandy one probably wouldn't be there.
Trade for?
If anything, it would not be the Marlins that get it. It would be the team that should have traded for Sandy. And we'll see how the landscape looks once everything is done, once the dust settles. But there may be a team that should trade for him. It's not necessarily just a player that should have been traded away that wasn't. It's, in some instances, a team that left a glaring hole and did not go out and get something they needed. Jesse, who do you think the Padres will trade away and trade for? I think we're all sort of in agreement that Dylan Cease is the biggest, trade chip that they have right now. I also think that if the price is right, God, do we think Ethan Salas could move? I don't know. I do think there are definitely other prospects in this San Diego system that could be on the move. When you get a guy like Mason Miller, and you also have Nick Pivetta under contract, you have Yu Darvish under contract for a couple more years. Then the other pitchers like maybe a Cash Mayfield or Boston Bateman become available to help get a deal done to get Stephen Kwan over there. Maybe you don't have to send Ethan Salas in a trade. Maybe you can get it done with Mayfield and Bateman. So I think that any of those top 10 prospects for San Diego have a target on their back, as does Dylan Cease for the San Diego Padres. And who would they be trading for? It would be for the left fielder. It would be for somebody like Cedric Mullins that could go play left. It would be for somebody like Luis Robert who could go play left. It would be for, again, if they want to go big, the Stephen Kwan type, a Taylor Ward type. But the Angels aren't selling, they're buying, which I don't like that. I think they're making a mistake. If you're the Cubs, you have to give to get. That is correct, Grayson. Marlins asked for George Lombard for Sandy. Well, I remember once upon a time when Spencer Jones was untouchable, was one of the most exciting prospects in all of baseball. And we saw how that went. George Lombard, again, I talked with you guys. We're saying it a lot right now. These highly ranked and highly regarded prospects at the lower levels don't carry as much weight as the highly ranked and highly regarded prospects at the higher levels. There is room for them to collapse. George Lombard, the number one prospect, has just started playing at Double-A baseball over the last 2 months, and he is struggling. There's a lot of talent there. He gets tremendous grades, 55 out of 80 graded prospect. But 60 of that, one of his highest tool is his defense. 60 out of 80. If he was ready now, get him out there. They could use that fielding tool. They could use that defense, but he's not ready now. I would do that trade. I would trade George Lombard for Sandy Alcantara because George Lombard is just getting to Double-A. He's been there for 2 months. He is going through his bumps after doing really well at High A Hudson Valley. What if he never figures it out at Double-A? Spencer Jones was a diamond of a prospect. Then he went into a rut. Now he's at Triple-A again. He's been at Triple-A. No, it was Double-A. I think it was Double-A that he struggled. Now he's at Triple-A and he's crushing it. These prospects go up and down. And sometimes they go down and they never go back up. Ask me about Orelvis Martinez. Trade George Lombard for Sandy Alcantara is what I'm saying. All right, let's refresh. Mets are not close on Luis Robert at the moment. Not out of the option. The White Sox hold Robert and consider the option. Mets remain in priority for Mullins if is a possibility. Sorry, I'm gonna tell a joke right now. I'm gonna tell a joke. It's a joke. The Mets already overpaid for one piece at the trade deadline. They don't want to have to overpay for another one. But again, I'm fine with the Rodgers trade. I'm just, it's a joke. Barring a last-minute change, Phil, Maton is expected to be the final trade for the Cardinals. Brendan Donovan has been a player who has been brought up, and apparently he will stay, which doesn't surprise me. Brendan Donovan, talented player,
Nationals
probably going to
buying,
cost too
selling,
much.
or nothing? James would give them another Soto-like haul.
What's up, B Skrills? Good to see you, man. You hope Stephen Kwan stays, but it wouldn't shock me if he gets traded. Hopefully he's still with Cleveland Guardians by the end of the day. I mean, at some point, yeah, you have
could
these
be
guys.
Kyle Schwarber with power but better avenue. The dude can straight up hit.
You have these poster guys, and Stephen Kwan is a banner poster guy, and I think every team really should have like 3 or 4 of those, and would love for them to stay there. And Kwan is one of those banners that you hang up on the outside of the stadium, and keep them. So I'm with you. Manuel, the Nats are selling. Wood is not going anywhere, but the Nats are selling. We've seen 3 bullpen pieces move from the Washington Nationals, and that's really where they had the most assets to bring to the table. Nothing about Kelly and Gallen. Do the D-backs want too much? I think they want too much right now, so we're going to be looking, Frank, for that to come down. We're looking for that asking price to come down as we get closer to the deadline. Douglas, Castro, and Ryan for Cassie, Wiggins, Sanders, and Nolan. Who does that? Castro and Ryan. That feels like a lot. That feels like a lot to give up. That's a couple top pitching prospects. I don't know if I would do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a lot. Michael, Ballesteros could be another Kyle Schwarber with power, but better avenue. The dude can straight up hit. If you're getting you don't give him up for a rental. But if you're getting a starting pitcher, a top of the rotation starting pitcher, who can help you make a run right now and help you for 2 more years, that's where I start to come around to being okay. All right, we have to give up something substantial for that. 2 years and this year's run. Beast Girls, I think there's a chance. I don't think we have ruled it out, but I think it's one of those longer shot trades. Do I think the Brewers will trade any of their starting pitching depth? I felt like Chad Patrick could be used in a trade to bring a bat over, but we are now trying to think about the Milwaukee Brewers and what is out there and what is a fit. and we may start running out of options. Options for if you are trading Patrick, what are you getting back? Are you getting fair value back? Peace up, H-Town. The talks are dead with the whole Correa thing. Let's see here. Did that stall out? Let's check the news on Correa, because that certainly would be a big one. Nothing has happened over the last 16 to 24 hours, just the mulling and the discussing and all of that. Seen as unlikely for now. Yeah, it's a long shot trade. Okay. I wouldn't blame the Cardinals for holding on to Donovan, Burleson, and Nootbaar. I think it makes sense to hold on to them. The only way you move them is if you get a tremendous return back. This Luis Robert thing, this is a developing story right here. The Chicago White Sox might not trade Luis Robert Jr. He has been able to build his trade value back up with a July where he has slashed 353, 441, and 549. That's your batting, your on base, and your slugging. That is Luis Robert building his trade value up. And I guess the teams inquiring on Robert are trying to trade for the guy who was on the field for April, May, and June. And the White Sox want to trade for the guy who's been on the field since July 8th. Makes it tough to try to pull that off. I mean, even before Robert started that bounce back, there were whispers out there that maybe they don't move him. Can the Dodgers pawn Conforto off on someone? Fortunately, I think they're stuck there. So the headlines at the moment: Luis Robert, not close. Does not look like maybe that would happen.
But at the trade deadline, are small market teams becoming a shopping center for the big markets? Fix is coming 2027?
Quan is likely to move. Donovan is unlikely to move. Bieber to the Jays, Mason Miller to the Padres in a hell of a haul. Harrison Bader went to the Phillies, and the Phillies fans are pissed. O'Hearn is going to be traded, which we all knew. Yankees are talking to Bednar. William, at the trade deadline, are small market teams becoming shopping center for a big fix is coming? I mean, it's not just all small market teams. What ends up happening is the small market teams have the guys. They go out and make the moves with players in mind that they're going to spin off. That's one of the reasons why the Twins brought Harrison Bader on board. Yeah, he gives us depth, and you know what? If he has a good year, we can trade him. I think that what you find is that the big market teams, the big spenders, they have these big contracts that are untradeable. And so you don't see them in sell mode. And typically they should be in buying mode more seasons than they are in selling mode. So it ends up being those smaller market teams because they have the contracts that are easier to trade. They have the guys that they have brought up in their system and are getting close to the end, and they're not going to extend them. That is where your floor comes in. If we want to have a conversation about the whole luxury, I'm not going to have this conversation with Bryce Harper in the room, but if we're going to have a conversation about the salaries and a cap and a floor and all that stuff, I'm not a big cap guy, but I am a floor guy. I want to see
Rangers
teams have to spend money.
Also cease to Astros?
Think about a world, Robert. Rangers. I think the Rangers are going to buy, and I do like cease to the Astros. I think that's very, very real. So, and a good point about that tornado kick. There are some really cheap owners out there. The Washington Nationals, the D.C. market is not a small market. The Baltimore market is not a small market, and they are sellers right now. They are just not investing in their teams at the moment. Pittsburgh is a big market in this country. They just have a cheap-ass owner. So that's really the problem. Just the philosophy, the way they do things is different. I mean, I would classify Tampa as a smaller market. There certainly are some that are more true to small, but there are some teams in big markets right now that are selling that just are not investing in their team. But if you had a floor, would live in that world for a minute, now's a great time to do that. As we are trading guys off that we're not going to extend, we're not going to spend money on. If we had a floor, if the Baltimore Orioles had to invest $200 million a year in their team because that was the floor, would Cedric Mullins be getting traded right now? No, he would have gotten an extension, as would maybe some of these other prospects that they're building up because they got to get their revenue up to that floor level. Would the Cleveland Guardians be trading Stephen Kwan? No, Stephen Kwan would have been extended. If we had a real salary floor where teams had to invest in their clubs, David Bednar would not be getting traded. He would have an extension. If anything, you would almost have similar to an NBA kind of thing where you would be looking for trades with players whose salaries matched up to make that equal out and even each other out. If we lived in that world where there was a floor, then Stephen Kwan would have an extension. Cedric Mullins would have gotten an extension. If the Baltimore Orioles had to spend $200 million on payroll, Mullins would have gotten an extension. So I'm a salary floor guy. If you want to do a salary cap, okay. But that salary cap's got to go far high above and beyond what the current luxury tax level is. That number's got to go way up.
Bad a trade for my Phillies.
And I think that's honestly the only way you would ever get the players to agree to it is if you said, hey, we're going to double what the luxury tax is. We're going to double that number. We're really going to make these owners spend money. If that was coming, there would be like 8 teams up for sale right now. But I need a floor that is significant. I want a $200 million floor. It's crazy. It's not going to happen, but none of this stuff is going to happen anyway. I need a $200 million floor, and I need like a $500 million cap if we're going to do that. I need all of these players to know and feel comfortable that they're going to get paid what they are worth. Anyway. Matt, is Bader really that bad a trade for my Phillies? I don't think so. I am good with that trade. I think that the Phillies probably were trying to get a Luis Robert thing going, but it sounds like he's going to cost too much. I think that the Phillies were probably trying to get a Ramon Laureano thing going, but my feeling is for a Bader deal to happen first, it means that Laureano is going to cost too much.
Doing anything.
So I think that I think it's a good trade. Bader is a better bat and a better defender than Kepler. You are raising the floor with an addition like Harrison Bader. Colin, they're talking. Colin, stay calm, stay patient. I'm pretty sure a trade is going to happen. I will be absolutely shocked, and I will be on the floor if the Cubs don't make another move today. It's going to happen. 100% going to happen. Guys, subscribe if you haven't yet. How many people are in here and not subscribed? Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Stay close to us. We do this every deadline season. We have been gearing up for the trade deadline since May. Some people get frustrated by that, but if you are somebody that likes the trade conversation, if you like transaction conversation, I get the whole trade concept idea fired up at the end of May. So stay with us. And we're going to enter August. We have 2 more months of regular season baseball. We go big time in October as well. Live streaming pretty much every night after all of the playoff games through the ALCS, the NLCS, the World Series. We'll be live streaming after every single game. So if you like live baseball talk, this is a fantastic community. I put this community up against any others on YouTube. I would love for you to be a part of it. So make sure to subscribe if you have not yet. And obviously during the off season, we have a ton of transaction, trade, free agent talk. If you want to make your off-season sting a little bit less, because I hate when baseball goes away, we keep you entertained during the off-season as well. Baseball doesn't stop. Baseball is a 12-month endeavor on the channel here. No breaks. Do you think the Jays are cooking something else, Tony? I do believe. Definitely. A rundown of the day. The day started, I'm going to try to do it off memory. The day started with the Shane Bieber trade. Also, Paul Sewald was traded to the Detroit Tigers. Later on, the Detroit Tigers would also add Kyle Finnegan. We had the Mason Miller blockbuster with Leo DeVree headed to the A's and a couple other prospects. All together, 4 of the Padres' top 15 or top 20 prospects went to the A's. We had the Harrison Bader trade to the Philadelphia Phillies. Again, Philadelphia Phillies fans are not too happy about that. We're hearing lots of rumors around Sandy Alcantara and Dylan Cease, but nothing is moving. We are hearing that maybe Luis Robert does not get dealt, which is, again, I think would be a mistake. The fact that Ramon Laureano has sort of been leapfrogged by the Harrison Bader tells me something's up.
The Mets get their guy Robert today. Will they really let a DH and Vientos keep them from someone likely Robert? So it's Robert's ceiling versus Vientos' floor.
There is a strong likelihood that Stephen Kwan gets traded today. What am I forgetting, guys? Moises Ballesteros is a piece the Cubs don't want to part with, which may be what blocks them from getting Sandy or Joe Ryan or Mackenzie Gore type. I feel like that's those are the highlights right now. That's everything that's big. The Yankees are talking to Bednar. Did I forget any other trades? I don't think I've forgotten any trades. Looks like Brendan Donovan will not get traded. Again, just trying to rapid fire through what's going on. What do we got, Matthew? Let me check your super chat. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Mets get their guy Robert today. Will they really let a DH and Vientos keep them from someone likely Robert? So it's Robert's ceiling versus Vientos' floor. I guess... Matthew, part of the trouble I have every time we are talking about a Chicago White Sox trade, Chris Getz it has been so difficult to navigate trades with him. So we'll see how this goes. We've experienced this before with the Chicago White Sox and trade chips. So I don't know. I think the Mets maybe could offer up Mark Vientos, and it still may not be enough. I don't know why, but I feel like Chris Getz might move the goalpost. Oh, you will include Mark Vientos. Okay, well, the price has gone up. The price has gone up because I'm talking to 7 other teams. I feel like Chris Getz is a bullshitter in a negotiation. Let's see. Oh, Brock Stewart. Right. There you go. Thank you, Thomas. Brock Stewart, a nice addition to the Dodgers. Brock Stewart right now would be one of the top 4 options out of the pen for the Dodgers. And there's 2 more years of control, cheap control. Not that really matters for the Dodgers, but it is nice to have somebody who's kind of an afterthought when it comes to the payroll. Did Yandy Diaz get pulled? We are getting some comments. We are getting some updates there.
Just here to say I told you so to the guys that laughing he'd when I commented about at Mason Miller coming to SD. Smiley face emoji. 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 Smiley face emoji.
You out-timed the text to talk, Joshua. Congratulations and good job by you. That was a nice pickup. I like it. I'm happy with it. 4 more years of Mason Miller. He will work into your rotation. It's a great addition. I never thought it would happen. I thought that the price would be too extreme, but I forgot that A.J. Preller was in the room. All right, let's see here. Let's check on the situation in this Rays game. We are hearing that Yandy Diaz has been pulled from the game. Yankees are up 7-2 in this one. Christopher Morel has gone in. Yandy Diaz not playing first base today. He's DHing. Christopher Morel pinch hitting for Yandy Diaz. Could mean a trade is in the works. So that will be something to watch. Certainly a handful of teams that could use Yandy Diaz's bat. I think he would go well to the Texas Rangers. I think he would go well to the Boston Red Sox. Just a couple teams off the top of my head that I could see being a good fit. What else do we have? What is new? Yandy Diaz has not been traded, according to Mark Feinsand. He was hit by a pitch and lifted from the game in the aftermath. we can put an end to the Yandy Diaz trade talk as quickly as we started it. John Heyman, 3 minutes ago, Yankees remain in on the David Bednar Derby. They have a history of doing deals with Pittsburgh, but others are still in it as well. Yeah, David Bednar is kind of rising to the very top, the cream of the crop right now when we are looking at relievers that are truly have a target on their back to get moved. 100%. Bednar is one of the top ones right now. Felix Bautista will not be moved. I'm nutting. I don't know who did that, but that's funny. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Nutting has entered the chat. Bob, can Paul Skeens get a raise? Evans says Atlanta does not need Quan, even though it would be nice. What's Andy Martino have to say? Very polarizing individual in Mets coverage. Mets-Sox talks on Robert had cooled by last night. Obviously, still time to reignite, but as far as I can tell, that hasn't happened to this point. Mullins is a maybe. So, Mets fans, I'll say this. Brace yourself. There is a world where the New York Mets do not add a significant position player. And the reason why they may not add a significant position player is because of all of the depth that they have. They have so many options that if you're looking at your prospect capital and what you're going to invest at the deadline, you go to the areas of need first. Maybe you don't like Jeff McNeil in the outfield, but you know what? Maybe Mendoza, maybe David Stearns, maybe they do. Nimmo's in left field, Soto's in right, left and right are locked down, so it's really center field. If you go get Cedric Mullins or you go get Luis Robert, McNeil has to go somewhere else. McNeil goes to second base.
Trade day update. Jim isn't a cap guy, but he's a floor guy and doesn't like the put-down or try-hards. Hasn't yet said in the mix.
Oh, it's true, KD. I've botched that intensely. So you have Tyrone Taylor, you have Starlin Marte, you have Luis Angel Acuna. There is so much depth. So if you are a Mets fan and you're looking for that upgrade, they may just decide, nah, it's not there. That's why a couple of days ago the report came out that they were looking to deal guys like Vientos or Beatty or Acuna or Mauricio because they have that depth. And if they're going to get something, let's go out and turn it and use those guys. By trading them away to maybe get relievers, then that opens up a spot to go get Luis Robert. But they didn't use any of those pieces to get their bullpen upgrades. They used prospects. KD, thank you for that super chat. Definitely not a cap guy. I do like the floor. I do like to raise the floor. And if we can raise the ceiling while we're raising the floor, all the better. Is somebody trying to say the Braves still have a chance? Tough thing with the Braves is they really don't have any assets to move to bring anything significant back. I have found it kind of comical that Alex Anthopoulos is still adding some pieces.
Why are the Yankees prospect hugging? Don't the Yankees know to make your team better you have to give up something?
Well, you have to give up, Frankie, thank you. You have to give up. You have to have a blend, a mix of prospects and veterans. You have to have star players on top of young, scrappy kids that are trying to make their way and earn a spot and get that payday and all those things that maybe motivate young players. But that can't be all your team. You have to part with, if you got to send Lombard out the door to get Sandy Alcantara, do that. All day long, do that. I'm saying, I feel like if the Yankees are going to hold on to those prospects, they're not going to get the upgrade.
Got Severino to get above the floor. Why hasn't he been moved yet, and why is nobody mentioning him?
I don't know if anybody wants to take on that Severino contract. I think that's why. This is where Luis Severino would be easier to trade in a world where we have a salary cap floor, because there would be other players like Luis Severino, a position player potentially, that is making $20 million this year and $25 million and has a player option for $22 million in 2027. There would be a position player with a similar contract structure, and the two teams could get together on a swap. This is in salary cap or salary floor land, but we don't live in that land right now. So teams are going to look at that Luis Severino contract and say, we don't want that money. But that Severino contract, again, gives you a little bit of a glimpse into what it would be like if we lived in a world with a salary floor. The A's did that deal so they could get their payroll up to a level where they didn't have to worry about a player grievance. The Marlins flew in the face of that this year. The A's didn't want anything to do with it, so they gave Severino a contract. That's just a glimpse into what it would be like if we had a salary cap floor. Players would get paid. That's why you got to have, if you're going to have a cap, you got to have a floor, and the floor has to be high, and the cap has to be really high. Anybody wondering when the deadline is? Yes, 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 o'clock Eastern. What else do we have? We have a cooled off Luis Robert situation. Nationals receiving interest on multiple hitters. So call it, we're in a little bit of a lull right now, but we know that that's not going to last for long.
Do the Mets have a better bullpen than my Phillies after the Duran deal?
I would lean yes. I would say yes. Matt, thank you for the donation. I would say yes. Hold on. What? Let me just see something real quick. I'm going to look. The return for Brock Stewart, I believe it was, what was the return for Brock Stewart? Good question. I feel like I'm getting certain players. Did we hear it? Did we find out? Yeah, I don't think we know. We still don't know. All right. Talking sports, the O's are not trading Trevor Rogers. I don't know what MLB Network is talking about. Yeah, I have not been listening to MLB Network. I obviously can't. But I don't think Trevor Rogers is on the move. So, anybody talking about Arjun Namala, the team that Arjun Namala plays for is the Vancouver Canadians, and they don't play until 7 o'clock tonight. So he can't have been pulled. They're not playing. Whew. The Detroit Tigers are just trying to build a whole new bullpen. It is for cash considerations. He'd been pitching at AAA. What have we been doing at AAA? Bullpen depth. Cody Hoyer to the Tigers. Another one. Again, he's been pitching at AAA this year, but that is now the fifth pitcher, fourth reliever. Cody Hoyer to the Tigers. As the Tigers just can't help themselves. They're just accumulating pitching. For cash. Eric, there is no Sandy trade yet. Guys, who am I missing from the Orioles? They have traded Brian Baker, Sir Anthony Dominguez, Ramon Arias, Andrew Kittredge. Is that it? Gregory Soto. Is that it? They have so more to go. They've traded Brian Baker to the Rays a month ago, but they have traded a depth piece in Arias and 4 relievers, and that's all they've done. O'Hearn hasn't been traded yet. There's still time, but interesting. Yeah, we had added Gregory Soto. Who's winning so far? If I were to give out grades, I would be giving A grades to the Mariners, the Mets. And again, I'm really just thinking about what did you bring in? I know that we'd have deep conversations about what you gave up, but at the end of the day, we don't know if what you gave up is going to be a problem or not for a year or two. So what did you give up to improve your chance of either being a World Series contender or getting into the playoffs? I like A for the Mets, A for the Phillies, A for the Seattle Mariners. Are those my only A's? What else you guys got? What else you got? Did I not have Kittredge in that list of group? I did. Who? Give me some other. What other A's do you have? Would we give the? I don't know if I can give the Padres an A for Miller. I'd give them a B. They got to get a left fielder. Get a left fielder, and we can start talking about an A for the Padres. But I would say right now, I only got 3. Again, I give the Padres a B. Give me the left fielder. Get me the left fielder, and I am at an A for the San Diego Padres. For the Toronto Blue Jays, I need another reliever. For the Toronto Blue Jays, I need another reliever. Then we can start talking about an A. And it needs to be an impact reliever. That's how we get there for the Blue Jays. Right now, I would say the Blue Jays are closer to a B. The Athletics, the prospects they got for Miller, going to give them an A for that? I don't know, man, because I think the A's are getting close, right? And they traded J.P. Sears and Mason Miller. They got prospects that are still a ways away. So this A's eventually got to start winning. And this A's team, I kind of would have liked to see them hold on to Miller and transition him into the rotation next year and really start to build something. And he's gone. So I don't think I can give the A's an A, even though I like the return. I think this sets that team back a year. And I don't want to waste a year of guys like Zach Wilson and Brent Rooker and Lawrence Butler. And you're paying some of those guys too. So I think I got 3. I think I have 3 A's right now. The live deadline blog. Let's see what this looks like. What am I? 2 minutes ago. Dodgers. Does Andrew Friedman have a surprise up his sleeve?
Mentioned you in a Sports Illustrated tweet.
Justin, what's up, man? Thank you for the donation. Yeah, I my stuff pops up in Sports Illustrated and Sporting News and some of those
Jumping in and out,
websites
anything
sometimes.
Dodgers happening at all today?
I'm Donovan. The Dodgers have added actually better than good. I really like the addition of Brock Stewart. I think that's a nice piece. He's done very well for the Minnesota Twins, and you have him for 2 more years after this. Brock Stewart would probably be one of your top 4 options out of that bullpen right now. So good job getting Brock Stewart on. I think more will happen. I'm Donovan. Thank you for that donation. Thank you for hopping back in. 6 City Guards. You like Dodgers to get Quan. That is your prediction. They have the system to do it. I think the question probably is, would you part with Dalton Rushing to get that job, to get that deal done? That may be what it takes. Are you doing that? I think there's just some unknowns about Dalton Rushing. Get Michael Conforto out of there. Just let Dalton Rushing play left field every day. You got these guys who get run. They're veterans, and I get that, but give them playing time. You think Zaire hope for Stephen Kwan? If you're Cleveland, don't you want to get something that... How far away is Zaire Hope is where I'm trying to get at. Don't you want to get something that is closer to making an impact? Zaire Hope is at A ball, doing well, but he's at A. He's 20 years old. He's 2 years away. Versus Dalton Rushing, who starts playing left field for you the day after the trade, I would rather get something that helps me right now, because I think the Cleveland Guardians next year are going to be back trying to do something in that division. I think they are sort of taking this year and they're maybe looking at it like, we got to do a reboot. We got to do a reboot, but we want to be back next year. If they were looking to be done with this thing and next
Who's
year,
getting the best lefty? Danny Coulombe.
then J-Ram would be available. I mean, truly, if we were going to talk about Cleveland just blowing it up, then J-Ram would be available. Tanner Bybee would be available, but I don't think they're going to do that. They have invested money with those guys that next year, that $21 million that goes to J-Ram, they don't want that wasted. I mean, they know he's going to bring fans in, but I would think you would want to have, you want to bring talent that's close or talent that's ready back for Steven Kwan. Steven Kwan has 2 more years left. Go trade him for somebody who tracks at a high level that has 5 or 6 years left. That kind of feels like the trade to try to pull off. Who's getting the best lefty? Danny Coulombe. I'm going to stick with my predictions, even though it's looking less and less likely. I'm going to stick with the Blue Jays. That's on my my latest predictions. It's probably not going to happen. It is a 1 in 30 shot, and I think obviously if you were to take the Jays or the field, you would take the field. But that's where I'll live for now. Bailey, what's our chances that we don't trade Mullins, O'Hearn, and Laureano? I think Laureano's probably the highest likely to not get moved out of that group. O'Hearn and Mullins, the value has to be there. Mullins, though, there's the sentimental value there. Maybe the front office is like, you know what? We don't want to alienate this fan base. And God, could you imagine attaching a qualifying offer to Cedric Mullins? That would be, I think that would be so wrong to him. So they wouldn't do that for the qualifying offer piece. But Laureano's got an option. They can bring him back. Mullins, the fan base absolutely loves him. It was a love fest this series against the Blue Jays. He was making great plays. He was hitting home runs. Like, that fan base would love to keep him. But O'Hearn, I know the fan base loves O'Hearn too, and I think O'Hearn loves being there in Baltimore. But it is, you got to trade one of those guys. I would think the likelihood of being traded is lowest for Laureano, then Mullins, then O'Hearn. So I would say O'Hearn is maybe the most likely to move. Let's see. But here's my other thing about the Orioles and the situation, specifically with Ramon Laureano. Mike Elias, don't get distracted by the fact that you've got a year of control there. Use that in your trade negotiations to get the better package back. Ramon Laureano needs to get out of the way. The young players, the youth in this organization needs to be able to play. Get Ramon Laureano out of the way. I don't want to be giving innings to Dylan Carlson and Ramon Laureano and those guys. Get them out of the way. Oh, the poll. My God, I haven't even thought about the poll. Jesus. How are we looking there, guys? What was the poll at? Like 500 likes? I got to think we shot past that along. Or did I do 1,000? What? I don't even know where we're at. By the way, thank you all for hitting the like. Without me even asking once, just creating that small little poll, you guys have taken us to something. I think we're over 1,200. Why is this? Whoa, come on. Stay with me.
You think Mets swoop in for Kwan after Robert news?
Well, that is what's interesting. The pivot that could happen as a result of there not being an opportunity to get Robert. Oh, it was 1,000. Okay. Let's start a new poll for new people that are coming in. Can we get to 2? All right. Yeah, we'll make it 2,000. Close that. All right, so what else we got here? Rockies traded McMahon. Wondering if Bird, Vodnik, and Halverson could go. Will they trade both Gallen and Kelly? They should. Again, if they don't, great. It's going to create content for me. If you are the Diamondbacks and you don't trade Gallen or Kelly, look, you got to get more than what you feel would come back if you attach a qualifying offer. But Zach Gallen is not having the kind of year to attach a qualifying offer to. Merrill Kelly kind of is, but I also think that would hurt Kelly's market. I really would love to get rid of the qualifying offer. I would say you should be able to do better here right now with your return at the deadline than you would with your qualifying offer reimbursement when they go sign somewhere else. Yes, trade them both. Again, if you don't, it is going to be content fodder. And when I put my video out on trades that should have happened, you'll be on that list. You will be in that video along with Luis Robert. Chad Jennings 7 minutes ago, was the Mason Miller deal a setup to do more? Preller is always a wild card at the deadline, and today he pulled off a stunning deal. Surely that's not all Preller had in mind. The Padres still need offense, and Preller could get creative with Dylan Cease, Robert Suarez. Word is, though, Robert Suarez is unlikely to get moved. I think that came from Bob Nightingale. Dylan Cease is an interesting one, but what does Dylan Cease bring back? Can you spin Dylan Cease off in a trade that brings you the left fielder that you're looking for? Again, if you're looking for teams that could use a pitcher and have an outfielder to spare and are in a buying mode, so you got to meet all three of those qualifications. I have the Boston Red Sox in that group. I have the Texas Rangers in that group. I have the Cleveland Guard. Well, again, I think Cleveland could be, if they felt like they still had a chance, Cleveland could be in that group. There's not a ton. There are not a lot that could use the starting pitcher upgrade and have an outfielder to send back. Let's see. Eddie's here. Am I an undercover Mets hater? That is absolutely false. I picked the Mets yesterday to win the division over the Philadelphia Phillies. I don't know why that's up. And I started the whole Mets Team of Destiny thing last year before anybody else started riding with the Mets. Definitely not a Mets hater. Let's check in with Wardy on that. If he thinks I'm a Mets hater, there's no shot. No shot. You want to know, like, truthfully, the teams that I hate on right now are the teams that are being stupid. And I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Teams that I am hating on. If you want to know who I hate right now, and it's really about front office and making dumb decisions. I'm not a White Sox fan right now. I'm not an Angels fan right now. Now this changes. This changes from time to time. I don't know how many times I have to say it, but I will keep saying it that you can be criticized one minute and praised another. It just depends on are you doing the right thing? Are you making the right moves? Are you headed in the right direction? Are you doing right by the players? Are you doing right by the fans? Or are you doing wrong by the players? Are you doing wrong by the fans? Are you wasting years? St. Louis Cardinals are wasting years. Yes, I am down on the St. Louis Cardinals right now, but it's not because I don't like the Cardinals. It's because I think they're being stupid. They're wasting your time as a fan. So I'm down on the Cardinals right now. I am way down on the Pirates. You don't even know how down on the Pirates I am. I'm down on the Nats. I am down on the Angels. I am down on the White Sox. I'm down on the Twins. I am down on the... I'm not going to pile on the Rockies. The Rockies are doing the right thing. They're trading players away right now. So, again, you could suck. Like the Colorado Rockies, 28-80. But they're doing the right thing, trading pieces. So, I'm not going to give them a hard time. That's how that works. That is how that works. What's up, Harrison? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. We're waiting for the Robert deal, man. If it's not Robert, sure, go for Stephen Kwan, but then Nimmo goes back to center, or what are we doing at DH in that case?
Will the Phillies make any more moves?
Why did I heard that, but I don't see that. There it is, Matt. I can see the Phillies making another move. I can see everybody still making another move. Well, okay, the Detroit Tigers have traded for 4 relievers so far. I got to think that's good. If anything, the Detroit Tigers, I could see them trying to raise the floor with a depth move. Somebody like a IKF or a Miguel Andujar or Gio Urshela. I could see them raising the floor from that perspective. Damn, the Rays are just dropping like flies. Yandy Diaz down. Jonathan Aranda is down. They're not getting traded. They're just coming out of the game dealing with injuries.
Diaz to Cubs, maybe? Possibly why he got taken out?
No, he got hurt. He was hit by a pitch. Yandy Diaz is not getting traded. I think that Harrison. I think your Mets are going to make a move. I think the Mets do have a big move in them today. There's still that major league talent that they are willing to deal from. I got to think there are teams out there that believe in Mauricio, that believe in Luis Angel Acuna. I think that the Brett Beatty thing, I would think he would be the least likely to move. Vientos still has upside, so I got to think there's somebody out there that is interested in those pieces. So the Mets still have that to trade from. I don't know if they want to dig into the farm system much more after trading Dom and Baez and Gilbert and Tidwell, but can't rule it out. Just depends on what's out there. I like the Mets. I remember, what was it? It wasn't SNY. It was somebody else. I remember watching the Mets because when I was up in upstate New York as a kid, the Mets were on TV. It was really the Mets. It was more Mets than it was Yankees. For whatever reason, where I was. Maybe it was the cable package I had. Well, it wasn't really cable. It was kind of cable. I don't remember. I was a kid. But the Mets were on a lot. And I remember I really liked that Mets team back in the, what were we in, mid-90s, late 90s, mid to late 90s. I like that Mets team. Am I American? Yes. I live in the Baltimore area, or outside of Baltimore, sort of sandwiched between D.C. and Baltimore is where I live these days. Grew up in upstate New York. Guys, are we like, is it just, what's happening? Let's see here. What else do we have? Do we have anything new here? Updated 30 seconds ago. What was updated 30 seconds ago? Yep, that's pretty old. That was like a half hour ago, that trade.
Tim, bug fan of the video blog.
Craig.
Hearing per Heyman
I
that
always
I am
know it's
acquiring
Craig.
a burrito emoji for cash considerations, broken chain emoji, beating heart emoji, ing emoji, carp streamer emoji, falling leaf emoji, cityscape at night emoji.
You're a choir. It's so sad. The Streamlabs has really butchered the text to talk thing. I'm really disappointed in this because now it can't get to all of the emojis, and the fact that it says emoji after every emoji is really annoying. I wonder if I can. I don't know if I can fix that. That's a default setting. But Craig, thank you, and good luck with that. Good luck with that burrito. I hope it doesn't turn out to be a bad move, and cause trouble down the road. Oh, here it comes. Shit! God damn it! Ken Rosenthal, you son of a... Yankees are close to acquiring David Bednar from the Pirates. I mean, I know the Yankees need the bullpen. They need relievers, but man, I wanted that guy. Wait a minute. Do we have the Rangers maybe about to swoop in here? What's going on? Refresh. Come on. Yankees and Rangers appear to be finalists. Coming 20 seconds after Jeff Passan. Passan saying the Yankees are finalizing a trade to acquire David Bednar. Finalizing a trade. Are the Rangers going to swoop in? If Passan puts it out there, it's done. So David Bednar is going to the New York Yankees. Hey, Toronto, get your shit together. This has got to be a move that motivates the other teams in the American League East. And I'm not just talking about my Jays, the Boston Red Sox as well. The New York Yankees adding David Bednar into that bullpen stable makes that team far more dangerous. And guess what? Both of your asses could have used him. Both the Red Sox, both the Blue Jays could have used David Bednar, and you fell asleep, and the Yankees got him. What is going back is going to be fascinating because David Bednar has another year of control, and I'm pretty certain will require a premium on that additional year of control. It is going to cost a lot to grab him. You're going to pair him with Devin Williams and Luke Weaver at the back of that bullpen. I still want them to get a lefty. Danny Coulombe would be a great addition here. I would hate it, but that would be a great addition. Tim Hill needs a lefty counterpart, in my opinion, because right now when I think about the Yankees' circle of trust, it doesn't go too deep for me. It goes Bednar, Williams, Weaver, and Hill. I need more. Yankees got some work to do. Yankees need a starter, and Yankees still need a lefty arm, but they get Bednar, and that's a big get. That is a big addition. Damn. I'm disappointed because I wanted him on my team, and that's a no-go. I think Yarbrough might be hurt right now. Let me double check on that. Yeah, strained oblique, and that can do your season in. That happened about a month and a half ago. Yarbrough went down with a strained oblique.
Brewers'
They're going to get Heel back.
Growing as prices maybe decrease.
They get Heel back. You get Rodon. You have Fried. You have those three. I want another one though. Brewers' chances growing
David
as
Bednar
prices.
is a good move for the Yankees now. I would still like a starter, but Marlins want Spencer Jones for Sandy.
I would say there is Brewers need some prices to come down. I'm sure that's why we haven't seen much.
Ball on that one.
Cy really dropped. Yeah, that. Let's see what the package is. Maybe Chris Young is like, I'm not paying that, and the Yankees were like, we got to do it. Bednar is a good move. Braden, thank you for the donation. David Bednar is a good move. You do need a starter. You don't have to get Sandy Alcantara. I also heard Lombard is what they want, but you can still improve this rotation without having to trade for Sandy Alcantara. There are still call up the Diamondbacks. Kelly, Gallen, grab one of them. The return package is going to be fascinating because of the dominance that Bednar has been pitching with this year and the additional year of control. Tyler's going on Bleacher Report, and their YouTube channel. What? Tyler, fuck Bleacher Report. Okay. Hey, he's doing his thing.
I want Tomoyuki Sugano, smirking face emoji.
I would be on my channel. I would tell Bleacher Report they can have a recap of the trade deadline after. Forget that. Braden, I want Tomoyuki Sugano. Yeah. Should be able to get him for cheap. I think Sugano would be nice rotation depth. Sugano would be a guy that could get you innings between now and October, and some teams could use that.
Need another bat and maybe a starter.
Some teams could definitely use a guy to get you innings between now and October.
Brewers probably won't go get a big name, but could they please sell some of the 12 pitchers they have? Yeah. Mayers, Patrick, or Henderson?
Joshua,
I
do
will be
think another bat would be
disappointed
good.
if the Jays don't acquire another big relief arm. Thoughts?
Joshua, I think you're good on starting pitching. I think the Chris Paddock deal that I think that takes it home for you guys, especially with how much all this is costing. I'm with you. A bat would be nice, but now we're starting to get to the point where we're trying to find the right fit, trying to find a piece that actually makes sense for the Tigers. DKY Sports, thank you for that donation. Yeah, it's similar. It's all about the fit. I think Patrick is a great trade piece, but for what Milwaukee needs and what's out there and the value those guys have on their names,
I would only trade Spencer Jones for Quan.
I'd have to take another look at it, but I feel like we're getting to a point where some of those big upgrades, like I would have used Patrick in a trade for Suarez. I would use Patrick in, and here's the other thing: we're thinking about who goes where. Part of the problem is I think the perfect fit would be a shortstop for you guys or a significant third base upgrade, but the significant third base upgrade is gone and the shortstop market is too thin. You have to try to pry away somebody who we thought was maybe unattainable. And there's where you could use somebody like Patrick or Myers. So I do think there is that possibility though. Chris, disappointed if Jays don't acquire. I'm with you. I agree. Chris, I'm with you 100%. I need another big bullpen arm for the Toronto Blue Jays. I'm with you 100%. Braden, I would only trade Spencer Jones for Stephen Kwan. The pitching is key. If you can get an elite pitcher back, I would trade Spencer Jones for Joe Ryan. Hold my lean. Welcome back to Ballcap Nation Gold. We have some Morosi. Let's see what we got. What's going on with Kramer? Marlins remain active in the relief market, though many of the top arms have obviously landed elsewhere. Word is that Minnesota has a tighter grip on Griffin Jackson after trading Duran. Bednar's market soared after the Miller blockbuster. So what is the package? Do we have the package that's going back? Top catching prospect Rafael Flores and two others go to the Pirates. Flores is among the players, so that's one piece we know. Let's see. John Morosi saying that the Blue Jays are working to add one more bat with 3 hours to go before the deadline. Good options remain: Quan, Castro, Pham, and Lawrence. No Tommy Pham in Toronto. He's not an upgrade. The only true upgrade for the Blue Jays in this group that I would trade for is Stephen Kwan. I like Willie Castro. I hope I have made it clear at this point that I'm a Willie Castro guy. I am also a Ramon Laureano guy. I have made that clear, I hope, to this point, and if I haven't, take my word for it, I'm in on those two. I don't think they are a good fit for the Toronto Blue Jays and their current roster construction. They are perfect fits on other teams and other scenarios, but not with the Blue Jays. All right, what do we got from Passan? The Padres are acquiring catcher Freddie Fermin from the Royals for Ryan Bergert. Bergert was another one of the Padres' top prospects. I think he was in the top 15. Am I right on that? If memory serves me correct. Freddie Fermin is an interesting addition. Freddie Fermin's a good player. Padres needed a catcher in a bad way, and I think that's a nice addition here. We got to take a look at Fermin's numbers because I do not have them obviously memorized, but I do remember Freddie Fermin is a good catcher. Sitting behind Sal Perez as the catcher there in Kansas City, as his sort of partner behind the dish. I don't know. Mid 600 OPS. That is obviously going to be slightly below league average. Well, this year, more than slightly below. But you see what he had done the 2 previous years. If he can get maybe more regular time out there, maybe he can do a little bit better. Fine behind the plate. I like the pop time. Pop time is one that I really like because when you're looking at framing, dude, that can sometimes be an umpire. You have a good umpire, you have a bad umpire. That's going to impact your frame rate. The caught stealing above average. If he throws like 2 or 3 guys out, all of a sudden that soars from 4 points below league average to 10 points above league average. If he just throws like 3 guys out. So those are but the pop time, I do like the pop time. Decent behind the dish. Padres needed a catcher. There you go. Not a whole lot to say about that one. Really what we are tracking here is this package for David Bednar, who I am bummed out about, is not going to the Toronto Blue Jays. Blue Jays have been in on all of the big relievers. Stop me if you've heard this before, Blue Jays fans. At the deadline and in the offseason. Blue Jays have been in on all the big relievers who have moved, but everyone's in on everyone. It doesn't matter much. They're still trying to make another high-end bullpen edition ahead of 6 p.m. Okay? I mean, we're running out of time. We're running out of names. I mean, elite back of the bullpen stuff. Because Bautista's hurt. Clase is a degenerate gambler. Duran, Helsley, Bednar. I mean, we are trying to get high-end bullpen options. Maybe Camilo Duvall.
Do the Padres have the best player development system in baseball? How are they able to empty the cupboard every deadline only to be able to turn around and do it again next year?
The price for Duvall may now be too much. When you consider how much Helsley went for yesterday, when you consider how much Bednar and Miller went for today, I think the price for Duvall is going to be too great for the Blue Jays to pay. So I would not think that is a possibility at this point. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. The Padres have had a farm system that I think was underrated by those that grade farm systems, and then those formulate opinions on what others say, and that's what we do. Okay, I'm kind of being a smartass with that comment, but if you went and looked at the Padres system, the reason why it wasn't a highly ranked farm system is because a lot of those players were teenagers. You had a lot of 18 and 19-year-olds, but you had 7 prospects that were 50 out of 80 graded or better. You had from that number 7 or 8 to like 14 or 15, a bunch of 45 or better graded prospects. And if you go look throughout all of the farm systems, they're all kind of in a similar position, but their prospects are 21, 22 years old, which rises them up the farm system rankings. So if you're looking at talent, yes, they have a very talented farm system. They're just really young. And there are teams that are fine gambling on that youth, because the other thing that happens is if you trade for Owen Cassie and Owen Cassie goes out there and immediately stinks, oh, crap. Well, now everyone's going to grade this and judge this. But if you trade for some 18 and 19-year-olds, those guys aren't coming up for another 2 or 3 years. People are going to forget that this was the trade that you made. They forget about it.
Cubs gonna get Joe Ryan. Get well, Aranda. Folded hands emoji. Go Cubs.
Nick, thank you for the donation. I do think they do have a good farm system. They draft well. They draft well, and they handle their international signing time very well as well. Home Eileen, thank you for the donation. Cubs can get Joe Ryan, get well around, and go Cubs. I hope that the Cubs make an impact splash at that rotation. We are less than 3 hours from the deadline passing now. We are at 3 o'clock. It is 3:01, and we are looking for some of these big names to come off the board. Make sure to smash that like if you have not yet. Are we 700 away from the goal? Let's go. Let's get to 2,000 likes. Do we like the Bednar trade? What's the rest of the package? Let's see here. That's what I want to know. What else on top of the catching prospect is headed to what is happening here? Eli. Okay. I don't know why I have Eli. I think I must have turned notifications on for him during the football season because he was doing something and I forgot. I do not need Eli Manning. I do not need Eli Manning notifications. And I'm not going to turn them off now because I'm doing other stuff and I'll forget. What do we got? We have Rafael Flores, and that's it so far. It really depends on the package. I like that the Yankees get David Bednar. I like that on the cover of this whole thing, but I need to know what did they give up to really feel to get a feeling on if I like it or not. Where'd Felix Piedmont to the Padres? I'm just updating my sheet because once this is all done, I will be recording a
How
trade
long
deadline
will trades
grades
keep coming after deadline?
This evening. Just programming notes, everybody. I will be doing a trade powers probably really like for about a half hour, 20 to 30 minutes after the deadline passes. We could still hear about names. So there is a programming note. I will be doing a trade deadline grades video that will air tonight. Deadline is 6. We'll probably go till about 6:30. And once that is done, I think I'm going to grab a bite to eat, and then I will be right back down here recording a deadline grades. So kind of have sort of a recap and grades video that premieres tonight, probably, 8, 9 o'clock. Carry through the rest of the evening and tomorrow. And then if we really have no Luis Robert trade, no Zach Gallen trade, no Merrill Kelly trade, if the Cubs don't trade for the starting pitching they need, if the Blue Jays don't trade for the bullpen they need, I will have another video that follows, not tonight, trades that really should have happened. So that will be following as well. Let's see. What do I think the Orioles? What do I want the Orioles to do? I want them to trade the players who are leaving. I want them to trade Ramon Laureano. Get Ramon Laureano out of the way. Hold my lean. 3 players guaranteed to be dealt by the end of the deadline. I will say Danny Coulombe. I will say Merrill Kelly. I will also say Ryan O'Hearn. How about that? Let's see. Frank. Yeah, I mean, it's a little, there's a little mashed potato going on. At some point, you're going to start hearing me saying teams that I don't mean to say and names that I don't mean to say. That happens, unfortunately, as we go, and as the old brain box starts to get overworked and starts to overheat. Among the return, Rafael Flores, who tore AA, is now at AAA. Also in it, Egleen Perez, probably mispronounced that. 19 with excellent swing decisions. That's excellent swing decisions. Good. We can't say plate approach. Swing decisions. My son is 10 with excellent swing decisions. Can we get him traded to the Pittsburgh? No, wait a minute. What am I saying? No, don't want him traded to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's never going to make any money over there. Never going to pay him. They're going to trade him. Maybe we could get him to the Yankees. Can we get my son on a contract with the Yankees? He is 10 with excellent swing decisions. Let's go. No pitcher going back? I would think you would want a pitcher going back. Six City Guards. I'm trying to get him a contract, man. Trying to get him a pro contract. You trade your son in a minute for a top 10 prospect. Do I think the Phillies go with a? Well, see, that's the funny thing. So I coach youth baseball, and one of the jokes is when we do, they do a player evaluation in the spring, and they draft and you draft off that evaluation. You try to spread the talent equally so you don't have these super teams, and that's the joke. That's one of the running jokes during our draft is that we would gladly allow our sons to be drafted to other teams. It's like, yeah, you can have my boy. Sure, go. Do I have to keep him, or can I keep somebody else? Yeah. Anyway, it's dads and baseball and all that stuff. It's funny. You'd see, I had to be there. No, see, Boris, that was the thing. I realized what I was saying halfway through. I was like, nope, gotta stop. Cedric Mullins is still on the board, Paul, but we don't know if he's going to get moved. My favorite trade so far has to be the San Diego and A's trade, the Mason Miller trade. That's probably my favorite trade to this point. Let's see. We got Felix Firmino on the Padres. We've got Bednar in the Yankees. Very, very sad in a sad manner. I did draft a super team. Again, I don't know if anybody was around during the season. I posted some photos. We won the spring championship. And we went 15-1. We beat everybody. The one team we lost to, we beat in the semifinals. We walked them off. Story time. Yeah, we had an elite team that I was able to put together because I knew a bunch of the kids, and some of them didn't grade well during the evaluation. So I put together a team of kids that I knew, would push each other, and we just went through and ran through the whole regular season. Had a couple walk-offs in the playoffs. The championship was we literally beat the team into submission. For anybody that knows youth baseball, we only play 6 innings. It's a 2-hour, 15-minute max, or 2.5-hour max. But in the finals, there is no max. We were in the 5th inning, and we were running it up. We were up like 10, and the coach comes over to me. We're still batting. Coach comes over to me. And he's like, hey, we're done. And I'm like, what? You can't be done. This is the championship game. I'm not gonna go back over. Like, I had to process it for a minute. He comes over to me. I'm third base coach. He comes over to me. He's like, hey, we're done. Like, I got no pitching left. My guys are dying out here. We're done. And I'm like, okay. And he walks away, and I stand there and I process for a second. I'm like, stop. I leave my post as the third base coach to go over while the guy's batting. My kid is still batting. I go over to the bench because they were on the third base side. And I'm like, you can't do that. These guys have to go out there in the 6th inning to get the final 3 outs. So I'm not going over there to the dugout and say, hey, guys, they quit. We win. Yes, fun season. Fun season. It was a 10U team. And we were the Cubs. Cubs win. And we did the whole thing, man. We went and got the flag. Every time we won, those kids got to run around the outfield with the flag. We didn't do the song until it was late. But we did when they won the championship. We had immediately, the game was over. We had the speakers there, and we started playing the Go Cubs Go song. So we did it right. It was a fun season. Anyway, there's a little glimpse into real life from this spring. It's fun. Z-Dog Zombies, Pirates got fleeced. Well, I guess it depends on how much do you like Rafael Flores. Brian Sanchez. We got Perez, Sanchez, and Flores. Okay. Let me. I'm familiar with a couple of those guys. Let's look at them all. Let me put them all in front of me. Got Perez, Flores. Flores is a rising prospect, doing very well, but entered this year on sort of a down note. Since his promotion to AAA, still trying to get his legs legs under him and really start to do something. Did very well at AA this year. Number 8 in the system, number 14 in the system, and who else? Brian Sanchez. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think the point is, if you're the Pirates, you are probably hoping for something bigger. I think you're probably hoping for something bigger. If you're a team like the Toronto Blue Jays and you're trying to swing this trade, couldn't you have done that? Couldn't you have sent 3 prospects of that ilk? I've said that twice now. I have reached my limit on the word ilk, so we're not going to do that again. Wouldn't you think you could meet that package? I think they could have. I definitely think they could have. And this is the stuff that'll start to, again, fire me up and piss me off, is when you start to look, and it's what drives everybody nuts, right? You start to look at, okay, this is what it took to get that guy, and I am underwhelmed by the return package. My team should have been able to do that. And if they're not willing to do that, what the hell are they doing? So, yeah, I can understand some frustration with that one. That's just my feeling. That package right there should have been able to beat that. Prospect hugging can burn you. I mean, yeah. Anyway, that's frustrating. What else do we have? Everything is there. Okay. All right. Do you think Phillies go with another bat or arm if they make a move? I think they could add another. I think they could add another arm. I don't know if they would add another bat though. That I don't know. I do not know. I do know, and I want to remind everybody that we are sponsored today by Underdog Fantasy. Head on over there. The link is down below in the description. Just by registering, you are entered in the giveaway. No deposits required. Just by registering, you are able to enter into this Pick Your Prize giveaway. No purchase, no deposit is necessary. SeatGeek $100 gift card, 150,000 subs. That's $100 in stubs. $150 value, up to $150 value on a jersey on MLB Shop. So just by registering, head on over there. We are waiting around for trades to happen. You guys can dig in there and get it done. Want to get 50 registers today, 50 registrations done. Head on over there if you haven't yet. And once you have registered, if you want to make that initial deposit, they will give you up to $1,000 in bonus funds for your first time deposit. Let's see here. Let's go to... There we go. Bummed out. I'm very disappointed because, again, I'm trying to think about guys that I feel confident that are available for the bullpen. These impact guys are coming off the board, man. And I know a little something about supply and demand. as the supply is going down and the demand remains strong, the prices go up. And I do not want to overpay for Pierce Johnson. I do not want to overpay for Camilo Duvall. No, I do not. And now, if you trade for Dennis Santana, oh boy, you better not. You better not put forth a package that looks stronger than the David Bednar package. You will get crucified for that one. Griffin Jack's probably not going to be on the move. Yeah, man. Braves, Phils, please overpay. No, we'll not do that. Anything on the Mets? All we've most recently heard on the Mets is that the traction for Luis Robert just doesn't seem to be there. Martino said it started to cool last night. Maybe Mullins is an option. Maybe.
What's a fair package from Jays for Duvall?
A fair package, or what it'll actually take? I mean, I think that you could be in a situation where you could get. I think you could get. I feel like the Toronto Blue Jays could move a guy like Kendry Rojas, a guy like Orelvis Martinez, and somebody at the major league level right now. Maybe that's Will Wagner. Maybe it's Joey Loperfido. Maybe it's Alan Roden. Those guys all feel like they could be included in a trade for Duvall. But I think at this point you're going to be looking for maybe a step up in terms of the prospect capital. Oh, I know what I want to do. We've had, let's see, the latest. Oh, I got you. Let's do that. I don't know if Seth Halverson's going to get moved. Ben Eder's no good on the Pirates. I think Flores is enough alone. Bednar's good, man. Terrell, Bednar's good.
Why do I feel as if the Mets will get Rooker? Stearns and Mets very quiet right now. Love that they don't leak these days. LFGM and keep kicking butt, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. I appreciate that donation. Appreciate the kind words. I don't see Rooker getting dealt. I do think the Mets are being active behind the scenes, trying to get a deal done, maybe for somebody like Cedric Mullins. Probably still going to effort a Luis Robert trade, but I just don't see Brent Rooker getting dealt. I just don't see it. Yeah, I think Rooker's staying put.
Phillies bring up Crawford after deadline?
I mean, if they don't, well, I mean, they just traded for Bader, and that left field, I think, is probably going to be matchup driven between Bader and Kepler. So because of that, I would doubt it. I mean, I know Crawford's playing well at AAA this year, but I think if they didn't trade for Bader, then potentially. And you've got and there's always a chance of injury. If somebody gets hurt, I think he's got to be one of the next guys called up. And again, if you didn't trade for Bader, but because of the Bader trade, as long as everybody's healthy, I think he stays down. All right, what time? What do we got? Okay. It is going to be time for me to take another break. I have to go upstairs and we are going to order some pizza, and I am going to go facilitate the ordering of the pizza. We are going to be making that deal here. So I'm going to go upstairs, take care of that. It's 3:20 right now. We'll probably be back in about 15 minutes or so. Let's just to be safe, I'm going to say 3:40. I will be back by then. Let's just put it at 40. That's probably a safe bet. Let's do that. And again, we'll dig into everything. All right, guys, I will be back. If anything crazy or nutty happens, I'll be back before that. But at the very least, guys, I will be back. I don't know why that happened. I will be back at 3:40 in 18 minutes. Well, well, well. I don't want to seem too excited here because, well, I mean, there's two fan bases here that are going to have two very different emotions right now, and one fan base is going to be very excited that they are bringing in Cedric Mullins. Jake Bird is going to the Yankees as the Yankees are loading up on relievers. Ramon Gomez, Anthony Nunez, and Chandler Marsh are going back to Baltimore. Chandler Marsh is the third. Okay. So, Jake Bird, yeah, Yankees. Okay, your bullpen is going to be really good. Hasn't Jake Bird sucked over the last month or so? Anyway, the Mets get their guy. This was a scenario where the whole Luis Robert thing fell apart. Chris Getz, keep doing your thing, dude. And the Mets jump. The Mets jump and go get Cedric Mullins. I just watched Cedric Mullins play against the Toronto Blue Jays for the last couple of days, and he is a tremendous ball player. I think there are people that are going to be out there saying, "Oh, Cedric Mullins stinks." Cedric Mullins does not stink. He's a very good baseball player, and this is a great get for the New York Mets. Absolutely phenomenal. He's your center fielder. They will have to move pieces around. I think what ultimately happens here when we are thinking about the domino effect, I think Jeff McNeil moves back to the infield. I think Brett Beatty is going back to a utility role. Cedric Mullins is a tremendous center fielder, and that's where he has to play. Now, he's a tremendous center fielder in Baltimore. He's familiar with the dimensions. He's familiar with that, but he's just tremendous. He'll get used to that. He'll get used to that outfield, I'm pretty sure. Let me update this. Mullins to Mets, Bednar to Yankees, Miller to, let's see, Miller to the Padres. Let's go. Let's just do that. Actually, can I get rid of this? No, I can't. MLB trade deadline. Let's just do that. Okay. Let's do that. So this is great for the New York Mets. This is a great addition. This is a middle finger to Chris Getz, who could have done a deal for Luis Robert, but does not want to do that. And when you think about the pieces that are headed to the Orioles here, this is a easier trade to digest. I got to think, if you are a Mets fan, we're going to take a look at the prospects that are in this deal. Again, this is according to Joel Sherman. Hold on, we did have the other one. Gonzalez, Nunez. I mean, Anthony Nunez is number 14. It is, I mean, this just does not hurt at all. Who's the other piece? Chandler Marsh. So Anthony Nunez is the big piece here. Number 14 overall prospect. Pitching out of the bullpen. If you're the Orioles, I don't know if you're too happy about that. The Orioles, this is a relief pitcher. I'm going through this. And then the other two pieces, Chandler Marsh and Gonzalez, not highly regarded pieces. This is look, I think that Michael Ice is good at building a farm system, so I'm obviously going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but on the cover, don't love it. I love it for the Mets. New York Mets, great job. The only piece that is of any consequence, at least on the cover here, is Nunez, and he's coming out of the bullpen. If I am the Baltimore Orioles, I don't care if it's one guy. I got to get somebody that can work into a starting pitcher role and can be close. Gonzalez is an 80 grade fastball. this is gonna time will tell what we got here, but this looks like a very good trade for the New York Mets. Giving up 3 prospects, yes, but we are staying away from the prized farm system pieces here. For the Baltimore Orioles, on your perspective, if any Orioles fans are a little disappointed by this return, I would not push back. I would not fight you on that. I'd be right there with you. And it's disappointing to see Cedric Mullins leave. Cedric Mullins is fan favorite. If you try to define what is a fan favorite, you would see a picture of Cedric Mullins in an Oriole hat. I mean, that's what it is. So Mullins to the Mets. Again, I like it for the Mets. Cedric Mullins was just all over the place over this weekend. I bet it improved his outfield metrics. Let me see. Because he robbed 2 home runs against the Toronto Blue Jays, one of which clearly boosted the team's likelihood to win on Monday night. Because if that ball went out, it was a 3-run homer. His range is up to the 83rd percentile. He plays a great center field. I don't care if his outs above average aren't in the 99th percentile. No, he does not have a strong arm, but he is a elite defender. The bat slipped off a little bit, but we are still seeing him slug more than we have in years past. So this is, again, I think this is a great get. I mean, if I had to pick between Mullins or Robert, I would rather have Cedric Mullins. Mullins is going to go out there and work his ass off for
counseling.
you.
I'm
I don't know if
traumatized
Robert's
by
going to do
AJ
that.
Preller. How do us Padres fans deal with this, Jim?
Sorry for speaking over your super chat, Matthew. But I know Cedric Mullins is going to lay it all out on the line for you, and you're going to love him. I don't know if Luis Robert would have done that. So the Mets end up winning in this scenario with this trade. Great job. Great job by the Mets to pivot and land Cedric Mullins. Matthew, I got your super chat coming, and I also want to say again how this impacts the Mets. Clearly, Cedric Mullins is your starting center fielder. You move Jeff McNeil back to the infield, and it's sort of the domino effect that takes place with McNeil moving back to the infield. That's at least how I could foresee this playing out. Brett Beatty has been getting a lot of run at second base. I think that comes to an end. Deservedly so. Brett Beatty's really not doing a whole lot right now with the stick, so get him out of there. Jeff McNeil is your second baseman. Yeah, it works. It tracks. All right, Matthew. I need a prayer, maybe also counseling. I'm traumatized by AJ Preller. How do those Padre fans deal with this, Jim? What are you worried about? You're not happy with the Mason Miller trade? A lot of young prospects in the deal. Mason Miller's going to be a really good starting pitcher for you starting next year. I think a lot of Padres fans had really gotten excited about Leo DeVry, but I think that Mason Miller is exciting right now. And Mason Miller is going to be in that rotation next year. You're happy with Miller, but not for me. That's the other thing about this, is that the catching trade market's very thin. There's not a lot of options. So I can understand maybe not so much happy with for me, but if they didn't get a catcher, you'd be more upset with that than the fact they got Fermin. We may not see any other catchers moved. We may see no other catchers go anywhere. Danny Jansen would have been a good get. That would have been a good one. It could be Jansen and Fermin are the only catchers that get moved. Wow, man. Tyler Rogers, Ryan Helsley, Gregory Soto, Cedric Mullins. This is a good deadline. The New York Mets, man, might be winning this deadline outright. I don't know. They're right. It's the Mets and the Seattle Mariners, followed by the Phillies. That's probably where I'm at right now. Those are my A grades. Clearly, my A grades. And again, the Yankees are adding to that bullpen. Got Jake Bird as well. Ozuna may end up going nowhere. Nobody maybe will want to take on Marcell Ozuna. Heyman with the tweet, Astros aren't completely off Carlos Correa. They are still talking to the Twins. A lot of finances to work out, however. Look, the thing about that deal is when does it start up? Is it 27 or 28?
Do you think the Mets are done?
If he doesn't play or get 500 at bats or 550 at bats, you can get out of that deal. Do I think the Mets are done? I would say no, but I think that
I love the Mullins trade for the Mets.
Me too.
Huge deadline for the Mets thus far.
I love it for the Mets. I don't necessarily love it for the Orioles. And it's not just because they're losing a fan favorite. It's because of the return package. Don't necessarily love it. I got to dig in more to that prospect, to that return package, but I don't love it. So I think the Mets depth can always be brought in. More depth in the bullpen, more depth from a veteran perspective or a bench perspective. I mean, they've got a lot on the bench right now, but you still have if Beatty, you have Vientos, you have Acuna, you have Mauricio. Not all of them can play.
Any
Maybe somebody still
they
goes.
would trade for Harry Ford.
So
I'm
Jay,
curious what we could get for him. He's kind of blocked by Cal.
Jay, I think something could happen. Gates of above. I love the Mullins trade for the Mets again. Yes, again, thank you for that donation, Gates. I absolutely love it for the Mets. Winning all different avenues for this trade for the New York Mets. Not so much for the Baltimore Orioles. I don't necessarily like the return. I got to spend more time looking at the return, but my initial thoughts are I don't like it. Nick, I want to ask any Padre fan what they would trade for Harry Ford. I'm kind of curious what we could get back. He's blocked by Cal. So Harry Ford to the Padres and to Seattle. I mean, if the Padres were interested in trading their closer, if they were interested in trading Suarez, maybe we start doing there, but I don't know. What's up, Baby Yoda? Wow. I don't have any Red Sox updates right now. We could go looking for some, but I haven't seen anything pop up. And again, like I said, I haven't gone digging for Red Sox updates. Elephant in the room. So aggravated, bro. Harrison Bader. So Phillies fans, right, where you at? Phillies fans, that's the return. Ooh. Phillies fans, how you feeling? You got Bader. The Mets got Mullins. Okay, this is interesting. James Outman, 1-for-1 for Brock Stewart. Are there any James Outman fans still in existence in that Dodgers organization? James Outman was mashing at AAA this year, struggled at the big league level, but in his career, what was that year? Was it 20? What year was it? 23? I'm blanking on the year. Outman had some flashes at the major league level.
If the Mets get a starting pitcher, then they can move Clay Holmes to the bullpen and they are set for a postseason run.
I think Clay's going to stay in the rotation, though. I don't think Clay's going to go to the bullpen. I don't think they want to do that. The fact that Gallen and Kelly haven't moved yet leads me to believe that the Diamondbacks want too much. And would Gallen or Kelly be an upgrade over Clay Holmes? I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. If the opportunity is there, I wouldn't rule it out, but I would say it's more likely that Clay Holmes is in the rotation plans for the rest of the way. And as it stands right now, I mean, he could move to the bullpen in October. Senga and Manaya and David Peterson. I think I'm forgetting about somebody. You've got a group there that is sort of you build your October rotation around Manaya, Peterson, Senga. Oh, right. I don't know if you want to give Frankie Montas the ball in October. No. Okay. I'm thinking, and he's done, is Griffin Canning, but he's done. So Clay Holmes kind of fits into that group. Look, you have to remember that David Stearns was a believer in Frankie Montas. Maybe he believes in Frankie as a starter. Maybe Clay goes to the pen there. I don't know. But it's an interesting, it's very thought-provoking, the idea of what to do with Clay Holmes. Yes, I know. No Montas. I know. Again, speaking of thought-provoking, this whole thing for James Outman, what was the year? The year that James Outman, I need a new laptop. This thing is pathetic. James Outman, it was 2023. 2023, James Outman looked like he was going to be a dude. 3.4 WAR for those that like WAR. If you don't like WAR, maybe you like OPS 790. If you don't like OPS, you like slash lines 248, 353, 437. That's a 2-3-4 scale on the slash line. You like that? Maybe you just like good old counting stats, 23 homers, 70 RBI. That was 2023. That was what James Outman did with the Dodgers. And then he struggled, but he still mashed at AAA. So this is a very interesting get for the Minnesota Twins. We have another trade for the New York Mets. Let's see what we got. Mark Feinstein just tweeting, the Astros were interested in Ryan O'Hearn in their search, but according to the source, Jesus Sanchez is now high on the Astros' radar. An outfielder is going to take precedence over Ryan O'Hearn, who can play outfield, but the perfect fit, the match, is at first base. So that is where Jesus Sanchez fits in, because Jesus Sanchez goes to the outfield. All right. Mike, but I don't trust Mike Rodriguez. I'm sorry. He's the swing and miss rate. The whiff rate is too high. Why would Adolis Garcia be going to the Mets? That makes absolutely no sense. There's nowhere for Adolis Garcia to play. Hold on. There's literally nowhere for him to play. Mike Rodriguez is the only one to do it. Are we buying it?
Mets have McClain and Sproat waiting in the wings too. They have young depth behind the possible trade pickups.
Good point, Mr. Mike. Thank you for the donation. Are you buying this for Mike Rodriguez right now? I am really leaning on Jeff, Bob, John, JP. I don't know, man. Mark Feinsand, that's who I'm on. And none of them, they have all seen it. They have all seen the Mike Rodriguez thing. And nobody else has said a word. I don't know, Tyler. I really, you've got Cedric. You just traded for Cedric Mullins. You mean to tell me 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, Adolis Garcia is coming over too? Yeah, he didn't even spell breaking right. Midwest Sports. Breaking news. I don't think it's right. I'm not ready to go there. Yes, my Jeff Bassett is going to tell Mike to delete his profile. Delete your account. I'm skeptical that this is going to happen. Once we get something from somebody else, like even Michael Moreno does a lot of Mets tweets and retweets, and he knows some people. He didn't retweet this. He's seen it. Are you kidding me? On this day, everybody has now seen this from Mike Rodriguez. Everybody that is covering has seen this, and nobody else is adding any context to it other than Tyler being surprised by it. Let's see. It doesn't make sense. What if it's Brett Beatty for Adolis Garcia? My junk for your junk. Who says no? Brett Beatty for Adolis Garcia. And Adolis Garcia is just a bench bat for the New York Mets. He's not the DH. Is he the DH? I mean, I think I would rather give DH reps to Vientos than Adolis Garcia. I would rather give DH reps to Starling Marte. So I'd be very surprised if this actually happens. Not trying to be a Mets hater, as for some reason I'm being accused of lately by some people who hop in, hop out, hear what they want to hear kind of thing. It's cold. Whoa, Brett Beatty is good. I'm sorry. I spoke poorly of our Lord and Savior, Brett Jesus Christ Beatty. I apologize for that. Are we doing the Correa thing? What happens first? What happens first? Adolis Garcia to the Mets or Carlos Correa to the Astros? What happens first? I'm with you, Heron. I would rather have Beatty over Adolis Garcia. I would. It's happening! Not the Adolis Garcia thing. He's going back. Oh my God, this trade deadline just keeps giving. I'm not even a Carlos Correa guy, and I am shocked and excited. And again, I'm not even a Carlos Correa guy. The Astros are bringing Carlos Correa back. Wow. After the whole saga that took place, his departure from the Houston Astros and all of that stuff, he's going back. I gotta see what are the financial commitments that the Astros are taking on. Are they taking on the whole thing? Remember, they didn't want to pay Carlos Correa. And then the Twins signed him for 1 year after the whole Mets debacle and the foot and the thing. And then he ends up with Minnesota, and he talks about how he's groceries or something, and you got to go get, I don't know, the high-end produce, whatever the hell the comments were. And now he ends up getting the convoluted, goofy, all sorts of vesting years thing for the Twins, and now he's going back to the Astros. Holy crap. This is incredible. This is my favorite trade now of the day. This is really happening. I am amazed. I am loving this. Carlos Correa. Dude, I again have to see what are we doing from a financial commitment situation. This doesn't stop. Carlos Correa is going back to the Astros. Wow. Deepest apologies to Adolis Garcia and your 5-second Mets tenure, but we have all moved on now. The Astros are bringing Carlos Correa back. Like 20 minutes ago, John Heyman was like, hey, they're not done. Correa could still happen. How pumped is the Astros fan base going to be? Yeah, this deadline's absolutely nuts, Frank. This deadline's absolutely crazy. How excited is the Astros fan base going to be? Like, out of 10, I think they'll be at a 50. This Astros fan base is going to be through the roof. Let me see. Well, let's refresh. Guys, we still have an hour and 53 minutes of this stuff. On the move back, Carlos Correa, Astros. Twins wind up trading Correa after all. If you're the Astros, it was 15 minutes ago, Heyman was like, they're not completely off him. If you're the Astros, how much of this are you taking? That was the thing about his contract. Let's go back over here. His contract, because that was the big sticking point. They didn't want to pay him. They didn't want to give him the money. Nobody wanted to give him the money. He has the foot. He's injury prone. Let's see if this will actually load.
Do you think Dodgers are making room for Guan?
I think the Dodgers are in on him. I wouldn't say they're making room for him. I think they would certainly be in on him. So these vesting options. So you are on the hook, 32.8 next year. Let's round up, 32 and 27, 31 and 28, and then in 2029, when he turns 34, that's when we have all these vesting years, and it's based on his plate appearance totals, or if he checks these boxes. Top 5 MVP, Silver Slugger, LCS, World Series MVP, then it vests, and you have the $25 million in 2029. If he doesn't do those, check any of those boxes coming out of the 2028 season, then it converts to a club option, and you can get out of that deal after the 2028 season.
If the Astros didn't give up Matthews, it's a W.
Well, if you're taking on, if the Astros take on all of the money, I don't understand. I don't think you would. The Twins needed to get out of that deal. So I think there's a good chance that it would not take that extreme of a prospect. If you're taking on the money, if you're taking on the whole contract, then I think you're.
Where do you think Pena and Carlos positions will?
We'll read Jeff's comments in just a second. Let's see here. Denjex, where do you think Pena and Carlos positions will? So Carlos Correa will be your third baseman, and Jeremy Pena will be your shortstop. Boom. I think that's how that goes. Jeff Passett, Correa to Houston deal looked dead 24 hours ago. They revisited, bridged a significant financial gap in Houston with Isaac Paredes out for the season. Welcomes home Carlos Correa, who waived his no-trade clause to approve the deal. Moving forward, I wonder if you have Correa at third, Pena at short. I mean, this is more fuel to Jose Altuve in left field because Isaac Paredes could play second. Puts Altuve out in left. It's not my favorite thing. Elsa's dad, you like Arias at third, Correa at short, Pena at second, and Altuve in left? Wow. We got it in a time span of a half an hour. Oh, stop it, Joseph. That's not right. The 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 Mullins trade, the Correa trade, which I think quickly buried the Adolis Garcia misinformation. Look at that. Wow, man. I can't believe it. I mean, again, the Astros were in a position where they kind of need them right now. You are a team that the Houston Astros. You've got the Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker's gone, so maybe some financial. You're feeling better financially, and think about, if I remember right, the years and the dollars that they were talking about for Bregman, and the years and the dollars that are left for Correa. I bet if we go look at those, they're going to be similar. So from that financial standpoint, it kind of feels like it works. It definitely feels like that works out. Wow. He's back in Houston. That's incredible. This trade deadline is out of control. Haven't heard anything on Heaney or Santana. Red Sox are pursuing top starters, Merrill Kelly and others. There's some Red Sox news. Mark Feinsand tweeting, Correa will play third base for the Astros. I just said that. Let's see here. Houston is now trying for one of the big starters, Kelly, Alcantara, or Cease. They're also in the Quan talks as well. Houston's going all in. You think about what Seattle has been doing. And if you're Houston, definitely some motivation here. Certainly some motivation based on what else is happening in your division. It'd be really cool if my team would feel some of that motivation based on what's happening in the division. Wake up,
Twins need
Ross.
to focus on signing Joe Ryan long-term.
Man, Stephen Kwan gets dealt. Think about this deadline.
Cubs are really not going to do anything.
Like 2 weeks ago, Stephen Kwan wasn't on anybody's radar. Yohan Duran was like a long shot, 10% chance. Mason Miller wasn't going anywhere. Carlos Correa wasn't going anywhere. This has really escalated quickly. Twins need to focus on signing Joe Ryan long term. Yeah, you've got some money that should be freed up now. Colin, the Cubs will do something. They have to. They will, Colin. I'm confident in that. They will definitely do something. There are a lot of starters to be had. There definitely are. Don't worry, Cubs fans. I think it'll be all right. I'm feeling confident. Just called all my surfaces. There's zero confirmation on Adolis Garcia to the Mets. None. See? Absolute. Look, Mike, it's why you can't. It's why I don't have Mike Rodriguez as somebody that I follow and have no. I mean, do I follow him? I don't know. I actually don't remember if I follow him, but I don't have notifications on because of crap like that. There it is. The New York Mets are not trading for Adolis Garcia. Like, you got to be kidding me right now. Mike Rodriguez, never again. We are crossing people off. MLB
I'm back
scoops,
again, begging the Cubs
dead.
to do something.
Mike Rodriguez, dead. No. No, sir. No, thank you. Never again. 1 out of 100. Okay, we'll wait and find out from somebody else. There's absolutely nothing you can give to I'm just gonna call them accounts like that. Bryce, they will do something. I think they'll do something. It doesn't even make any sense. It's like Mike Rodriguez took a nap and got on his phone and woke up and just like swiped up, didn't see anything that had happened, and was going through some old text messages and saw from a buddy of his that the Mets are talking to Adolis Garcia and it's looking good. And Mike Rodriguez was like, oh shit, let me get it out there. Like Mike Rodriguez missed the objective. Mike, you were supposed to put that out an hour ago as leverage to get the Orioles trade done. Wake up, Mike. There's no reason for that to have come out 5 minutes after the Cedric Mullins deal was done. That was stupid. That was absolutely ridiculous. What do we have from Michael Schwab? We need to check something out. Let me see here. These are people we want. Astros writer, beat reporters, people who are close to the organization and live in the organization. I've told the Astros are trading for Jesus Sanchez. Okay. Yeah, Astros fans got to be excited. So we got possibly Jesus Sanchez coming over.
Would the Cubs trade Owen Casey for Cease, Suarez, and another prospect?
Would the Cubs trade Owen Casey? I don't want to trade him. No, I don't think that's going to go down. I don't think so, Padres fan. Astros are taking the spotlight right now. Carlos Correa, he's just grabbing it away from the New York Mets. Carlos Correa, now Jesus Sanchez, according to Michael Schwab, looks like he is coming over as well. And we also heard that the Astros are still going after some of that pitching that's available. Kelly, Alcantara, and Cease. If they're getting Jesus Sanchez, as Michael Schwab has posted, then I gotta think that's it for the Stephen Kwan hope. That's not going to happen if that's where we're at. Yeah. Let me see here. Yep, there it is. And it is now popping up with the national guys that Jesus Sanchez is going to the Astros. Bob Nightingale and Ken Rosenthal confirming Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins to the Astros from Michael Schwab. The Rangers are getting Danny Coulombe. Son of a... Good for the Rangers. Congratulations. Big business if you're here, and all the other Texas Ranger fans. Congratulations. That is maybe the best lefty in terms of effectiveness. Dude doesn't give up runs. He is an incredible get. I wanted him for my team. Is it too much to ask? All I asked for was David Bednar and Danny Coulombe. That's what I asked for. I'm happy about Sir Anthony Dominguez. I'm good with that. I'm all right. I'm good with the whole Shane Bieber thing. But guys, the arms that we
Cedric
need
Mullins
are
thinks
everywhere.
We should have got Luis Roberts. We should have gave the White Sox what they want. Luis Roberts would have been good on this Mets team.
The relievers that we need are everywhere. We just have to have the stones to go out there and get them. Ross, Mark, get your head out of your ass and get in the game because players are coming off the board. Oh, my God. Danny Coulombe's going to the Rangers. Jesus Sanchez is going to the Astros. And I'm going to the freaking loony bin because my team won't do anything right now. Good gets for the Rangers. And I mean, I like Jesus Sanchez. You got a couple years of control there. That's a nice piece to add into that group. We'll see if they grab the pitching. I was definitely looking forward to it. Correa said, I have a great relationship with the guys in the clubhouse here in Houston. That's never going to change. Because I play for another team, talk to pretty much every day. Yeah, I mean, him and Altuve get back together. Lamar! Thank you for the donation, Lamar. I got to disagree with you. I would rather have Cedric Mullins over Luis Robert. Cedric Mullins, Again, hear me out. Lamar, hear me out. This is not a Paul Blackburn thing. Cedric Mullins will put it all out on the line for you guys. He will bust his ass. He will give you his heart, okay? Do you think Luis Robert is going to do that? I do not believe that is the case. Also, Luis Robert apparently was going to cost you more than it took to get Cedric Mullins. And I think you guys fleeced. I think you fleeced the Orioles. I know it's 3 prospects, but they are not highly regarded prospect. And the one guy that is a bullpen guy. The Orioles needed a starting pitcher. They didn't get one from you guys. You, I think, fleeced the Orioles for Cedric Mullins. I don't love the package. I could probably look at that package and convince myself otherwise if I thought about it long enough, but I don't love it on the surface, on the cover. So I think you should be happy with that. I think that worked out well for you guys. Luis Robert, who knows? Something doesn't go his way. What do you think? Is he going to fight? Is he going to bust his ass for you guys? Cedric Mullins is a gamer. I want gamers. I want a guy that the fan base is brokenhearted about to give up because he means that much to the organization and to the team. That's Cedric Mullins and the Orioles. What else? Hold on. No, there's nothing from Passan. Is there? No. There's nothing from Passan. What's going on here? There's something from 2 minutes ago. Five seconds. This is old news now, guys. This is old news. We had Jesus Sanchez to the Astros 5 minutes ago. Come on, Jeff. Wake up. Jeff just got off the phone with Mike Rodriguez arguing about Adolis Garcia. Jeff missed the opportunity to post about Sanchez when everybody else was posting about Sanchez. Why'd you get rid of Mullins, Holiday? It's because Mullins is a free agent at the end of the year. I do believe if you were to say, Jim, all these guys who are leaving, who's got a chance of coming back? Who can we re-sign? Who's got the greatest likelihood to be re-signed in the offseason? I would say Cedric Mullins in the Orioles. I think that there is a chance that Mullins ends up re-upping with the Orioles in the offseason, if the price is right. What? Hold on. We're out of control here. If what you guys are saying is happening, Astros are working hard to acquire Dylan Cease from the Padres. No indication that a deal is close. That is where we're at right now. Yeah, the Astros front office is on fire right now. Jesus. Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, Dylan Cease. What else? What else do you want? You want Kyle Tucker back? Cubs fans, there would be a move. Not the move you want, but anyway. Yeah, dude, it's rough. It's rough, this whole Blue Jays thing. I'm not liking it. Red Sox are talking about top starters, including America. I feel like we did this once before with the Blue Jays, where they went through this deadline. It was very disappointing, and like Whit Merrifield was announced at the end, and that was exciting because we were just like waiting forever, and then something finally happened, and it was Whit Merrifield, and it was like, ooh. All right. Some interesting pieces headed back in the other direction. What's the what do we have in terms of the Joey? They're going for it. I like it. I like to see teams go for it. I like to see teams get aggressive. I wish my team would say, "Hey, we're close. Let's go get aggressive." Ross Atkins, Mark Shapiro, they're just not going to do that. Remember when, now there are a lot of Blue Jay fans that are not happy with the Alex Anthopoulos trade deadline, his final trade deadline with the Blue Jays, but he was aggressive. He went for it. He traded prospects for big names. And it didn't work out. They did not win a World Series, but he went for it. And when Shapiro showed up, he read Alex Anthopoulos the riot act, and he was gone. This is just not a front office that is going to get aggressive like that. They are not going to do that. Instead, they're going to trade Spencer Horwitz for Andres Jimenez. Idiots. They're going to trade Teoscar Hernandez for Eric Swanson. They're going to do that. That's great. Let's do that again. They're going to trade. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Gabby Moreno, the second coming behind a backstop for Dalton Varsho, who's really good defensively, but can't hit a damn thing. Like, his best attribute is bunting. Frustrated. Very frustrated. Oh, Robert, are we sure? This isn't another Adrian Hauser thing, is it, Robert? Please? The Padres are getting Ryan O'Hearn. All right. So, Ryan O'Hearn doesn't play left field. The Padres still don't have a left fielder. Ryan O'Hearn is a first baseman / right fielder. I guess he's going to play left field. But if you're a Padres fan, you should be happy. I think this is good. This is a good one for the Padres. Takes them out of the equation for Stephen Kwan. Any Luis Robert potential, that's out the door as well. Jarren Duran, out the door. Ryan O'Hearn is your guy. Ryan O'Hearn is, again, primarily a first baseman. And it's interesting because San Diego, I think, matched up better for somebody like Cedric Mullins. But when you think about San Diego's setup, I got to think. You know what I want? Is it with Laureano? That'd be huge. I love it. I absolutely love that for the Padres. Home frickin' run by the San Diego Padres. Holy cow. Really interested to see what goes back to Baltimore, but what a job by the Padres. Getting O'Hearn and Laureano is tremendous. Laureano is your left fielder. He can actually play left field. He can hit. Love that. You've got Ryan O'Hearn. I mean, how are we moving the pieces around here? You've got O'Hearn as a first baseman / right fielder. Nando's in right. Arise is at first, so you pivot to DH. That's where Gavin Sheets lives right now. Gavin Sheets is the odd man out in this equation, or you enter into a platoon situation with Gavin Sheets and Ramon Laureano. Sheets plays against righties. Laureano plays against lefties. I love it. Padres fans feel ecstatic right now. Now, the return, sorry, Elephant, the return's going to be interesting because this is where we start to compare things. What's the return? Phillies fans, we are going to be comparing this Ramon Laureano. I mean, it also includes Ryan O'Hearn, but we are including we are going to be looking and comparing what did you give up? What can we sort of attribute to the Ramon Laureano portion of this package? And if it looks like it's a better deal than the Bader situation, that would be a bad look for the Phillies. So that'll be interesting. Just updating my list here. We've got O'Hearn and Laureano to San Diego. The San Diego Padres just catapulted themselves into that A conversation. That is what I was looking for. I was looking for a left fielder. They got a left fielder. They got a bat. They got two bats. The San Diego Padres are sitting pretty with an A right now at this trade deadline. I like to eat stuff I like to eat stuff that I like, blah, blah, blah. You should be happy. This is a great move for the San Diego Padres. Absolute home run. Home run of a move. Good job, A.J. Preller. Ramon Laureano had been really from the gettable bat category. Ramon Laureano was at the top. John Morosi. 3 names remain on this list. Castro, Pham, and Laureano. They don't... Castro, Kwan, and Pham. If the Toronto Blue Jays... Guys, I'm going to need to take a break if the Blue Jays trade for Tommy Pham. I'm going to need 5 minutes to collect myself if this happens. If that is a move that this team makes, I'm going to need to take a knee. There is absolutely no way that can happen. Now, Morosi's not saying the Jays are linked to Pham. They're just saying good options remain. Tan, what now? Here, let's refresh the notifications. Yes, Elephant. I'll tell you what. I'll trade you Tommy Pham for Harrison Bader if that happens. What do you think? Who says no? Baseball gods certainly have a sense of humor. Carlos Correa's first game back with the Houston Astros will be at Fenway Park playing third base against former teammate Alex Bregman. Wow, good job, Padres. Good job. What a deadline. What a day. What a day by A.J. Preller. What was the talk about the financials and the luxury tax tiers? I don't think it matters right now. Somebody did a super chat earlier about how do we live with A.J. Preller as a GM. This is how. I'm cool with Bieber. I like the Bieber edition, but I really wanted another bullpen piece. I don't necessarily want a bat. If you can go get the upgrade with Stephen Kwan, great. I'll be excited. Castro does not make sense for the Toronto Blue Jays. He makes sense for a handful of other teams, not the Jays. Tommy Pham should never put a Blue Jays hat on, even to go to a Blue Jays game as a fan with his kid in 10 years, as he's talking to his kid and he's checking his fantasy football team on his phone. He should still never wear a Blue Jays hat. You've got the bullpen is still my number one objective. I want a bullpen addition to pair with Sir Anthony Dominguez. I think the Shane Bieber trade is a nice move. You can have a 6-man rotation now. We're all good. Okay, hold on a minute. We are getting some interesting chatter. Let's see what we've got. Is that really about to happen? There you go, boys. Mets fans, you're going to love them. Absolutely going to love. Does Michael Schwab have anything on this? Oof. Who's that text from? Michael, who is this from? Cease is about to be announced. It's at the 1-yard line. Serious drama. I got to disagree, man. Mason Miller is going to be a starting pitcher in your rotation for the next 4 years. After this year, I guarantee you they will transition him. You will have Ramon Laureano. What I think is going to happen, Arise goes to DH. Ryan O'Hearn is your first baseman. You are going to have a Sheets and Laureano platoon in left field. That's what I think happens. Yeah, Midwest Sports. I'm not in on Tommy Pham. If the Jays trade for Tommy Pham, it's a downgrade. It looks like this is close, guys. We are going to track and see if the Astros make another move, just dominating the 4 o'clock hour here. Ozuna would be a fit with the Jays if Springer remembers. The Blue Jays have Anthony Santander on the team. They have to leave a spot for him. Trading anything for Marcell Ozuna would not be a good decision for the Toronto Blue Jays. What is this? Oh, no, I can't catch up to that. We're going to just close that. Yes, we put it up there. We put it up there that the Padres traded for O'Hearn and Laureano. We have a notification coming from, or where is it? There it is. Oh, that's a good one. All right, Boston Bateman's a good. That I believe is one of the 50 out of 80 graded prospects in that Padres organization. For those two pieces, I give Elias some credit for that. That's a good return, especially if he is among the prospects, and there could be more. I like that. Astros are working to land
Red
Dylan
Sox
Cease. No word is done,
losers
but they're
right
talking.
now until something changes. Everyone around them eating better while Breslow sits on his hands.
No, we're hearing that the Red Sox are interested in Merrill Kelly. That has been put out by, I think it was Heyman. I do think they need to add another starting pitcher. That's got to happen. Boston, there's a couple teams that are sitting on their ass right now that need to get in the game. The Boston Red Sox need to get moving. Here we go. Let's fire off the list of teams that need to get engaged. The Toronto Blue Jays need to get engaged. I'm sorry, Dominguez and Bieber are not enough, especially when you see what is happening with the New York Yankees grabbing Bednar and Bird, and just what's happening in the American League with the Astros and the Seattle Mariners. Blue Jays, get your butt in gear. The Boston Red Sox, I'm sorry, but Steven Matz is not going to cut it. They need to add another piece. The Orioles, I like what we have with this O'Hearn trade, or O'Hearn and Laureano trade. Let's see, who else do we need to see get it together? The Rangers get Danny Coulomb. That was good. Let me add that to my list. I'd still like to see them go out and do something else. Chicago Cubs, I'm sorry, Mike Soroka, Andrew Kittredge, not going to cut it. The Milwaukee Brewers, get it together. Dodgers.
Brewers constantly disappointing their fans.
The Dodgers, the Brewers, the Cubs, the Blue Jays, the Red Sox, the Rangers. Those are my teams with that are in my crosshairs. Get it going. This is why when I do trade deadline predictions, any Brewers fans, you probably look at it and you say, oh, what's with the hate on the Brewers? It's not really that. It's that how the front office operates. I don't know if we'll see a splash. There's a lot of names that have now come off the board that would have been a good fit for the Brewers, and they aren't going there. Oh, 1,000 OPS over the last 30 days. I don't want Tommy Pham. I'm not a believer in Tommy Pham anymore. I would rather give Joey Loperfido the reps. I would rather give David Schneider the reps. I'd rather have that platoon in left field. Loperfido against righties, Schneider against lefties. I'd rather have that. Ryan Gusto. It's an interesting piece heading back to Miami for Sanchez. That's pretty good. That's a good return. There's a couple more years of control with Jesus Sanchez, so it is a stronger package. Yep, 1 hour and 20 minutes to go to the deadline here. Some of my Orioles friends are texting me. Let's see here. I'm trying to get, I know the pizza's here. I sent a message asking for pizza to make its way, and it has been an ignored text.
Who the Astros give for Correa PLS, not Matthews's.
I still don't know the Correa. I haven't seen the Correa thing come over.
Dana Brown cooking.
Here's Chandler Rome 3 minutes ago. There is one prospect going back to the Twins in the Correa deal. The Twins are eating some of the money. The deal is pending a review. So we don't know who the prospect is. That's Chandler Rome. Chandler Rome's going to have it. Guys, remember, we are brought to you by Underdog Fantasy today. If you haven't yet, the link is down below. Use promo code BALLCAP and sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Just by registering, you would be entered into my giveaway. They are sponsoring our live stream today, so make sure you head over there, show them some love. Just by registering, you are in. You don't have to make a deposit. You just have to register. You see the prizes next to me that you would be in on. And if you make that first deposit, you are locked in on the promo, up to $1,000 in bonus funds from Underdog Fantasy. All of the sports are in there. You've got drafts, you've got pick'em. Make sure to check out Underdog Fantasy. Those of you that have been in our power ranking streams, you've seen me go through the pick'em. That's where I enjoy most of my time on Underdog Fantasy. Make sure to check them out. And again, just by registering, you're in the giveaway. Thank you to Underdog for sponsoring our live stream today. So I'm trying to get some pizza down here, and I sent a message. I'm gonna have to make a phone call. I got to get a pizza delivery. Apparently, I have to negotiate a pizza delivery. TJ, can you bring a slice of pizza down here for me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you think I think I don't know what else the Padres would be doing. Here we go. Thank you, kiddo.
Hello. Go Blue Jays.
Go Blue Jays. Okay, here's the other one. Hi, Izzy. Can you see it? There's wow. Really excited to be on camera right now.
Hi. Can they hear me?
They can hear you.
They can?
They say hi.
Yay. Hello, everyone.
Can you say go Blue Jays?
Go Blue Jays.
There we go. Perfect. All right. Let's see here. Oh, man. This has been up there for a minute. Pizza got here a while ago. What else do we got? Let's see here. Martino does not see a starter for the Mets. Doesn't surprise me. Cease to Houston is progressing. Astros might get a reliever too if the deal can be completed. According to our who was it? McCormick? I can't remember who it was for Astros. Our Astros beat reporter is at the 1 yard line. Come on, let's go. There is no Cubs news, Zolan. King. Yeah, it's actually it's not like all the way cold, so it's pretty good. What do we got from Heyman? We got a new Ben Nicholson-Smith tweet. I don't have the notifications on for him. Oh, yeah, I do. We haven't seen much from Ben. sorry, but this literally provides nothing. It's like, hey, it's deadline day. I should tweet something. Dude, start working the sources, man. This is another thing that's happening. Like, maybe I'm just missing it because there's a lot, but it feels like the Jays beat reporters are quiet today. Which doesn't help. Every year, Jays have been buyers under Atkins. They've acquired at least 3 pitchers at the deadline and given up 4 prospects. So far this year, 2 pitchers added, 2 prospects given up, with Jays still engaging in hopes of adding further. I just threw up my pizza in my mouth a little bit. I'm not happy with that tweet. Get out of here. I'm sorry, dude. That is a waste of time. That did not need to be put out into the universe. Jays are hoping to add more. Hope in one hand, shit in the other. See which fills up first. Stop. Now, I know I know they are tight-lipped. They're not going to give them anything. But call around to get out. Don't call the front offices. Call the agents of the guys. Just start calling other teams. I don't know, man. Hi, this is Ben Nicholson Smith calling to talk to Peter Bendix, please.
Orioles
Pete,
will have even worse
can't get
season
anything
next
from Ross.
year.
What do you got? Yes, definitely low effort. That's just, come on, man. Tejas, Orioles will have even worse season next year. It's going to be so dependent on their offseason. I do not agree with that. You're going to have Grayson Rodriguez back next year. You will have Kyle Bradish back next year. The Orioles will not be worse next season. The Orioles will be good next year. Joshua, thank you for the dono. Can somebody else post so that this Ben Nicholson Smith thing goes away? Because all it does is remind me that it is depressing to be a Blue Jay fan right now. I'm right there with you. Cubs fans, Red Sox fans, Dodgers fans, Brewers fans. It's
For
like,
sources, Farm to
what
Jays
the
is
hell?
almost a done deal. Smiley face emoji.
Don't do it. Sonny, don't you put that evil on me. Somebody told me to go look up Tommy Pham. I bet you. Jesus. Okay, hold on. So, in July, there's the 1,000 OPS. .26 for 67. He's hitting the ball, doing his best to get out of town. I don't know, guys. I will be underwhelmed if it's Tommy Pham. I would rather give the young guys the reps.
Have the Dodgers only done the Brock Stewart traded so far?
Correct. Thank you for the donation, 300. Yes, that is all they've done. Nothing more depressing than knowing that the talent evaluators in your organization identified Harrison Bader as an upgrade.
You are whining while your team is
man.
in first place.
I am definitely whining because I still want my team to be in first place next week.
Quan plays to the Jays. Great end. Smiley face emoji.
I don't want Manuel Clase. That degenerate gambler. Come on, man. Else is doubt I am whining about that. But as we all know, that can be gone at the snap of a finger. And the New York Yankees have done a really good job bolstering that bullpen here at the deadline. And the Toronto Blue Jays, I like the Dominguez edition, but I need something else. I need another impact reliever. I don't know, man. I don't know what's there. What other relievers are available other than Pierce Johnson? Who else we got? We got, Dennis Santana is still available in Pittsburgh. You've got, why is this not? Okay. I don't think the Twins are going to trade Griffin Jacks. I think if the right offer came along, maybe Pete Fairbanks could be traded from Tampa. If the right offer came along. The Orioles are pretty much, I think the Orioles are pretty much tapped out now. It's starting to get kind of thin with the relievers that could be had. No. It can't. I don't want it to happen. It's just not an impact bat. All right, let's refresh. Maybe we got something new over this Ben Nicholson Smith thing. Man, that was an intense, half hour. More of the Astros deep in conversations for Cease. So let's see. The big pieces still on the board. Let's sort of run through what we could still see happen. First baseman, Josh Bell. It's starting to dry up there. Naylor is gone. O'Hearn is gone. It's kind of Josh Bell. Second base, IKF. Shortstop, they're kind of, it's, again, gettable guys. Right. And even Nate Lowe. Isn't there another year with Nathaniel Lowe? I could see him staying because there's another year there. Bell's the guy that's got to go because he's a free agent. Luis Rengifo, I don't think the Angels are going to trade him, though. I am at a point where I believe that Luis Rengifo will be held. Oh, good call on Ty France. Ty France could be a piece that could move. Gio Urshela.
Hey, Jim. Jays can have Chas McCormick for free.
Sweet, thanks. Astros fans are just giving players away now. You're feeling so good, you're just giving them away. I don't want Chas McCormick. Damn it. I'd rather have Tommy Pham. Will the Cardinals trade Nolan Arenado? That could hang out there. You got your Urshela. You got Tommy Pham. You've got Michael A. Taylor, Miguel Andujar, Willie Castro, Stephen Kwan, Luis Robert. Could somebody pry Luis Robert away from the White Sox? Brian Reynolds, Adolis Garcia, Marcell Ozuna. Tomoyuki Sagano has not moved. Charlie Morton has not moved. The starting pitching market is far more interesting right now. There's a lot of pieces there. You've got Tomoyuki Sagano, Charlie Morton, Adrian Hauser, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Herman Marquez, Sandy Alcantara, as we are approaching an hour left in the deadline. Edward Cabrera, Mitch Keller, Andrew Heaney, Mackenzie Gore, Luis Severino, Dylan Cease. Listen to all of those starting pitching names. The amount of available starters compared to the amount of impact high leverage arms, the starters, I think, dominate right now. There's a lot. Will Wagner was traded?
Tigers should trade Matt Manning or Tommy Kahnle.
What's happening? Am I going to get upset? Is this deadline going to take a turn? What's
Dodgers
happening?
get Quan and Smith?
No.
Who says no?
What? Okay. Sorry. This is a super chat. Guys, thank you for the super chats. Javi Bias Prods, thank you. Manning for Canley. Grayson, Dodgers get Quan Smith. Who says no? Guys, thank you for the donations. Hold on. What the? So this is an interesting one. This is a nice depth move for the San Diego Padres. As far as the Blue Jays go, this catcher, Brandon Valenzuela, who in the blue hell are you? Yes, that is exactly what it is. Q50 Bob, it is depth for the minors. So they're done. The Blue Jays are done with Will Wagner. Strike Blitz, you said he was going to be traded yesterday. Did you say he was going to be traded yesterday for a catcher who will probably never play at the major league level? Brandon Valenzuela is 24 years old. He is at Double-A right now, and he's not that good. Strong arm. This is a catcher. This is a strong arm. This is good with the glove. Good glove work. All that. Okay, great. My problem with this is, can you not use Will Wagner to get you something that helps you at an area of need right now? There is absolutely no need to trade for Brandon Valenzuela. None whatsoever. Will Wagner, if he is a tradable asset, if he is a trade chip, I got to use him and include him in a deal for pitching. I got to use him as added value to trades to get a deal done, to try to win a bidding war. That's what I need to use Will Wagner if he has become disposable. Look, and he is. Will Wagner's playing third base. You could run him at second base, but Ernie Clement gets second base. And when Jimenez comes back, Jimenez is at second base. Addison Barger, when Springer and Santander are back, Addison Barger is your third baseman. Will Wagner is expendable. I get it. And Will Wagner's Will Wagner. It's not Kelly Gruber. Will Wagner, can we use him to get something of need? And Brandon Valenzuela was not something of need. So there you go. The Blue Jays made a trade. Moving Will Wagner creates a 40-man spot while adding some catching depth. Padres added Fermin earlier, so they had catching to spare. So we have a 40-man spot by trading Will Wagner away. John Morosi tweeting, Bryce Matthews is not in the trades today. I think that is something that Astros fans are all very happy to hear. Astros will pay a majority of Correa's remaining contract. Again, I really feel like if you go back and look at the Alex Bregman years and dollars that the Astros were willing to pay and what's left for Carlos Correa, I bet they're similar. So this sort of, from an Astros perspective, makes sense to do this. So we're opening up a spot on the 40-man. All right, that's what we're doing here.
Dodgers
Brian,
do something.
I know, Brian. It's you, and it's me, and it's Brewers fans, and it's Cubs fans, and it's Dodgers fans. There's a lot of us out here. Are you serious? Really? This was worth a tweet from the Blue Jays social media department? Lights up, let's go. Sure. How about lights off, shut it down? How about that one? Stop. Okay. Okay. 1 hour to go. Jack, you're getting pissed about the Dodgers. I understand. I'm getting kind of pissed about my Blue Jays. We have an hour until or 58 minutes until the deadline. So it should get rather interesting because we just went through a lot of names that are available. It should get very interesting. There are a handful of teams that have got some work to do. Blue Jays, Brewers, Red Sox, Dodgers, Cubs have work to do. There are going to be Blue Jay fans that are not happy about that Will Wagner trade. I just want to say there are going to be there's going to be a group. There's going to be a strong group of Jays fans that's not happy that they traded Will Wagner away for catching depth at the minor league level. No, Adolis Garcia is not going to the Mets. It was, I don't know, Mike Rodriguez or whatever his name is, got hacked by his own brain, and he just tweeted something out that didn't happen. We're also adding Brandon Butterworth to the package for the Orioles. Oh, guys, dude. Oh, man. So just a heads up. Is something? All right, should be good. There's storms rolling through my area. So if you lose me, it's because the power went out, and I will be back. Just so we're clear on that. Yes, we're adding syrup to the deal for the for Ryan O'Hearn. Pretty good deal. It's or the heir to the Mrs. Buttersworth throne is headed to the Orioles. We could just keep making jokes. Let's move on. What else do we have here? That's it. Valenzuela in Double-A hit 229 with 700 OPS, 12 home runs in 87 games. Gotta think there's more to this considering we traded Wagner last year. Nope, there's not, boys. That's it. They needed catching depth, and I guess apparently they needed a spot on the 40-man. This is the same front office that prematurely traded for Miles Straw to get international cap room. I do not trust this team with how they trade. This front office. They got duped last. They feel like the guys get duped a lot. Got to get it. I really want another reliever, and that's just not me being a irrational Blue Jays fan. That is me looking at the situation, looking at what's happening with Seattle, what's happening with Houston. That is just out. That's just the American League. When I look at what the Yankees have done to bolster their bullpen, I'm kind of glad the Red Sox are sitting on their hands right now. I generally like the two moves that the Blue Jays made or executed, but I need something else. We have a passing bomb. Do we really have a passing bomb, or are we just messing around? Rangers still looking for another starter. I see that. We were talking about that. Oh my God, they did it. Ladies and gentlemen, we can shut it down early. We don't even need to do the next 54 minutes of the deadline. It's over. The Dodgers have won the deadline, trading for Alex Call from the Washington Nationals. We are all done. We can go home, pens and pencils down, everybody. Drive safely. Don't forget, last man out, lock up. We can go home now. We're good. Alex Call. I now know that if you guys say passing bomb, it is the opposite. It's not even close. Again, it's a passing dud. Whew. I do like what John Heyman's got here. I really like the idea of them adding another top starter. I've talked about this a few times now. It tracks. You've got Leiter. You've got Rocker. If you go grab another starting pitcher, one of them can be moved to the bullpen. You can save their arms. You can save their innings for an October run. When you're putting your October rotation together, wouldn't you rather have DeGrom, Evaldi, and Merrill Kelly as the three to lead the way, with Patrick Corbin or Kumar Rocker or Jack Leiter as the next guy up if you're in need of a fourth starting pitcher? Otherwise, those three guys, Leiter, Rocker, and Corbin, go to the bullpen. Adding another starting pitcher adds to your October bullpen. I don't, not Ben Nichols or Smith. I don't know if I want to look at Ben Nichols or Smith. One thing left for the Mets is to find a destination for Paul Blackburn. Okay, is Lamar here? I don't know, Lamar. If you're here, what do we do if the Blue Jays trade for Paul Blackburn? What do we do then? I like it. Jack, where are you hearing that the Jays are in on Jackson Kwan? I'll say this. I would be happier if the Blue Jays traded Will Wagner. I'm going to say it. I would be happier if the Blue Jays traded Will Wagner for Paul Blackburn. Knowing what they got, I think I'd be happier. Paul Blackburn can go to the bullpen. I need another piece of pizza. Nationals receiving 2 pitching prospects from the Dodgers for Alex Call. That's interesting. We're getting close, guys. 50 minutes to go. I'm going to need another piece of pizza. No, stop saying passing bomb. I know it's not. I know it's not. I know your game. Hour to go. Alex Call is the, I think, center fielder for the Washington Nats. If I remember right, Alex Call's pretty good defensively. Am I remembering that right? Or am I thinking of... No, I'm thinking of Young. Yeah, I'm thinking of Young. This is Alex Call's page on Savant. Alex Call or Tommy Pham? I would take Alex Call. I don't want either of them. But if I had to pick one, I'd probably take Pham. That's not nice. I would take Pham over Call. Let's see. What does Paston have to say? Is it really? Let's see. This is... What's his... That's old. I don't think there is a Paston tweet. I would make sure that if you see a Paston tweet, that the name is spelled correctly. Why is this not working? What? Trying to call in for another piece of pizza. Yeah, no Adrian Hauser yet. He's got to get dealt. Did he just get dealt? I can't get a phone call out. It's fantastic. So, if Chris Getz doesn't trade Luis Robert and Adrian Hauser, look, there is absolutely no glory in sticking to your guns when it comes to a trade negotiation, when on the other side of the deadline, you're just left there with empty hands. Great, we kept Adrian Hauser.
If Astros
Great,
get
we
ceased,
kept
did
Luis
we win
Robert.
the trade deadline?
Mike actually got hacked. Is that out there that he got hacked? If Astros get ceased, do we win the deadline with Correa, with Sanchez? I don't know. I got to think about that. I got to see what else happens too. I mean, you're definitely, if you get Dylan Cease, you have firmly entered A status. Firmly. Padres and Astros remain in discussions. That is coming from John Morosi just now. Why can't I get... Oh, I wonder if it died. Yeah, his watch died. Let me see. I'm gonna call the girl. Hey, kiddo, can I get another piece of pizza, please? Thank you very
Are
much.
Dodgers done making moves?
Okay, thanks. I don't think the Dodgers are done. Any of those teams that need to make moves, Brewers, Dodgers, Red Sox, Cubs, Blue Jays, I think I'm forgetting somebody. I don't think they're done. The Orioles still have pieces that they can spin off. There's a ton of starting pitchers available. All of these teams that want to hold their starting pitchers for ransom need to get it together. If you're sitting there with Adrian Hauser and you're trying to hold teams ransom, get off it, man. Make the move. Make your team better. Your team does not get better by holding on to Adrian Hauser. Thank you. I even got a breadstick. Ooh, and it's a pan slice. Yes, you may come in. They all said hi last time too. There she is. Wave up high so they can see your face. There you are. This is Izzy. She is my pizza delivery specialist.
Wait, what did they say?
They're saying hi. Well, they
Not
will be
forget
saying
to
hi.
tip your pizza
There's a
delivery
delay.
guy.
They're not saying hi.
There's a delay. It takes a second. There's like a 15-second delay. There's a hi.
Again.
Don't forget the pit.
I'm calling
should I tip
CPS,
you?
making your
Should I give
children
you a
serve
tip?
you.
Tip me.
Uh-huh.
This is calling. Oh, it's Elsa's.
All right, kiddo. Thank you. Bye-bye. There we go. Let's see. I even got a breadstick. I got a pan slice. I have it very dangerously balanced on the side of my table here. We can't do that. There we go. It's the beauty of having kids. All right. $45. Who is, or which team can hold the claim? Which fan base?
What the hell are the Rangers doing?
Dude, the way that was delivered by the text talk was, Joseph, thank you so much for that. That is my favorite $2 donation of the day. That just hit so hard. Like the AI
Jays
voice
need
was
AA for this
really
deadline.
pissed.
He would make some goods trades.
It was like, what the hell are the Rangers doing? I love it. That cracked me up. That was fantastic. Joseph, thank you for the donation. Thank you for making me laugh. That was amazing. Chris, Jays need AA for this deadline. He would make some good deals. I do believe that the Atkins and Shapiro duo have a difficulty making trades. I just don't know if they have it in their blood to really, really be aggressive. CC Gaming, is it me, or does this feel like despite the many trades, it feels like the Tigers just went and made fringe trades? No. I mean, we also kind of saw this coming. I've been talking about it. Other insiders who are much more connected than me were also talking about how there may not be a splash for the Tigers. It may be bolstering the bullpen, improving the pitching, and that's what they did. Eugenio Suarez would have been nice, but at the end of the day, when you think about the prospect capital that they have to invest, look at their team, look at the roster, and there's enough depth, enough options, and I think the Blue Jays are going through the same thing to where you can justify, if you are in that front office, we don't need to do that. Red Sox and Rangers are both trying to get Merrill Kelly. We are 42 minutes from the deadline. Nats get Eric Swan, the number 16 prospect. Wow, that's a good call. That's a good haul. Damn. That feels like last minute running out of inventory pricing right there. Okay. Still pushing hard on the Dylan Cease trade. Did Miles Straw himself tweet? Is that what we're looking at? Underdog MLB. Rangers are closing in on a deal. Okay. Let's go. Rangers for Merrill Kelly. I said it a minute ago. I really love the idea of Merrill Kelly for the Cubs. I equally love it for the Rangers. I brought it up 10 minutes ago. Would you would much rather have Evaldi, DeGrom, and Merrill Kelly as your three that you lean on in October than having Patrick Corbin in there, even though Patrick Corbin has been reliable for you this year. But you've got Leiter, you've got Rocker. That's the future we're talking about right now. And you have an opportunity by grabbing Merrill Kelly. You can move Rocker and Leiter to the bullpen in October, and that could maybe add to their effectiveness, add to that bullpen. This is good. Miles_straw is what. Is this a wild goose hunt? I don't see this. What are we looking for? That breadstick was way too greasy. All right, I'm going to come back over here. Maybe I'm blocked by Miles Straw. I don't know why it would be. Do I think the Phillies are done? They might be. Again, I think when we think about the high leverage arms, a lot of them are off the board now. And when you start thinking about how much you're going to invest, if the high leverage guys are done, then or off the board, then that's it. Spencer, I'll take a look at your DM. He's just got his fingers crossed. I don't think I'm blocked by Miles Straw. Am I really blocked by Miles Straw? I'm not. I mean, yeah, forget it. Literally, forget it. It's a good return. That's a great return
Adolis
in my
Garcia
opinion
to
for
the
the
Blue
Nats.
Jays. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji.
Did somebody say that Mike Rodriguez said he was hacked? Someone hacked my account and I want to apologize to you all. I was enjoying this day with my family. Information came out about involving Adolis Garcia that was also poorly written on my account. Wait, because it said bracking? Is he also like... He's also apologizing for the fact that somebody misspelled the word breaking in his tweet? Mike Rodriguez. I don't know. Do you think he was hacked? Do you think he was hacked? If he was hacked, would he care about how it was poorly worded and that somebody misspelled breaking? Ozuna is on the field for batting practice. Yeah, I'm starting to get the feeling that, maybe there isn't going to be a Marcell Ozuna trade. And I would understand that. Prospect? What? That's really what the Orioles got? Yo. That is a strong return. Boston Bateman, after everything. So Boston Bateman, let's not even worry about where they rank. Boston Bateman, 50 out of 80 graded prospect. Cobb Hightower, 45 out of 80 graded prospect. Tyson Neighbors, 45 out of 80 graded prospect. There's some good pieces going back to the Orioles in this trade. Far better than the trade for the... Oh, thank you. Far better than the trade for for Cedric Mullins. I don't like that Cedric Mullins trade at all. This... Maybe maybe this is because of the second year, that club option that is attached to Ramon Laureano. Would that really do that much? You guys are saying pass and bomb. Is it really? Is it really? Or are we just having fun again? It's a real pass and bomb. The Rangers are getting Merrill Kelly. Love it. Again, for anybody that is just getting here, the Texas Rangers, I presented the idea a week ago.
The best trade deadline ever.
going after starting pitching for the Texas Rangers made sense. Add to that rotation. Save yourself from running up against any innings limits that may occur with Merrill Kelly and Kumar Rocker. Not Merrill Kelly. That is Merrill Kelly. Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter. That's the way to go. And you can slide them to the bullpen. Helps the bullpen. This is a good move for the Texas Rangers. I like it. Good job. There's only one Diamondbacks piece left, and that's Zach Gallen. You can very clearly see who views this deadline as a chance to make their team better. The Texas Rangers this afternoon went out and picked up one of the best starting pitchers that are available. And they also picked up one of the best left-handed relievers that were available. And by adding Merrill Kelly, it is going to bolster their bullpen. So this was a good job. This was a very good job by the Texas Rangers. What else do we have? Do we have a... Do we have news on a Dylan Cease thing? What's going on? Hold on. There should be a decent return going back here as well to Arizona. And they have been really good. They have been really solid with their trades. The return packages that they've been getting, I would anticipate that they'll do very well on this. But again, you're a Texas Rangers team. You're making a move. You see what the Seattle Mariners are doing. You see what the Houston Astros are doing. You cannot sit on your hands. They have not.
You're right about Cedric Mullins, but I think Luis Roberts would be very good on this Mets team surrounding with good players.
Lamar, welcome back in. Thank you for the donation. I mean, right. There is an argument to be made, and I have made that argument that if you add Luis Robert into a clubhouse with good leadership, good coaching staff, that and in a winning mode, that it could lift Luis Robert back up into a situation where he's an exciting player, he's a strong contributor to a team, could get him back on track. I'm there, but I like Mullins more. I can understand. I think the upside is maybe higher because what we saw Luis Robert do when he was at his best is some really good stuff. But there's good stuff from Mullins too. Mullins, when he's at his best, also is phenomenal. Let's see what we got here. A refresh is needed, apparently. The Angels are grabbing Oswald Peraza. Willie Castro is going to the Cubs. There'd been talk about the Cubs grabbing that bat, and Willie Castro is... I like Willie Castro. I like Willie Castro for the Cubs. This is a good fit here. So we're going to add Willie Castro, Oswald Peraza. Again, the Angels continuing to just fly in the face of reality. Okay, there you go. Oswald Peraza for you guys. I actually think that Yankee fans are going to be disappointed about that. So, or maybe not. No, I'm thinking of somebody else. No, that's not true. But I like the addition of Willie Castro here for the Chicago Cubs. Willie Castro is generally, I think, one of the guys that probably flies under the radar. I like the idea of Willie Castro for the Dodgers. That's not going to happen now. Let's pull up Willie Castro here. and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Willie Castro, 742 OPS, a 407 slug. You've got a strong arm. You've got a guy that plays everywhere. I don't have, we're going to have his fielding. Yeah, we're not going to see his fielding. Here we go. Left field, shortstop, third base, second base, right field. He can play all over the place, and he's not a dead stick. 407 slug, a 742 OPS, which is above league average. It's a good ad. Now, I don't like that he strikes out at a higher rate. His metrics do not jump off the page at you. That's why I sort of refer to him as one of the more underrated trade chips. But I think he is a nice addition, raises the floor, adds some depth, is a nice piece. Can play all over the place. Again, Willie Castro was kind of giving me some Tommy Edman vibes. I think that's a good grab. Good grab for the Cubs. Good grab for the Rangers. We're seeing some moves here, Wiz. We are now 29 minutes. 29 minutes from the deadline. Willie Castro's on the move. Oswald Peraza is on the move. And more importantly, Merrill Kelly is on the move. Let me make sure I got that. Willie Castro. Wait. Yeah, no, we're good. I want to make sure I have everything. Oh, let's add that. Would Castro be an everyday player? Well, I think you'll get an idea of what the Cubs think about that when we see the return. If it looks like they paid a strong price, then I think he is going to be playing every single day. If it looks like they got him for very little, then he probably is going to just be a super utility player. Give Ian Happ a blow, give Matt Shaw a break, give Nico Horner a break, give them all time. Because he could play any of the corner outfield positions, pretty much every position in the infield except for first base. A nice pickup. I'll take his bat over Justin Turner. That hasn't worked. I'll take his bat over John Birdie. Willie Castro immediately becomes the top option off the bench for this team.
You think Mets had a good deadline?
No. Braves, Strills. No, really? Hold on. This is all old stuff. The Red Sox have made late effort to acquire Joe Ryan. Is this going to happen? If this happens, it's an even bigger kick in the nuts to us Blue Jay fans. Sorry, I was going to add that in there because all right. So let's see what happens here with Morosi saying that the Red Sox are trying to make a push for Joe Ryan. That would be an incredible addition to that rotation. I feels like the Red Sox could pair another elite arm with Garrett Crochet and then get that player locked up long term and then just go do big things for many years to come. Whether it's Joe Ryan, Sandy Alcantara, we're still waiting for Dylan Cease, which was supposedly at the 1 yard line. I guess somebody fumbled the ball and we're moving backwards. Dennis, you did Underdog, my man. You are entered into the giveaway. Again, anybody, if you have not yet, make sure you head over to Underdog Fantasy. Use my promo code and register. Underdog Fantasy is our sponsor today. Head over there just by registering. No deposit or purchase required. you are in this giveaway. Get in there. These are giveaways that I have put together on my own, separate from Underdog Fantasy. You can't get these giveaways anywhere else. When you register, if you make that first deposit, they have up to $1,000 in bonus funds for you on Underdog. So make sure to check them out. If you've seen them in other places and you haven't checked them out yet, this is the time to check them out, because you won't see a giveaway for a first-time registration like this. This is something I'm doing. This is not something Underdog is doing. So registering for that gets you in there. Thank you, Dennis, for hopping in there. Is it done? It's not done, though, is it? Is Joe Ryan really going to the Red Sox? Because I'm not going to be a happy camper. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not there. Not seeing. Okay, maybe is this it? The Twins are still in sell mode, and this is from Francis Romero, and are expected to trade right-hander Joe Ryan per industry sources. I gotta throw the flag on the wording there, Romero. I'm gonna. It may happen, but I'm gonna claim a bullshit on that one. We are 23 minutes from the deadline, and now he's hearing from industry sources that they are expected to trade him. If a trade happens, it happens. But sorry, buddy. I'm not buying that. It could happen. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but I just think his wording makes it sound, and I think a lot, again, secretly, I think a lot of the wording has everybody believing that Joe Ryan is going to the Red Sox. It is not done yet. That has not been, other than that they're talking, that's all we have. Irving, I know we have Will Wagner to the Padres. We have 22 minutes until the deadline passes. And even once the deadline passes, we've still got time. I believe Morosi just said that they're talking. Let's see. That does not mean he's going to the Red Sox. Again, if you read the Francis Romero thing, and then you read that, you can put the pieces together and say, hey, he's coming. Let's get it done. Let's wait for it to be done. I'm fine if they go out and get Joe Ryan. That's a great addition for the Boston Red Sox, but it's not done yet. When it's done, we'll celebrate it. But until then, it's Francis Romero trying to grab followers on Twitter. And that's about all it is. Trying to be first is all that is. What are the pitchers left? Dude, there are so many starting pitchers that are left. It's absolutely, it's remarkable. Zach Eflin's on the IL, so I think it's unlikely he gets dealt, which is too bad for the Orioles. But Tomoyuki Sagano, Charlie Morton, Adrian Hauser, Zach Gallen, you've got German Marquez, Sandy Alcantara, Edward Cabrera, you've got Andrew Heaney, Mitch Keller, Mackenzie Gore, Luis Severino, Dylan Cease, Joe Ryan. Those are some names that come to mind. There's a lot of starting pitchers that are available. And at this point, and this is where I think we're going to see an interesting conclusion to this, I will tell you, at this point, I believe there is more supply than there is demand for that group. So, is Marquez, is he hurt again? Damn it. So because of that, if Chris Getz is trying to ask for the world for Adrian Hauser, he's not going to get it. What, we need to look up Yahoo Sports? Is this the Joe Ryan thing? Is this the Joe Ryan thing again? Because maybe they have, maybe they're tuning in or locking in with Francis Romero. Oh, Yahoo. Guys, Yahoo screwed up. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big screw up. So it could still happen. Let's be clear. It could still happen. But Yahoo screwed up. That is not what John Morosi said. John Morosi said that they have made a late effort to acquire Joe Ryan. To say that they have acquired Joe Ryan, that's taking away some very important words that Morosi. Did they delete it now? Is it gone? I hope so. That's a big oops. There it is. It's gone. Yep, that's gone. That's a big, like that would be one of the top 5 blockbusters of this deadline, because what would go back to Minnesota would be huge. That's a big mistake. That is all we got. MLB trade rumors. That's what we've got. We are the Red Sox are making a late effort. If you have not yet, please subscribe to the channel. I want you to be a part of this community as we continue to drive our way closer to 60,000 subscribers. We are at 57,548. If you have not subscribed yet, please do so. I want you to be a part of our community as we continue to grow. Imagine if Skeens was on the block right now. Give it 2 years, Noah. 2 years. We'll be there. I'm almost certain. I'm certain of it. I am your voice of reason in this wild and crazy MLB landscape, especially when it comes to transactions and trades. You've seen it firsthand. Mike Rodriguez says that Adolis Garcia is going to the New York Mets. I cry bullshit because it didn't happen. We got Yahoo Sports. I'm flying in the face of Yahoo Sports saying that Joe Ryan is going to the Boston Red Sox, and it's already happened. I cry bullshit because it hasn't happened yet. You want to find sanity in this crazy world? You want a voice of reason? Right here. Passing? Let's see. Give me something good. Took long enough for Bailey Falter to get moved. I had a feeling he could get moved. Now, this is interesting. This isn't like if you're again, one of those teams sitting on a starting pitcher and you're trying to hold teams for ransom, this feels like a step around. Now, it is the Royals adding Bailey Falter, so this is kind of an interesting addition because the Royals haven't been that active as buyers. They traded for me earlier, so they have been more sort of sellers than they have been buyers lately. They did some small buys with Adam Frazier and Randall Grichuk, not today or yesterday, but leading up to today. So this is an interesting one. And I do believe Bailey Falter has a couple years of control, so he fits into that rotation equation for another couple of years. We don't have Stephen Kwan on the move yet. We have 15 minutes until the deadline. The clock is ticking. Let's see. Do we need to do an update? Pirates hang on to Mitch Keller but send Falter. The Marlins, oh, damn. Craig Mish with the Sandy Alcantara final word. The Miami Marlins will not be trading Sandy Alcantara today. He'll once again be the ace down the stretch as the Marlins keep pushing this season and developing for the future. You want to know what this really means? This really means that
You can have Paul Blackburn for Ricky Tiedemann, smiley face emoji.
Sandy Alcantara will be traded in the offseason. That his value is not high enough to demand a prospect premium that they view they could get at a later date and time. So they are going to sit on Sandy, let him be the guy down the stretch, show everybody he's got it, and they'll trade him. They'll trade him at the deadline. Or not at the deadline, in the offseason. They'll trade him in the offseason. Book it. What is this Ari Alexander thing? A's are trading Miguel Andujar to the Reds. We'll see if that makes its way up to the National guys.
You think Astros close on Cease last minute?
I think that could definitely happen. Lamar, you can have Paul Blackburn for Ricky Tiedemann. No. No, thank you. There is no Ryan to the Red Sox. That has not been announced. That has been, as we have been going here for the last 10 minutes, the greatest misconception and piece of misinformation out there is that Joe Ryan is going to the Red Sox. That has not been made official. If it is made official, we will dig into it. It would be a great move. It would be a blockbuster because something big would have to come back to Minnesota. Cubs are sending Ryan Gallagher and Sam Armstrong for Castro. It's a solid return back. Michael Bridges getting 4 years, $150 million with the Knicks. There you go. I feel like we will get now from John Heyman, we are hearing that the Red Sox are in talks for Dustin May. And it is actually happening. Jeff Passan has just tweeted. So the Joe Ryan thing, probably not going to happen. It is going to be Dustin May headed to Boston. Why can't I get off of this Michael Bridges thing? Get out of here. There it is. Dustin May goes to the Red Sox. Miguel Andujar goes to the Reds. So now the Boston Red Sox trade deadline looks like the package of players they got back for Rafi Devers, Dustin May, and Steven Matz. And we add Miguel Andujar to the Reds. Miguel Andujar, 2 home runs last night, right? Didn't that happen? So Andujar and May in the last few moments have been announced. Dustin May, adding him into that Red Sox rotation. He's a free agent at the end of this at the end of the year. So there is a this is one of the rental arms that had sort of been gaining some traction as a name that could get traded recently. Again, there's a lot of those still hanging around, and I keep going back to the situation going on in Chicago. Chris Getz holding on to Adrian Hauser. You literally, the job of a GM is to go get guys like Adrian Hauser and then trade them. There's still time to do it. We could still see Adrian Hauser dealt. But we are now 10 minutes from the deadline. And I don't know. Like, what are we doing? Let's see. We got Ken Rosenthal. Is it more to this? We are at a point now where we're just going to be reacting to deals. I have a feeling breaking them down is going to be tough to do. But you add Dustin May into a rotation with Garrett Crochet, Brian Bayo, Walker Buehler, Lucas Giolito, and Dustin May. That is your group in Boston. Let's see here. Do we have a... Let's do this. Refreshing. The Brewers have traded Nestor Cortez to the Padres for Brandon Lockridge. I mean, that trade right there sets up. It makes it like, let's get Dylan Cease out of here. You have essentially grabbed the replacement in the rotation by making this move here. So unless the plan is to put him in the bullpen, I still think we're going to see a Dylan Cease trade. I think that's going to happen. I think this locks it in, and maybe this is a situation where, the paperwork's getting crossed, and this deal gets announced first, or makes its way to the insiders and the reporters first. I think that Dylan Cease deal is going to go down. Yankees are, it's just going to be rapid fire now. We are in the final 8 minutes of the trade deadline. Again, make sure to subscribe if you have not yet. We are looking at another deal with the Yankees. Jose Caballero adding some depth here. They just traded Peraza away, so you want to call replacing him here. Caballero, good infielder, quick, steals bases. Let's get this up here. Good defensively. Speedy. That's a nice addition. I mean, if you're the New York Yankees and you're looking to improve defensively, Jose Caballero is a great late inning defensive replacement. Perfect. If you're the Yankees, that's great. And I knew this would happen. Taylor Rogers, who was acquired from the Cincinnati Reds yesterday in the Ke'Bryan Hayes trade, has just been traded to the Cubs. That was a no-doubter. There was no way they were going to hold on to him. That was a nice grab to then spin off on their own. Taylor Rogers, I like it. I like that we're adding another bullpen piece. So that's Soroka, Kittredge, and Taylor Rogers. Now, guys, what I said yesterday about the Chicago Cubs, if Mike Soroka ends up being their starting pitcher addition, then we have a problem. Kittredge, Rogers, Soroka, that needs to be the bullpen. They need a starter. The whole Taylor Rogers thing, that's a nice addition to the bullpen, but that may mean that they are thinking about Mike Soroka as a starter. And I don't like that. We have a big passing one. Big one, for real? Not just messing around? What do we got? There's Adrian House to the Rays? What is happening? Okay. So, I did not see this coming. The Rays, who are barely in it, just traded for, in my mind, one of the most effective starting pitchers that was available at the deadline. Dominant? No. But effective at shutting down bats and giving their team a chance to win. Adrian Houser's been doing it every single time he gets the ball. And he's going to the Rays. Wow. That is very surprising. I did not see that. Let's see. So now this Brandon Lockridge edition, you got Brandon Lockridge. That's the. Is that our. I mean, Andrew Vaughn was picked up a couple of weeks ago. Is that what we're gonna? Is that it? Is that what we're gonna have as our big Brewers trade deadline edition? Is going to be Andrew Vaughn. Phil Maton is going to go to the Rangers. That was a reliever that had been linked to the Toronto Blue Jays. Phil Maton to the Rangers. So they add Danny Coulombe and Phil Maton to that bullpen today, along with Merrill Kelly. Jeff in the zone. That's all I can. I'm going to assume the Blue Jays just couldn't pull the trigger on anything. They just sat there gun shy. I feel like we've done this before. Everson Pereira is going to the Rays in that deal. That's just that's a name. That is a guy who never really got a shot, spent a lot of time injured as he reached the higher levels. His path was blocked
James
constantly.
Triantos of Cubs was scratched. Could see Cubs SP trade incoming. Please, please, Plaz.
I'll say this. There needs to be a starting pitcher. And if it's James Triantos and that's what gets you Zach Gallo, that needs to happen. I need to see the Jays get a bullpen piece. I need to see the Cubs get a starting pitcher. I'm really surprised that the Dodgers have just done one thing. Do we finally have the Dylan Cease trade announcement? Been waiting on that. I told you after the Nestor Cortez, it felt like we were going to be there for that deal, and it was just a matter of time. Adrian Hauser, Phil Maton, Taylor Rogers, Adrian Hauser. There's so much coming in at such a rapid pace right now that I'm not seeing anything from Dylan Cease yet, but I still think Cease is going to end up going. As expected, the White Sox will not be trading Luis Robert Jr. I think that's a mistake. That is a mistake. Chris Getz, you screwed up, buddy. Pirates will not be trading Andrew Heaney or Dennis Santana. Why? I mean, Andrew Heaney hasn't been good lately, so I understand that. But Dennis Santana? Really? Toronto? Mark? Ross? Anybody home? 2 minutes, 1 minute. 1 minute to go. Now remember, even once we cross over 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Western, and everything in between, we will still be getting trades announced. It's just, as far as these front offices go, these general managers go, it's going to be pens and pencils down. Nothing else can be submitted. So you've got to get it into the league office. After that point, yes, that's it. We're done. But deals can be announced still. But we are getting some finality here on players like Sandy Alcantara, not moving. Luis Robert, not moving. Heaney and Santana, not moving. If your team still needs a bullpen upgrade, there was one to be had right there with Dennis Santana, and that's not going to happen. My team was one of those teams. I feel like another piece was needed. The Yankees, God damn it. Hey, Blue Jays, you just had your lunch eaten right in front of you, and you sat there and smiled and said, "Here, would you like something to drink with that?" Wow. I'm speechless. I'm happy for you, Yankee fans. That is awesome. I am so disappointed from a Blue Jays perspective, Camilo Duvall is going to the New York Yankees along with David Bednar and Jake Bird. The Yankees have completely put together an elite bullpen now. Elite bullpen in New York. Incredible. It is 6:01. We are 1 minute past the deadline, but remember, we can still get trades announced over the next 10 or 15 minutes. I would anticipate more trades will be announced. Jays fans are not happy. Teams that are rooting desperately for more to be announced: the Toronto Blue Jays, the Chicago Cubs, the Milwaukee Brewers, the Dodgers. Is that the group right now? The Brewers, the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Blue Jays. Are those the four fan bases sitting there ready to throw their phone out the window? Now, look, I will say I like the piece that the Dodgers got, but it's one piece. They got Brock Stewart. That's all they did. The Chicago Cubs bolstered their bullpen. They got Willie Castro. It's good. They didn't get a starting pitcher. Don't you tell me Mike Soroka is a starting pitcher, because he's not. He's got one pitch that is effective this year. The Toronto Blue Jays needed another bullpen piece. We got Sir Anthony Dominguez. Like it. Shane Bieber. Okay, I'm cool. But then that's it. While you watch the New York Yankees revamp their bullpen, you watch the Seattle Mariners go out and turn their lineup into an absolute nightmare to face. You see the Houston Astros get the band together and add several other pieces. It's come on. What else we got? There's more coming. I'm complaining like it's over, and it's not over. Let's see what we got. Okay, Sandy and Edward are staying with the Marlins. The Blue Jays are getting Louis Varland from the Twins. I'm not even excited about that. I got to go take a look at that. Charlie Morton's going to the Tigers. There you go. I was waiting for a Charlie Morton piece of information. So Charlie Morton's to the Tigers. Let's see here. My board is becoming a mess. Morton to the Tigers. Alcantara and Cabrera stay. Louis Varland, for some reason, dude, this guy doesn't, I didn't have him on my board. Maybe I missed on that. Louis Varland throws a lot of ground balls, doesn't generate a lot of swing and miss. Louis Varland last year, in 49 innings, produced an ERA of 7.6. This year, in 49 innings, he's produced an ERA of 2.02. So something got better for Louis Varland. He stopped starting games. That definitely helps. Louis Varland, okay, I just got to see what it took to get him. Did Griffin Jax move too? Griffin Jax is going to the Rays. Wow, the Rays coming in late here. I guess last minute they got I don't know what they got aggressive here at the end. The Rays bringing in Adrian Hauser and Griffin Jax under the gun. Man, Louis Varland. I really want to see what the Blue Jays end up giving up here, because I don't know how much I love that. I would need Twins fans to tell me about Louis Varland. I don't know, man. So, Morton to Detroit. So, Morton, the Detroit Tigers adding Charlie Morton, Chris Paddock, Montero, Sewell. I mean, what an absolute assault on pitching targets. Good job by the Detroit Tigers to really boost that bullpen. And then out of nowhere, the Rays, who see the Blue Jays sleeping, decide, hey, in the last 10 minutes of the deadline, we can outdo the Blue Jays. Let's go get Griffin Jax and Adrian Hauser and call it a day. Good job by the Rays there. I mean, literally, in the last 10 minutes, the Tampa Bay Rays just swooped in and outdid what the Blue Jays had done at the deadline. Any other deals? Controllable. What do we got for Louis Varland? We have a couple more years of Louis Varland. All of the talk that we heard about Dylan Cease, if he's not going anywhere, I don't want Ty France. All right. Jays fans are not going to be happy. Is that Rojas? Is that number 6 prospect in the organization at AAA?
Jays need to
Henry
fire
Rojas?
Shapiro and Atkins. They have used up the Blue Jays.
Yep, number 5 in the organization at AAA. That's and Allen wrote it for Louis Varland and Ty France. I'm sorry, I don't want Ty France on this. I don't want Ty France on my baseball team. You guys can have Ty France back. I don't want Ty France on the Toronto Blue Jays. He's going to take time and take reps away from somebody that should be in there over him. I'm sorry. No. I am out on Ty France. Not interested one bit. No, thank you. You can take your 678 OPS Ty France, and I'll tell you what, we'll quickly pivot you, and we'll send you back. How about you liked it in Seattle, right? Why don't you go to Seattle? I'm not happy about that. Dodgers are getting Tibbs from the Red Sox. Right, Tibbs came over in that trade with Devers. For what? The Dodgers are getting James Tibbs. For what? Nothing? Like, they're just getting James Tibbs. Obviously, they sent Boston something. That's the return for Dustin May? What the hell is that? I'm sorry, if I'm Boston, I don't think I like that. Dustin May hasn't been that good this year.
Verlandis good throws hard 2.02 era.
He would have already been traded. We're just waiting for an announcement if Cease has been traded. John, Jays need to fire Shapiro and Atkins. They have used up the Blue Jays. Yeah, I'm not happy with the Jays and the Varland thing. I think Ty France is a waste of time. Trading the pitching prospect who's climbing the ranks, and Allen Roden for Louis Varland, who's been up and down in terms of what he's actually done in his career, and you get Ty France, who, in my opinion, has absolutely no place on this team. There is no point in bringing Ty France to the Toronto Blue Jays. None whatsoever. It is a mistake. Louis Varland is still in pre-arbitration. Cool. But again, like I said, he has been up and down in terms of what he's actually done. I'm not sure if Louis Varland's good. Yeah, he's got an ERA at 2 this year. I'm not sure if Louis Varland's good. And I know Ty France does not need to take one single at-bat on this Blue Jays team away from anybody. Wait. Guys, Springer and Santander are back. Ty France gets DFA'd? What do you think? I'm not happy. I'm not happy about that. Twins are getting Taj Bradley in that Griffin Jacks deal. It's a good get. Let's see. The Twins, Taj Bradley. Taj Bradley and Mick Abel, 2 new starting pitchers for the Minnesota Twins. I'm serious. I'm not. What else we got? What happens when I do my my trade deadline grades and I give the Toronto Blue Jays a C? How many Blue Jay fans are going to be pissed? Varland throws the ball hard, and since he stopped starting and went bullpen full time, throws the ball hard, one of the highest average fastball velocities in baseball, but he gets barreled up at a higher clip than you would like. How many? Yeah, I mean, okay. Varland, Bieber, and Dominguez. Not going to lie. Feels like the Toronto Blue Jays. I have a feeling you will hear some sound bites and some clips from this Blue Jays front office that they were interested in a lot of guys, a lot of pieces, but some of the prices got a little bit too extreme for their liking. At the end of the day, the Blue Jays do add pieces that I was looking for, 2 bullpen pieces, starting pitching depth. You throw in Ty France. I don't know why. And I don't know. Yeah, Dustin May for James Tibbs. That's a win for the Dodgers. I believe that is a win for the Dodgers. What I know from the Toronto Blue Jays is that the Yankees got better in a bigger way. I feel, and what I mean by that, I'm irritated. So you see what the Yankees did. You see what the Mariners did. You see what the Astros did. You saw teams, here you go. You saw teams that clearly view themselves as World Series contenders and a couple of aggressive pieces away from really locking into being a World Series contender. I saw the Toronto Blue Jays coming into this trade deadline period as a team that could be a World Series contender and just needed to lock in with an aggressive trade deadline. And they did not do that. They played it safe. They played it safe at the deadline. They did not go get aggressive. Go get Griffin Jacks. You go be the team that gets Griffin Jacks. Instead, they played it safe, and I think they may end up, or they will pay for it at the end. I saw what the Seattle Mariners did. I see what the Houston Astros did. I see what the New York Yankees do. In the last 15 minutes of the trade deadline, the Tampa Bay Rays out-deadlined you. The Rays had a better deadline than you did, and you're in a better position than the Tampa Bay Rays. You need to put your foot to the pedal to the metal and go add pieces. If the Blue Jays had acquired Adrian Hauser and Griffin Jacks, I would have been happier than this situation. Tommy Pham was not traded today, despite absolute assurances from John Morosi that he would 100% be dealt. Damn, Mark. Mark firing shots at John Morosi. The Padres decide to keep Dylan Cease after all. How are you feeling, Padres fans? We are now 15 minutes over past the deadline. We're getting to the point where we are getting close to the end. Jays improved their bullpen and didn't fuck with the chemistry, Paul. Alan Roan's gone. Will Wagner is gone. Those are two guys that were part of the chemistry, right? I don't know. I think you could say that they mess with the chemistry a little bit there. I mean, look at the end. They like the big chemistry guys were never going to go anywhere, and they did upgrade the bullpen. I guess where I'm sitting is I'm envious of the teams that were more aggressive, went out there and swung bigger. I think they will be rewarded for that. I think the Blue Jays front office was very rational with their approach, and in doing so, played it safe. Let's see. We need to check Feinsand. What do we got on Mark Feinsand? Is more? Do we have another one to announce? Oh, Mike Yastrzemski is going to the Royals. That is a sneaky, nice addition for Kansas City. Like the Kansas City Royals adding Randall Grichuk, Mike Yastrzemski, just taking chances on guys. It's interesting. Twins are paying $33 million of the Carlos Correa remaining contract. That's a lot. What's Kevin saying? Yeah. Some big additions for some teams that the Toronto Blue Jays are going to want to hold off in that American League East and then try to get over in the postseason. No Cubs starting pitchers. That sucks too. Brewers fans, you probably are just done. Brewers fans are done. Cubs fans, I really am kind of curious about where Cubs fans are sitting here. Bullpen was improved, but they did not go out and get a starting pitcher. Don't tell me Mike Soroka's a starting pitcher, because he's not. Oh, Joe Ryan's price tag Tony had was through the roof. I'm certain of that. I don't need to talk to anybody in the know to surmise that one. Joe Ryan's asking price was astronomical. Certainly. So, and same with Mackenzie Gore. All of these starting pitchers with multiple years of control.
The only thing that would make me happy now is hearing Jed Hoyer has been fired.
This is this is the thing. Like there are going to be. This is like what do you value? How do you judge and grade? Because I'm sure Cubs fans that are very happy with this, just like there are Blue Jay fans that are happy with this. But then there are going to be Cubs fans that are disappointed and Jays fans that are disappointed. The only fan base that I think can unify in disapproval is the Milwaukee Brewers. They got Brandon Lockridge, and a couple of weeks ago they got Andrew Vaughn, and that's kind of it. So Brewers fans probably feel the most frustrated out of everybody. RG, you give the Padres a C-? No. When I do my grades, the grades are going to be with the mindset of, did your team take a step closer to their goal?
Maybe next year, Jays fans.
Meaning, if you are a World Series contender, did you take a step closer to being a World Series contender? This year, if this is not your year and you need to rebuild and you need to think about future years, did you do what you needed to do from that standpoint? Did you move the pieces that needed to be moved to make yourself better in future years? Reloading a farm system, stocking up, all that stuff, right? Grades are going to be about that. I'm not necessarily going to go into, was there an overpay for Mason Miller or anything like that? I'm really going to look at, Did you improve? You this team's goal, Padres' goal, win the World Series. Did you improve for that goal? Yes, they did.
Fire Atkins chance about to come back.
I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of Blue Jays fans that like this deadline. Let's see. Alex, I think there's going to be a lot of Jays fans that like the deadline. Astro Knucklehead. I think there's going to be a lot of Jays fans that like the deadline. And I guess if you put the Blue Jays deadline in a bubble and you say Louis Varland, Sir Anthony Dominguez, and Shane Bieber.
A month ago. Santander returning this year is questionable, and I think that's the France bet.
I guess that's their just in case. But
maybe next year Jays go back to back like 92, 93.
I think that I got to wrap my head around the whole France thing and really how it makes sense, because even with Ty France, so when Springer's back in there, Springer's the DH, Vladdy's the first baseman. Varshow's going to be back. When you have Varsho back, you have an outfield with Dalton Varsho in center field. Nathan Lucas is in. Well, okay, so it really just gets to the point of does Addison Barger become the everyday third baseman, or is that Ernie Clement? If it's going to be Ernie Clement, that means Addison Barger stays in right field. Addison Barger is your right fielder. Dalton Varsho is your center fielder. Nathan Lucas is your left fielder. And there's a revolving door there with Joey Loperfido and David Schneider and all of those guys.
IKEA.
So this Toronto team, the outfield that's all set, George Springer is the DH. Ty France is literally a waste of time. Ty France is going to come off the bench. So, and really don't want to get hung up on Ty France. Really, the key part of this is that it's Varland, it is Shane Bieber, and it is Sir Anthony Dominguez. And those are three upgrades to this pitching group, and that's really where I figured the Toronto Blue Jays were going to spend their assets, was for this pitching group. Maybe Ty France was a throw-in, and if that's the case, fine, I'll take him as a throw-in. And he truly probably was. But when I see how aggressive and how big, I can take the bubble down and I can look around and I can see the Yankees. I can say, oh my God. And then I look over here and I see what the Mariners and the Astros are doing. Oh my God. And then I look back, I'm like, all right, this is good. But I'm looking around at some other Giants and I think they got better. They went big. They are going for a World Series. It feels like the Blue Jays are just trying to set themselves up to win a playoff series. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated. That's what I feel like. I feel like the Jays are setting themselves up to try to win a playoff series, whereas the Yankees, the Astros, the Mariners, the Padres, again, set that aside. Padres are a National League team. The other American League teams, they're going to win a World Series. Feels like the Jays are just trying to win a playoff series. Man, oh man. Jacoby, mad that the Red Sox got Dustin May, not Joe Ryan. Blame social media for that one. Absolutely. John Heyman never said that Joe Ryan was going to the Red Sox. Francis Romero put together the pieces and saying that he was expected to be traded and linked him to the Red Sox. And then Yahoo Sports, I don't know what they did, had a complete gaffe and posted that the trade, he was going to the Boston Red Sox. And then you ended up with Dustin May. I mean, you want to talk about a bait and switch. Jesus, that's rough. If you are a Red Sox fan thinking you're getting one thing and you get something completely different. We are still getting some deals. Robert Murray posting that the Brewers have acquired Shelby Miller. That is the latest one. Brewers fans get Shelby Miller. Isn't Miller hurt? Is he coming back? I hope he's coming back. Gambo. Oh, is that it? Okay, that's the
How
Gambo
about the
thing.
Ranger pitching pickups?
I like the Rangers pitching pickups. The Texas Rangers adding Merrill Kelly, adding Danny Coulomb, adding Phil Maton. I like what they did, Michael. I do like that. I mean, now what's going to happen is you're going to kind of go through, going to digest. I will have sort of my official, final, thought out, relaxed comments and thoughts on this Toronto Blue Jays trade deadline for anybody that cares about my Blue Jays takes when I put together, because I'm probably going to take like an hour, just sort of debrief myself. I have all of the moves right here on my spreadsheet, and I will put together my grades, and that will be out tonight. So you want to keep an eye out for that. That will be a premiere that goes out tonight. And I don't know, maybe like 9:30, 10 o'clock, maybe sooner, but they'll be tonight. I'm very disappointed in the Angels. I think they did need to sell. Let's see, Comic Reef. I think that these moves were so inconsequential. Andrew Schaefer and Luis Garcia, okay, adding to the bullpen. Oswald Peraza, what are we doing? Yeah, look, I think there are going to be a lot of the D-Jenner. I think there's going to be a lot of people feeling good about the Toronto Blue Jays. Again, my problem is I'm not looking at it just from a Blue Jays perspective. I am looking at it from the entire league, and I'm looking at what happened. The New York Yankees bullpen is now stacked. The Houston Astros, the Seattle Mariners, the teams that if the Blue Jays end up in a postseason series against, got so far and away better. I'm not even thinking about the National League teams. I like what the Rangers did. I am in a weird spot with because again, this is why I'm in a weird spot. The Blue Jays did what I wanted them to do. I wanted 2 bullpen pieces, and if they could get some starting pitching depth, great. And that's what they did. They got those things, and Ty France is probably a throw-in to get money off the books from Minnesota. It's like, hey, you got to give us Ty France. You got to take Ty France off our hands too. Okay, fine. So they did what I had wanted them to do, and Louis Varland this year throws really hard and has been successful. So I don't know. I need to pull the stick out of my ass, I guess. I don't know, but I'm in a weird place with this deadline. I need to process it some more. Check Gambo again. Hold on. Trade of Shelby Miller to the Brewers includes more than just Shelby. Diamondbacks not done. It could be a last-minute deal involving an injured player. That is Shelby Miller. We didn't see Zach Gallen dealt, right? Gallen didn't go anywhere. DJ, do you like Varland? Fair enough. Why didn't Zach Gallen get traded? Are the Arizona Diamondbacks, you know what's going to happen? The Arizona Diamondbacks are going to attach a qualifying offer to Zach Gallen. And Zach Gallen is not having a strong year and is absolutely going to screw Zach Gallen over in free agency. Nothing with Cabrera or Sandy. Yankees had a great deadline. I would agree with that. The Yankees did have a great deadline. They added to the bullpen with Bednar and Bird and Duvall. They got some good defense and versatility with Caballero. Deadline. Austin Slater's a nice addition, and not to mention Ryan McMahon the other day. Yankees definitely are up there. Yankees, I think it's pretty safe to say the Yankees get an A. I like what the Detroit Tigers did. Am I going to give them an A? They really didn't address the B, the bats. Maybe it's a B plus for the Tigers. Cleveland did not trade Stephen Kwan. They got Cal Steven for Shane Bieber. Those are going to be the tough ones to grade. These teams that were in sell mode didn't do a whole lot of selling. Those are going to be tough to grade. Interesting Kansas City's additions. Grabbing Yastrzemski. White Sox not trading Luis Robert. That's a bad move. The Houston Astros getting Carlos Correa back, Jesus Sanchez, Ramon Arias. No pitching though, right? Was there any? Houston did not get any pitching, did they? Am I spacing on that? I don't think they did. That was something they needed. Hauser went to the Rays. The Astros needed a starting pitcher. They didn't get one. That is going to hurt their grade. They can't be an A. They had to get a starting pitcher. They didn't. There were starting pitchers still sitting there. So the Twins maybe can max out at a B+. I can't give them an A. That was a major area of need. Mariners, I give them an A. Got to give the Mariners an A. The Rangers, adding Kelly, adding Coulomb, adding Maton, they're going to be pushing an A. There's a lot of deadlines I like. The Mets, I like it. I like what the Mets did. The Philadelphia Phillies. I don't know. Phillies fans are going to be torn. Jordan Montgomery. What? Jordan Montgomery's going to the Milwaukee Brewers for some reason.
Jim, my Cubs pocketed the Bellinger money.
Yes, they did. I'm very disappointed with what the Cubs did. So the Milwaukee Brewers end up getting Brandon Lockridge, Shelby Miller, and Jordan Montgomery. Jordan Montgomery was traded and not Zach Gallen. Mark Feinsand, among players not traded today, Quan, Alcantara, Cabrera, Keller. Again, those starting pitchers with multiple years of control are just going to be tough to move. And Cabrera's got so much control. It feels like Miami, they're taking a step this year. Cabrera may be somebody that they want to build on. Create a rotation with Perez and Cabrera. You got Keller, you got Robert, you got Gore, you got Gallen. That's one that needed to move. Zach Gallen needed to move. Luis Robert needed to move, in my opinion. These are guys that White Sox going to pick up that $20 million option on Luis Robert off of what he's done in July. No, you trade him off of what he's done in July. Zach Gallen is not having a very Zach Gallen-like season. Way too up and down. I got to move him. And because I don't think you can you can keep until free agency, attach a qualifying offer to him. I'm surprised Dylan Cease didn't move, but I can understand it. I'm actually not surprised Marcell Ozuna didn't move. The dude's bat, he's just not doing anything. Not hitting. You got Nolan Arenado not going anywhere. That doesn't surprise me either. Miller and Montgomery. White Sox get Curtis Mead. Oh, in that trial, that's a very interesting piece to come back. Is Curtis Mead in that package? Oh man, what a day! I need to think more about what my team did. I'm torn because again, it's what I predicted. It's what I wanted them to do. 2 bullpen pieces and starting pitching. I guess I wanted them to go harder with a couple of guys. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just too hung up on the guys. I wanted guys that they didn't get the guys, even though they were in on them. They didn't get the guys I was looking for. Cubs get an F. I can't go F because they did improve the bullpen, but really to not get starting pitching when starting pitching was to be had, to go the route of hugging your prospects. This Chicago Cubs team needed another starting pitcher. They didn't get one. That is irritating. That is very irritating. We are at the trade deadline post show. Again, I appreciate everybody coming in. We're only like 100 likes away from our like goal. We have a like goal of 2,000. We are at 1.9. Smash that like if you have not yet. We are going on 7 hours live streaming. Again, we are just the number is, we're less than 100 away. That's all. That's I got 1.9. Less than 100 likes away from 2,000. Smash that like if you haven't yet. Make sure also, if you haven't yet, check out Underdog Fantasy. They are the sponsor of our live stream. The link is down below. Just by registering,
Yankees
you are
bullpen
in
is now
on
nasty.
this giveaway. I gotta wait for that to pop up. Yankees bullpen is now nasty. Yes, it is, West Coast Yankees fan. Thank you for the donation, and yes, it is. Stop rubbing it in. I'm kidding. Good job. The giveaway, just by registering, no purchase, no deposit is necessary. But if you make that first time deposit,
Now the
you will
DFA
receive up
carousel
to $1,000 in bonus funds. So check out Underdog Fantasy. Again, they are the sponsor of today's video. Check them out down below. I'm going to have to do a tally. We were trying to get 50 signups today, and the dashboard, I think, is going to have to update tomorrow. A couple of you have said that you have signed up, and I am seeing this is looks like an old. This can't be right. Something can't be right about that. I refuse to believe that's the case. But we'll take a look at that. But thank you guys again, those of you that have signed up for Underdog Fantasy and registered, gotten in on that prize. That's gonna be cool. I'm gonna enjoy giving that away. Again, that is my own giveaway. That is not something that they are doing. That's something that I am doing for you guys
Love
that
your
register.
content. Tigers did great getting Morton.
Joseph, thank you for that donation. The DFA carousel begins. Yankees bullpen is nasty. Again, thank you. And Kai Haas, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yes, that's a nice job by the Tigers getting Morton. I'm surprised the Orioles
Do you have a
not
prediction on a
move
couple
Sugano.
of players who will be DFAs?
Let's see who is. Let's see. Do I have a prediction on a couple of players who will be? Off the top of my head, I don't. I do not. But let me go through. I wanted to finish a thought for K-Has. Michael, thank you for that donation. I don't. I don't. Wally, what's up, man? How you feeling? How you feeling after the dust is settling here? So Sugano is still there. Kind of a surprise. And he's really it, isn't he? He's really the only one. It's just Sugano. Eflin got hurt. No surprise there that he ended up staying put. But kind of surprised Sugano didn't move. We got the 2K. Thank you guys for hitting the like and getting us to that 2,000 number. There we are. Make sure to subscribe too, guys. If this was fun, if you have had fun in this community, in this live stream with us, make sure to subscribe and turn the notifications on. Obviously, trades and transactions will cool off a little bit, but we will be strong.
My Royals had a
leading up
decent
to the
trade deadline
postseason.
haul.
We will be strong in the postseason with live streams, and then once we get into the offseason, I will get you through the missing baseball. We will carry you through the whole offseason. The offseason goes by the snap of a finger when you are locked in with us here. So make sure to subscribe and stay close to the channel. My Royals had a decent trade deadline haul. I'm with you. Ours, I think you did all right. I think you did. I think it's fine.
Every team around the Red Sox in the AL playoff hunt got much better while the Red Sox did literally nothing.
NHC, thank you for the donation. Steven Batts and Dustin May, don't do it. No, I'm with you. So if I were to sort of identify the American League East teams for anybody that wants that to happen, I think the clear winner is the Yankees. I really like the Rays coming in at the last minute, grabbing Adrian Hauser, grabbing Griffin Jacks. I don't think the Rays are really going to be in it, but Griffin Jacks is a part of this team moving forward. That's the beauty of Griffin Jacks. There's multiple years of control there. So you are a Rays team. You have Hauser. It's going to give you innings now. He's going to be competitive. They can hang around and maybe surprise people. And Griffin Jacks is going to be elite out of the pen, and he's going to be there next year and the year after that as well. So I would probably tie the Jays and Rays, honestly. The Jays did what they needed to do. 2 bullpen pieces, starting pitching depth. They did it. There were bigger names. I was aiming higher for the Toronto Blue Jays. They didn't hit the mark that I wanted them to, but they still made the additions with some nice pieces. I would maybe tie them. I would tie the Jays and the Rays, and then the Red Sox. And you kind of got to set the Orioles aside because they're not trying to add anything to win now. But if you're thinking about for the future, they did a very fine job with the return that they got. Not necessarily. Again, I'm still not a fan of the Mullins trade, but the deal they pulled off with the San Diego Padres for Laureano and O'Hearn, I think they did a fantastic job as far as that is concerned. There needs to be a full recounting of all of the prospects that the Orioles brought in. Let's see here. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Okay. We have more. Deal will save the Diamondbacks around $3 million, trading Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery. Why did the Brewers do that? What? Why did the Brewers do that? Anyway, I don't understand that. And I want to say thank you to the new subscribers. A big welcome to the new subscribers. Over the last 24 hours or so, we have seen about 1,000 new subscribers. So welcome into anybody that is new. A lot of our regular supporters and subscribers, I think, will tell you that this is a good place to be, a good community, fun baseball talk. I like to think that I jokingly say voice of reason, but what I mean by that is I try to cut through the BS, and I can put a fair take on any team. My team, I'm actually probably being very unfair to my team today. But I could put a very fair spin or take or thought process towards any team. So I like to think this is a good place to be. So welcome to new subscribers. Just found out Ozuna was never offered a trade. Not surprising. Ozuna just hasn't been trade worthy lately. Hasn't been trade worthy. That's one way to put it anyway. How close is Bieber from being MLB ready? I mean, what was his last outing? I know that he'd only been pitching a couple of innings at a time. I got to see what his last outing was because I actually did not look at what he did. Was it yesterday he went out? We have 11 1/3 innings. We have 21 strikeouts. His last time out, he went 4 innings. 2 innings, 3 innings, 4 innings. 4 innings and 7 strikeouts last time out. Maybe 1 or 2 more minor league starts, and then he's up. That's what I would anticipate. At least 1. I would say 2. 2 is probably the number. That would be my bet. I think the Padres did very well, Mimi. I think they did extremely well. LA Kid, you give the Dodgers a C-. Do I agree? I got to think about it some more. I like the Brock Stewart addition. I think James Tibbs is a nice prospect to get back for Dylan Cease. What? We're on 7 hours and 6 minutes at this point for Dustin May. I like what you did. I just thought they would do more. So C- is probably right around where it should be. You got a B plus, John the Beagle Dad? No, I have the Yankees with an A. I give the Yankees an A. I think they did great. So, all right, guys, I got to get out of here because I got to take a break. I got to collect some thoughts. I want to be able to start working on the grades. And to do that, I got to stop talking and start thinking. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to eat some dinner. I'm probably going to be back down here recording in about an hour. Hopefully, I will have the grades up for you to view, a premiere 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30, something around there to just put a bow on this deadline. I will have a video because I think there were enough here trades that should have happened. It's not going to be an immediate turnaround. I think that traditionally, if those of you familiar, I have a Saturday night video pretty regularly, and I think the Saturday night video is going to be what I don't know what I'm going to call it, but the theme is going to be trades that needed to happen.
Quick thoughts on Marlins Plaza?
I think with Luis Robert, with Zach Gallen, the Cubs not trading for a starting pitcher. There's three things right there that sort of pop off the top of my mind. Things that needed to happen that did not happen at the deadline. So I'm going to put that together, and I'll probably record that tomorrow. And I don't really like posting things on Friday night unless it's busy and crazy and all that stuff. So it'll probably go up on Saturday night. Rob, quick thoughts on the Marlins, please. So holding on to Correa, holding on to Sandy Alcantara, really Jesus Sanchez was the main guy, right? If I'm remembering this right. And the return was decent. This Marlins team is in a situation, Peter Bendix is in a situation where, yes, you'd like to trade Sandy Alcantara, but like guys like Edward Cabrera, I feel like this Marlins team may be closer than we thought to being competitive. And if that's the case, Edward Cabrera, Yuri Perez, maybe the two guys you build that rotation around because there's so many years of control with Edward Cabrera and even Sandy. Sandy is such a pivotal piece right now where you don't want to trade him if you are not going to get max return. If you're not going to get that, hold on to him. Maybe he finishes the year strong, and then you can get a max return in November or December, and the pieces you get back then can help you in 2026. So if you weren't going to get the pieces back, I think it's the way to go. All right, guys. Thank you, Wally, man. Salute, buddy. To everybody, thank you for coming in and spending part of your trade deadline here with me. We did some phenomenal numbers today. Again, over the last 24 hours, we have added about 1,000 new subscribers. That is exciting stuff. The counts on this video or this live stream are absolutely incredible. The analytics on this, this thing is just phenomenal. Over 60,000 views on this live stream altogether. We peaked out at just under 3,000 viewers. We peaked at 2,952. We averaged about 2,000 on average, and this is with two pretty lengthy breaks in between. So again, amazing, guys. Thank you for supporting the channel, for being here, for spending time. To my mods, John and Wally and Braves Thrills and any other mods that are here that I'm not seeing right now. Oh, wait. Before we go, those of you that are hanging in, I'm going to reward you with a, let me hand out 5 more memberships. I kind of meant to do this earlier, but I quite honestly forgot. And for those of you that are still here right now, that means something to me. So I'm going to gift 5 free memberships. They're going to go out right now to everybody that's hanging around. And those of you that lasted, an extra boost, a little bonus. Boo Must Die, Downrange, Rob, and who else? Voodoo Magic, Brindalero. There you go. Memberships, 5 memberships out just like that. So, all right. Thank you guys again for spending time here, supporting the channel, being a part of our trade deadline coverage. There will be more trade deadline content as we put a bow on it with 2 pieces that are going to be coming up. Grades will be out tonight, and trades that should have happened probably on Saturday night. And then that'll be it for the trade deadline here on the channel. Ballcap Nation, I salute you. New members to Ballcap Nation. An extra salute to you guys. Welcome to our community, to the 100 Club. Those of you that spent a ton of time here today. I don't think anybody watched 100% of this, but damn, a lot of you, I see the names in the chats, watched a lot of this thing, maybe hopping in, hopping out, doing your thing. Thank you for your time spent watching here on the channel. Does amazing things for the algorithm. So thank you guys. Everybody enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope to see you during the premiere of the grade stream. And we're good to go. That's it. That's a wrap on the trade deadline live stream for 2025. Again, I salute you guys. Thank you for coming in and spending time with the channel. As always, if it is low, let it go. And if it's high, let it fly. I'll catch you next time.